Hi, it's your favorite narrator and good friend Entropic. Tonight I have a special treat for you. As you may know, not all channels are the same. Most just take stories off of Reddit or viewer submissions, not that there's anything wrong with that. But I have a special kind of taste, a particular type of horror that speaks to me. Tonight I have compiled 6 hours of Skinwalker Wendigo stories, all written by me. Get in bed, get comfortable, and hit subscribe as I carry you away into sweet nightmares. The routing on Mark's phone told us that we were close to our destination. We'd been on the road for hours now, but how this back road was looking, we were unsure if we were ever going to find his family's cabin. At this point, all road markers and signs had stopped appearing a while back. I'm just glad I used the bathroom when I did. My dog laid quietly tucked in between my feet, but I knew that we'd have to get around soon. The final destination on his phone just showed us a point in the woods. No defined roads leading to it. There was a slight chance that this place was no longer here, but Mark was sure of its existence. "I'm telling you, this cabin had the best overlook," he reassured, as we kept our eyes peeled for the back road to split off into the woods. We should have left earlier had we known that we were going to have trouble finding it. Mark did mention it had been some time since he or anyone in his family had been out here. The only ones that used it anymore were his extended family, who he wasn't terribly close with. The mapping told us to turn to the right for the quickest route, but we were only met with dense trees. We slowed the car trying to find maybe a dirt road or even an opening we could hike in on, but the trees were tightly packed on both sides of the road. The sun was still up, giving us plenty of light, but we only had a few hours left for today. We continued our slow pace, seeing that we were the only ones on this road. I could sense Mark's frustration as we slowly sped up looking for this elusive turnoff. The road continued to twist and turn as we drove. We were long past where this map said to take, but we were running on hope at this point. Sure enough, we found a turnoff, but this was off to the left instead of the right. Mark looked at me and shrugged. "Maybe this is it," clearly unsure at this point. "Even if it's not, we can ask them for directions," I replied, reassuring Mark that we should check it out. We pulled off the main road and on this dirt path that led us through the woods. The car that we were driving was struggling to handle the unmaintained path that we were now on. The narrow road took us pretty deep into the woods. I could tell that Mark was trying to remember if this place looked familiar, but this was clearly both our first time seeing this place. We looked for a spot to turn around when we found a metal gate half opened. On the gate was a sign that said, "Do not enter." I could see that Mark perked up. "Okay, this gate looks familiar, but I don't remember the sign. Maybe someone added that." We both got out of the car and walked over to the gate. Jinxie, my dog, followed behind us slowly. We tried to open it, but its weight and rusted hinges screeched loudly as we barely moved it. "Damn," I sighed. The road continued up a hill and to the right. At the top was a typical A-frame cabin, barely in view. Mark gave it a look and confirmed. "Okay, yes, this is it." I was glad we were in the right place, but I wasn't sure how we were going to get the car up past this gate. Mark and I gave it a few more tries before realizing that we were going to have to just hike our stuff up if we wanted to stay here. Jinxie wandered off the path and did her business, stretching her legs and waking up from the car ride. She quickly came back relieved and full of energy. Mark parked us up close to the gate and we unloaded the car. The uphill hike looked easy, but our opinions of the hill quickly changed about halfway up. As we hiked further, the tree line began to sink beneath us. The cabin came in full view, and the overlook Mark praised slowly filled in behind it. The sun was setting, giving us a picture-perfect sunset. The colors and scenery were something you could only find on a postcard or a screensaver. I was so preoccupied with the view that I didn't notice the cabin. What I did notice was the smell. It was so bad that it snapped me out of my trance, and I looked at the front porch with Mark. There were dark stains all across the floorboard of the porch. The exterior looked dirty. It had been some time since someone had shown this place some love. We approached the front door, and Mark pulled out his keys. Before he inserted them, he looked at me skeptically. He tried the door handle and pushed, opening the cabin door. "That's not good," he whispered. The cabin was filled with shadows. Inside, we were greeted with what little light entered through the windows. We stood in the doorway, inspecting the cabin. Despite the porch looking rough for wear, inside seemed manageable. Mark reached in and felt around for a light switch, but nothing. I could see a small kitchen area to the right, and an open living room to the left that sat below a set of stairs that led up to a loft. Jinxie stood behind us as we took in our home for the next few days. We made our way inside, putting our stuff down and looking around before heading back to the car for another trip. He and I both looked for a light, but when we finally tried a switch, we were met with nothing. It was clear that power was no longer working here. "Ah, great," Mark said under his breath. We both went outside and hiked back down to the car. The second trip was much lighter, since we had carried most of our stuff up the first time. I glanced behind me to confirm that Jinxie was still following me, which she was. By the time we reached the cabin the second time, the sun had passed its peak. The colors were no longer warm. Darkness began to creep in from the corners of the horizon, slowly crawling up to greet us. I went inside while Mark set off to grab some wood nearby. Amongst our stuff that we'd carried up was a tote of camping materials that Mark had brought. I opened it in hopes of finding matches or something to aid us with this quickly dimming light. I used my phone's flashlight to look inside at the mess of things as I started pulling stuff out. I saw a small lantern on its side, which I quickly pulled from the tote and tried lighting it. Sure enough, it was one of those that needed a propane tank for it to work, which it didn't have. I shoveled through more stuff and ended up finding a headlamp which I needed to adjust to fit my small head. I turned off my phone to save its power, seeing how I wouldn't be able to charge it anywhere up here. Thankfully, the headlamp seemed to solve the issue of needing to see. I looked for a second one, but I couldn't find it. I did find an old mag light, but once I turned it on, I was quite disappointed in its ability to illuminate. I suppose it was better than nothing. I found a sealed pack of glow sticks and a damp box of matches, which I set aside for Mark when he came in. He was carrying a small bundle of twigs and sticks and set them next to the fireplace in the living room. "I'm gonna need to grab us some bigger stuff," he said, as he walked over towards me. I took off my headlamp and handed it to him while the light was still on. "I only found one, but I suppose you can use this in the meantime," I said, lifting the mag light. "Let me get settled in and I'll come help you," I said, while getting up and grabbing my bag from the entryway. "Where should I sleep?" Mark pointed his headlight to the loft. "Should be a nice little bed up there for you," he said. He left the cabin and I dragged my stuff up the stairs while Jinxie followed. The stairs were old and sagged slightly with distinctive creaks as I ascended. I used the mag light to guide me, its heft somewhat reassuring. I finally reached the top of the stairs to find a cleared section with a desk on the right and a bed on the left. The angles of the cabin's A-frame roof came in slightly on both sides, gradually meeting at the top. I set my stuff on the bed and saw that there was a window in the middle of the loft, facing the other side of the cabin. I glanced at the desk on the other side and noticed that it looked cluttered. It was hard to tell with the poor light from the flashlight, but it appeared that there were some papers tacked on the side of the wall. This interested me. I walked over to the desk and saw that there were several journals and handwritten papers. Next to some of the tacked-on papers were printed out pictures one would develop with disposable cameras. But It was arranged in such a way that it looked orchestrated, almost like a presentation. The pictures were mostly blurry, with a red marker circling some of them. On the desk were sticky notes that were scattered across, as if they were once stuck onto the pictures and had since fallen haphazardly. The notes were cryptic in nature, not really relaying anything meaningful without proper context. Although I didn't know what most of them referred to, some of them were disturbing. I picked up one of the papers that read, "I saw a small one today," with a crude sketch of a scribbled mess that resembled something horrible. Other notes said, "They don't like the light, and dogs can always tell." It was clear that whoever had put this together must have had issues, much like schizophrenia or some kind of mental disorder. Seeing how this was Mark's family's cabin, I assumed it must have been a relative of some kind. I could hear Mark enter downstairs, a movement of light casting its shadows upstairs. "So much for the help," he teased. I was so preoccupied with this unsettling discovery that I'd forgotten to go out and gather wood. I went down the stairs as he piled the sticks in the fireplace. I felt awkward about the loft upstairs, but also a bit unsettled. Jinxie and I gathered around Mark as he did his best to organize the sticks in such a way that resembled a small Lincoln cabin. I tore up some newspapers I saw sitting next to him and made a small pile, assuming that this would be something he would need. It took him a minute, but he finally got the fire going. We didn't need the heat, but more so the light to help us see in the cabin. Once he was satisfied with the size of the flame, he went to go put his stuff away in the bedroom on the back of the main floor. He spent several minutes away, leaving Jinxie and I in the poorly lit living room. The cabin was cozy, but I would be lying if I said that I wasn't unsettled. To be fair, that this was my first time to be out here, let alone in a cabin in the woods. It didn't help that we could barely see, but it did help that I had my dog and Mark to keep me company. Mark finally came back and brought out an unlit candle in a glass jar. He took a small stick from the pile of wood next to the fireplace and stuck it in the fire briefly before using it to light the candle. We sat in the living room while the long car ride was beginning to catch up with us. Jinxie was curled up next to the fire, already asleep, and I could see Mark nodding off. The smell of the damp cabin and the soft light of the fire began to cause me to unwind. Its mythical spell of detachment of technology and relaxation made my eyelids heavy. I could feel myself dozing off, the soft crackling of the fire softly tickling my mind, when suddenly, Mark stood up. The light from the fire cast it onto his face, but darkness prevailed, covering his expression. But despite his face being obscured by darkness, I could tell that he was worried. "Do you hear that?" he said, unsure if what he was hearing was real or if he was imagining it. I sat up and tried to listen. Jinxie woke up and looked at us. Sure enough, after straining and paying full attention, I could hear a sound. A rhythmic sound, both distant but familiar. Mark walked hesitantly over to the front door and opened it. The sound became much clearer. He picked up the small candle and went outside. I walked over to the door and glanced down the hill. Sure enough, the sound of the mystery sound had been solved, but not without giving us another mystery to solve. At the bottom of the hill, Mark's car was flashing its headlight. The car alarm was going off. Not only that, but I could tell that at this distance that one, if not more, of the car doors had been opened. I only know this because the interior lights of the car were on. Funny enough, of all the features that the old car didn't have, it just so happened to still have a functioning car alarm. Mark stood petrified outside, watching his car. Dread washed over me as the realization of him having the only key and no fob meant that he'd have to go down there and manually turn it off. "Will it stop on its own?" I asked, hoping to give him an excuse to not go down there, but he shook his head. "The alarm will drain the battery if I don't turn it off." I could see that he was thinking. processing what could be down there causing this to happen. I wanted to suggest bringing a weapon of some kind, but I didn't want to scare him more than he already was. Without saying anything, he began walking slowly down the hill. The candlelight amidst the darkness was nearly swallowed as its faint light got weaker with each step. I wanted to watch and make sure that he got down there okay, but something in my mind pulled me towards closing the cabin door. My survival instincts began to outweigh my concern for my friend, but curiosity kept me watching. He finally made it down there and turned off the alarm. I could hear the faint sound of car doors closing as the lights to the car finally turned off. A small speck of yellow light could be seen as he held the candle and circled the car. I felt slightly relieved, but I knew that my anxiety would only be satiated when he'd finally return. I continued to watch when something unexpected happened. I saw the lights of the car's interior light illuminate again as he got inside and started it. The headlights came on full blast, illuminating another figure standing in front of the car. It was brief, but I could tell it was large. It resembled another person, but Mark had peeled off in reverse before I could fully process what was going on. The car turned around, and the figure stood still as darkness covered it again. My heart began to flutter as I realized that Mark had just left me. I stood in awe as my friend and my only ride had just left. Not only that, but I was now out here with some mysterious figure that seemed rather large. I was stunned as I watched the headlights move through the trees and eventually disappearing into the night. My phone rang, and I answered to hear Mark breathing heavy on the other line. I'm so sorry. I couldn't have made it back to you. I would have to drive up to the cabin, but that damn gate. I was paralyzed. I was angry, but fear gripped my throat. I found the courage to finally speak. What was that thing? I asked, unsure of what was out there with me. Look, I don't want to tell you, but I'm heading back to the nearest town and getting the police. It'll take me a couple of hours, but I will come back for you. You just need to hold off until then. I asked him again what that thing was, but he refused to answer. If I talk to you about it, it'll draw it to you. Hang tight. I'll be back. Mark hung up the phone. I went inside and closed the door. I locked it and placed one of the couches in front of the door. I debated on keeping the fire small, hoping that whoever was outside would think that no one else was here, or making the flame large due to the sticky note suggestion. From what it sounded like, Mark would be back soon. That is, if I could trust him. He did leave me out here all alone. In any other situation, I would stoke the fire, but I figured that stealth would be the best option. If I was lucky, the figure would think that the only person staying here had just left. I took the glow sticks from the counter and the mag light and went up to the loft. Jinxie followed me intently. At this point, the fire had been rendered to hot coals. A warm glow lit a very small circle around the fireplace. My eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I could briefly see the moonlight coming in from the windows. The wind from outside was faintly audible, each gust sending shivers down my spine. I waited in the darkness, my eyes glued from the top of the loft down to the main entrance door. As worry grew, I opened one of the glow stick packets and cracked a stick, which took a second to glow a dull neon green. It wasn't much, but it was for comfort more than visibility. The night slowly dragged on. Time was my only opponent at the moment. If I could just hold off, if I could hide long enough, I could make it through the night. My attention slowly faded from the dark door as it began to drift again. I was worried, but my adrenaline had worn off and I was tired. I could feel my eyes get heavy again as the warm loft cradled me in its darkness. I kept jerking awake. Each time I would get more and more rest. Then, darkness. I found myself in the middle of the road. Thick woods covered both sides. There weren't any streetlights, but a full moon hovered, partly concealed by the trees, casting an eerie white glow that gave the road a ghostly appearance. A soft mist hung low and thin, just above the wet pavement. I don't remember how I got here, or where I even was, but I started walking down the road. It was straight for a few hundred yards before twisting out of view. I must have walked for a few steps before I realized that there was someone in the middle of the road. At first I was relieved. Someone was here to help me, but as I got closer, I realized something was very wrong. In front of me appeared to be a woman. Her neck twisted sharply, causing her to look at me sideways. Her shoulders were slouched and her arms dangled at her sides. She was muttering to herself, making me realize that something was very wrong with this person. The closer I got, the more I could see her, the more I could make out what she was saying. Her face slowly became clear as her mouth was open wide, too wide. Her eye sockets were incredibly dark, but a soft orange glow could be seen deep within her skull. "It knows you're there. It knows you're there," she whispered. I realized her jaw was broken and hung low but still attached. Her mouth didn't move when she spoke. "It knows you're there," she whispered, enunciating each word slowly. Despite looking mutilated, the person's appearance finally dawned on me. This woman was me. I jolted awake. Jinxie was positioned near the stairs, on high alert. The glow stick I was holding was now much dimmer. It took me a moment to realize my situation when I heard a loud creak coming from the porch. I got up and slowly walked over to the edge of the loft and laid on my stomach, looking down into the cabin. I could hear the subtle movements outside. It sounded heavy but moved slowly. The old door separating us from whatever was outside jingled softly. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. The lock and hinges shuddered as the couch leaning against the door moved slightly. The door began to bang more. The sound began to increase. I could hear the door splinter as the lock finally broke through the old door frame. Silence, much like the darkness, filled the cabin. The door pressed open softly, connecting with the couch again. It moved a few feet inside before stopping. The moonlight faintly came in through the barely open door, as I could see something large crouching to get inside the cabin. My anxiety spiked. Jinxie was just as silent as I was, hoping that whatever this thing was would not notice our presence up the stairs and quickly leave. Once the figure fully entered the cabin, I had lost its location in the darkness. It was incredibly silent. Had I not just heard it bang on the door and catch a glimpse of its outline, I would have never known it was inside. I strained my eyes as I scanned the floor below me. Seldom creaks of wooden floorboards gave me a brief idea of where it could be, before I heard another sound somewhere else. Then, the unmistakable sound of pressure on the bottom step of the stairs shivered down my spine. I did my best to crawl my belly as silently as I could to hide under the bed while still facing the stairs. Each step brought that thing closer to me. I could only pray at this point, pray that it would ignore me and Jinxie, but I knew that my fate was inevitable. To my horror, I could faintly see an outline of something on the stairs. It was the head of who or whatever was now inside. Jinxie could no longer hold her silence and began to bark. She stood in between me and the figure on the stairs, as it had now since stopped ascending. I could see only the head move towards Jinxie as orange eyes began to glow at the floor level. They then connected with mine as I laid under the bed. I held my breath and waited. Both of us knew that there was nothing I could do to stop this thing, but it just stood there on the steps. silent and watchful, an absolute no rush to get me. Mark drove back to the cabin with 2 police cars following with their lights on. It had felt horrible having made that decision to leave his poor friend alone with that horrible creature he had seen just outside his car. He knew it was likely that his friend would be fine, locked up in that cabin, but a sinking feeling began to grow as he found the dirt road again. He followed the path rather quickly. The flashing lights of the police car bounced off the silent trees as they made their way through the darkness. Mark had tried calling several times, but to his worry, no answer. They finally reached the gate with the sign blocking their path and got out. The police cars pulled up behind him and parked. It was still dark out. The sun wouldn't be up for several hours, but Mark felt less worried now having the police with them. "This is where I saw it. My friend's just up the hill." The officers looked at one another as they began to follow him. Their flashlights searched around as they went up the hill to find Jinxie outside, barking into the cabin. She didn't even seem to notice Mark or the police. Mark stood outside as the officers flashed their lights into the doorway to find his friend. Her shirt had been stained a reddish brown and torn in several places. She stood there, quietly, smiling wide, her jaw dislocated and hanging low, her eyes reflecting orange. The cold night revealed a dark road, briefly illuminated by a partial moon. The cloud seemed to shift its light as they slowly passed a ways off overhead. The road looked familiar, but I wasn't exactly sure of its name. I don't recall how I got here or why I was walking alone, but now wasn't the time to question my surroundings. For some inexplicable reason, this all felt familiar, but I wasn't sure why. I began to walk faster as the feelings of dread and unease began to grip firmly on my mental state. In front of me slowly appeared a figure. At first it was hard to see, but the closer it came, I slowly made the features of a young woman who wore a white nightgown that reflected what little the moon had to offer. She looked to be around my age. Her blonde hair was flowing in the cool night air. Her green eyes beamed at me, causing me to lock in on them. I approached slowly. I slowly began to see the features of the woman, her appearance slowly shifting from the majestic lady I just saw moments before. Her skin began to scar. A dark liquid slowly came from her eyes and mouth. Her face was not that of pain, but of indifference, staring at me blankly as her body slowly transitioned to that of a decayed injury. I tried to step back, but I was frozen in place. Terror filled my mind as she glided towards me, her eyes now hollow and dead, staring into my quivering soul. Her face was now mere inches from mine as she whispered, "It waits." I shot up out of bed and was out of breath. My wet shirt gripped my skin as my sheets were covered with sweat. It took me a few moments to realize I was back in my bed and not on that lonesome road. Even then, I needed a minute to calm myself. The nightmare had gripped me so tightly that even being awake and processing my empty room, I still felt uneasy. My subconscious mind was still letting me know that danger was still present, but I knew I was alone. I looked to my nightstand and saw my old pistol I had purchased years ago but never used, still sitting within arm's reach. My phone sat next to it charging while emitting a soft green, displaying the time. I closed my weary eyes and rubbed my face, my hands still damp from the night terror. I grabbed my phone and typed in the code without thinking. No notifications. The screen showed the time and date, Thursday, 6:43 a.m. I worked a half day today since I had my therapy appointments on Thursdays. I preferred Fridays, but Dr. Wilcox was full that day. I could have gone back to bed since I didn't have to work for another 2 hours, but I got up anyways. I took the handful of assorted medicine I had on my nightstand and held them in my hand as I searched for my water bottle. The images of last night's dream faded from my tired memory. I don't remember how I got on that road or why I was there, but I saw the woman in white again. I had seen her before. I mentioned it to Dr. Wilcox. He thinks that she represents my buried need to find a girlfriend, but I'm not sure. At first I thought the same, but each time I see the woman, she deteriorates more and more. Although last night's dream was horrifying, it was the first for me. Normally the woman is silent and stares at me, but last night she finally spoke. I pondered briefly what she said and what it could have possibly meant. What's waiting? I wondered. I got up and got dressed for the day. I put on my dirty uniform and put a t-shirt in my work bag for after. I'll do the laundry later tonight when I get back. I had time to kill, so I decided to make some breakfast for once. A rare delicacy I normally skip. My medicine makes it hard for me to have an appetite, but the side effects hadn't kicked in yet. I got halfway through breakfast before feeling the subtle discomfort of nausea. I saved the rest of breakfast for later, although I know I wasn't going to eat it. I left my apartment and entered the enclosed hallway of my apartment building, bracing myself for the day. I grabbed my keys to lock my door when I saw a strange yet familiar piece of paper taped to my door. It was a piece of copier paper with sharp and grotesque symbols covering its surface. The red and black ink was intricate, although visible errors were hardly noticeable. This was the 9th piece of paper with the exact image that had been taped to my door, at least the 9th one that I had kept. There were dozens other that I had thrown away before realizing that I should probably be keeping these as evidence. Just about every day for the last month, I would find a new paper waiting for me outside my apartment door. For whatever reason, each time I saw the new paper, a slight sense of unease deposited itself in my subconscious. Although the symbols and images were unknown to me, they were somehow offensive to me, and I registered a completely new feeling of malice. I took the paper, went back inside, placing it in my folder I kept by the fridge. I had many theories as to what was happening, but I couldn't be sure. The most harmless conclusion I could come up with was that someone was playing a prank on me, or had the wrong apartment number, but those concepts seemed most unlikely. The more nefarious reasons were that someone had it out for me, and either they knew me personally or picked me at random to inflict whatever they thought doing something like this to me would do. If their objective was to annoy me, it was working. I left my apartment again and drove the 23 minutes to work. Normally I would listen to music, but last night's dream had lingered longer than most. I felt the need to process it more in silence as I drove. I pulled into the gas station and put on my work hat. The nice thing about managing this low country gas station was that most people were nice and just wanted their gas. Very rarely did I have any conflicts that I needed to resolve. Gary, my coworker, greeted me with a toothy grin as I walked in the automatic doors. "Morning, boss," he said cheerfully as I walked past him on the way to the back room. "Hey, Gary," I said, doing my best to pretend that life wasn't going downhill. Gary was a nice older man. I interviewed him a couple of months ago as a gas station attendant, and he'd been fantastic. He was divorced and had a small criminal record, but having gotten to know him more and giving him a chance to rebuild his life had earned me his utmost respect. Frankly, I just needed a body to work the register throughout the week, but he has proven himself as invaluable since starting. "Another hard night?" he said, chuckling. This would normally shock me, but this was just something he said to people normally. Probably because I never got much sleep to begin with. "Yeah, I'm good," I replied, as I grabbed an energy drink from the mini-fridge we kept next to the safe. The station was as busy as you would expect a small gas station to be in the morning. Just a handful of customers pumping gas outside, with one or two coming in to use the bathroom. "So, you got any plans tonight?" he asked as he was filling in the snack stand. I have a doctor's appointment in a couple of hours, but after that I found an interesting geocache online that's just on the other side of town I might go look at. Gary had stopped stacking and looked over to me. "Geocache? Is that where you look for rocks?" No. A geocache is where someone hides a trinket or something of value and gives you various clues to go and find it. Kinda like a watered-down scavenger hunt. Huh. That actually sounds really cool. What about you, Gary? What do you got going on? I could see his smile lessen briefly. Well, Kira was going to come over tonight, but she wanted to stay with her mom so she could go to her friend's birthday party. Gary had mentioned Kira briefly before, but I assumed it was just his girlfriend. Given the new context, I now realized it was his daughter. I didn't know how to respond. Oh, I'm sorry. Kids don't know how good they have it. Yeah, the older they get, the less they want to see you. I was the same way as a teen, so I can't blame her. Before I could respond, a customer came in. A middle-aged lady with big glasses, asking for $20 on pump 4. Gary chatted her up while I went in the back and got the schedule ready for the week. I spent the next couple of hours manning the register as I assisted Gary in restocking the liquor. The store was plenty slow, so we just bullshitted the whole shift. Gary told me about his conspiracy theories he'd been researching, how the government knew about aliens, and how they were helping them breed with our species. Alright, Gary, I thought to myself. I played along and made sure to keep the conversation work appropriate when the seldom customer would come in. Gary was kind of weird like that, always talking about nonsense that would never affect him in any meaningful way, but you gotta hand it to the guy. He worked like a horse. I checked the time and saw I needed to go to my appointment. Gary, are you good if I leave for a lunch break? I already knew the answer, but asked out of politeness. Yeah, boss. Grab something good. I obviously wasn't eating lunch, but I didn't want him knowing I was seeing my shrink about my mental health. I didn't want to show weakness to those under me. I left the gas station and walked around back to the employee parking. A startling sight waited for me on my old Tacoma. Sitting on the windshield underneath the wiper was another paper. This was the first time I had one on my truck. Whoever this was not only knew where I lived, but what I drove and where I worked. It was clear that this wasn't a joke anymore. I couldn't write this off as anything else but targeted. I took the paper and got in my truck. I drove the 15 minutes across town and arrived at my appointment. My therapist's office was on the basement level of an old brick building. Above it was an empty office space that would frequently have different businesses trying to occupy it. I walked down the concrete steps and went into the office. The front desk was empty, with "Be back in 20 minutes" sign sitting on the receptionist's desk that had been there for at least a year. I could hear faint white noise coming from one of the back rooms. The smell of cheap relaxing candles tried to mask the moldy smell of a wet basement office, creating a very unique scent that I didn't care for. Warm, dull colors gave the room a slight sense of optimism, but I was so overwhelmed with my dreams and constant dread that it had a little effect on me. Dr. Wilcox walked out with his previous patient. Her eyes were still red from their session, but she put on a weak smile as she said goodbye and ignored me while walking out of the office. He looked over to me and smiled. "Hey then, you ready?" His soft eyes rested on me as I got up and approached him. "I suppose," I responded. I enjoyed therapy. I really did. But like everything that is worthwhile, it can be hard at times. We sat in his office and he turned down the white noise. I had made mention to him several visits back that I didn't care for the added noise, and he has remembered ever since. "So, what's going on this week?" he asked to kick off our session. I paused, dreading the answer. A brief silence filled the room as I answered. I dreamed of her again. I thought I was getting better, I really did. I couldn't look at him as I sighed. Dr. Wilcox readjusted in his seat, prepping himself for a lengthy session. I can't remember her face. I never can, but I remember her. How she makes me feel. As if at one point I had known her. Like she meant something meaningful to me, but all that goes away and is replaced by dread and horror. Dr. Wilcox nodded. You have mentioned her before. This time she's different. She's changed. She morphed into something terrible, her body scarring and broken in horrible ways. I don't know what any of that means. We fell silent. I racked my brain as I began to remember a crucial detail. She spoke to me, I think. It was along the lines of something waiting, but I'm not sure what she was referring to. Well, I think this could be a number of things. It could simply be just a bad dream. I know our minds tend to conjure thoughts and images that we're familiar with to manifest things to us. It could also be sexual frustration. I know that it's common for most guys, but I'm interested in hearing what you think it might be. I considered mentioning the papers. I was tempted into going into a long conversation about connecting the papers to my dreams, as if the papers themselves were causing them, but that was a subject for another time. A scab I didn't quite yet want to peel. Yeah, I guess you're right. It doesn't help that I do watch a lot of horror, I said with a sigh. Dr. Wilcox relaxed, relieved that I was willing to change the subject. I think I know what you need. You need social interaction. I think you need a healthy distraction rather than being all alone all the time. My homework for you is to find one person to hang out with before our next session. I think this will help you take your mind off things for once. I smiled as I got up. Yeah, I can do that. I might invite a coworker to go geocache with me. Dr. Wilcox nodded. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm sure anyone would love to go with you. The rest of the session we talked about other topics like work and other areas for me to work on. Dr. Wilcox did a good job of making me feel worthwhile, almost as if we were friends, but I knew deep down that that wasn't true. I left the office with a brief sense of accomplishment. I was determined to feel better. I drove home as a soft rain cloud began to form. A slight pitter on my windshield was oddly relaxing. The pleasant day darkened as I drove home. For once, I was relieved to see that my door was bare. No ominous paper taped to its exterior. I went inside and decided how I wanted to spend my evening. I wanted to go out. I didn't have any friends per se, but I didn't want to spend the night just cooped up in my apartment, thinking about my problems. I went into my office and considered playing video games, but remembered seeing a geocache online that was located in my area. That's right, I whispered. I pulled up the website and quickly found a cache on the other side of town. Typically, most caches have ratings of difficulty and reviews, which some have clues to help, but this one appeared to be new. It was posted last week and didn't have any reviews. I checked the time and saw it was close to 5 o'clock. I had a notification from Gary that he sent me a YouTube video for one of his conspiracy theories. I ignored the message, but an idea came to me. I dialed up Gary and he answered almost immediately. Hello, he said in his usual optimistic tone. I invited him to come geocaching with me tonight, seeing how he was also going to be home alone. It was out of my nature to invite him to something like this, and he paused briefly. I knew he didn't have any plans to make excuses, so I was interested in hearing what possible objections he might have. You know, that sounds like fun actually. What time are you gonna go? Sooner the better, I responded. I sent Gary the pin on Google Maps to meet me across town in 30 minutes. I hung up the phone and got ready for fun and potentially mind-provoking geocache hunt with a work friend. I would normally do something like this alone, but I wanted to venture outside of my comfort zone. Try to make more friends even though if it's a coworker I already knew. I went to the bathroom, put on a warm coat and grabbed a flashlight and debated whether or not to bring my gun. The only concern was that I didn't have a conceal permit, and I didn't want to make Gary uneasy by bringing an unnecessary weapon to a fun outing. I grabbed an energy drink before heading out and drove across town. I had the address, but I didn't know where exactly it was. I began to feel embarrassed the more remote the route began to take me. I didn't want Gary to think that I was some kind of creep trying to lure him out in the middle of nowhere. I finally arrived at the old industrial park when the sun was slowly making its descent for the night. I saw Gary smiling wide as he exited his car in what appeared to be an abandoned lot. There were a few operating facilities a block or two away, but the location for this geocache appeared to be in an old warehouse. Hey boss man, Gary said as he closed his door while approaching me. Thanks for the invite. Had nothing better to do. I smiled as I locked my truck. Yeah, glad you can make it. Hopefully we can figure this one out before it gets too dark. I pulled up the app, which, once I accepted the geocache, I was given the first clue, which read, "To find the second clue, you will need a bright idea to help you." I was pretty good at riddles, but this claim seemed too vague. Bright idea? What does that even mean? Gary and I looked around the old buildings that had long been abandoned to hopefully give us some context. The buildings we stood next to had a rusted metal exterior. Graffiti covered parts, but none of which were usually in regards to our clue. The door to the building remained bare, save for some chipped paint on the door, barely made out the words, Fulton Electrical, with the insignia of a light bulb above. Bright idea. Light bulb, I said while pointing to the door. Gary nodded with excitement as I turned on my flashlight and made our way over to the door. The door was missing a handle and a small hole took its place. A firm push on the door gave way about 2 feet, but nothing more. Gary and I squeezed in single file, entering the building in hopes of finding our second clue. The facility was mostly empty, save for a handful of rusted pieces of furniture. A metal desk sat upright upon entering. I walked over to it, and sure enough, sitting on the desk was a piece of scrap metal weighing down a piece of paper with the next clue. I handed the flashlight to Gary, seeing that I wanted to share the fun. Hey, I found it. You read this one. Gary walked over to the paper, the flashlight illuminating a small cone of light in the building, the faintest rays of sun streaming in behind us in the open door. Gary stuttered at first. Reading was clearly difficult for him. The way to the treasure you must go, find the path that leads below. Gary handed me the flashlight. Path below. Must be a basement or a cellar here. We waited for a few moments by the door, the light outside slowly fading. For once I was beginning to feel an unease crawl over me. Stuff like this normally didn't bother me, but something about this building radiated negative energy that almost seemed familiar. Well, should we go in further? Gary asked as I stalled by the door. Yeah, let's do it. We ventured in deeper to the building, leaving the small safe haven by the door. Inside, the building opened up after walking through a doorless doorway, leading into what I assume once housed heavy equipment. Rubble and graffiti spread across the building. My concern for unwanted inhabitants slowly festered in my mind. I should have brought my gun, I whispered. I was relieved that I invited Gary to tag along on this one. Something about this place brought the worst out of me. I followed Gary as we inspected the facility. After carefully inspecting the main floor, we eventually found a stairway that led to the basement. I froze in my tracks as I read some graffiti that laid above the doorway. It waits, it said in a black sloppy spray paint. It waits, I whispered. Where have I heard that? I asked, racking my brain for its significance. I've heard that before, recently too. Gary smiled at my discomfort. Come on, it's just goth teens that do this kind of stuff to scare people away. We're so close. No. Something about this is wrong, but I don't know what it is. I have a feeling that something's down there. Gary's smile slowly faded. Hey, you don't have to come down. I can find it. I'll bring you your flashlight back to work tomorrow. Just head on back home and I'll call you if I find anything. Here, I'll walk you to the door. Gary left the entrance to the basement and I slowly followed behind. I was worried about taking my eyes off the basement. I was worried that something was going to come out and grab me if I had. Had it not been for Gary pushing me, I couldn't say how long I would have been there. We made our way back to the door we left open, and it was now dark outside. The soft chirps of nightlife could be heard off a ways away. Surprisingly enough, the old lamppost outside in the courtyard area glowed a dull orange, casting shadows onto our cars. I don't think you should go in that basement alone, I said, mainly out of caution for Gary. I would feel bad if I got him involved in this cache for him to get hurt alone in that basement. Oh, I'll be quick. I'll just take a quick peek, really. We should come back tomorrow after work if you're free, he recommended. We'll see, I said as I jumped into my truck and pulled out of the parking lot. Gary watched me as I left the area. My ease and relief became almost instant having left that building. I went home and ordered a pizza. For once, I selected something other than horror to watch. Even though I was glad to have left, I still wondered about Gary in that basement. I felt good about today. Work was fine, and Dr. Wilcox gave me some solid advice. I was able to step out of my comfort zone for once. I had a few beers and went to bed early. I found myself in a dark room. I don't remember how I got there or why I was there, but I noticed a light on the ground a ways away. The overwhelming fear of dread began to rise. The light was coming from a flashlight that seemed to be resting on the ground. The closer I got, the more I could hear a soft sobbing coming from one of the far corners of the room. I shuffled over slowly to pick up the light. "Hello?" I announced as I hesitantly shined the light. I could hear the soft sobs slowly turn into cries, and I shined the light to reveal a woman standing in the far corner of the room. Her hair seemed to be disheveled and matted. Her clothes were dirty and torn. I began to fear what I was witnessing, but I somehow was drawn to her. I couldn't stop moving towards her. To my surprise, I had managed the courage to muster a question that quivered as I spoke. Are you okay?" The sobbing stopped. She then stood upright but faced away from me. Her arms were bleeding and covered in scars. She slowly turned, revealing a vaguely familiar face. Her eyes were white and the flesh of her face was rotten and pulled tightly over jagged bones that lined her face. She looked at me and cocked her head to the side. She whispered, "It was meant for you." Terror filled my body as fear overcame all of my senses. I could see movement behind her. Something large and pale began coming closer within the shadows. I shined my light towards it in its direction, but before I could make out what it was, I shot up in bed again. This time it was morning when I woke, well past the time I needed to get up. Luckily, my shift at the gas station was in the afternoon, so I had a couple of hours to kill. My fragmented dream seemed to progress in a very curious way, almost as if it made sense, but a few pieces were missing. This was the first time I had recognized her face. Before, it was too disfigured and scarred for me to make a connection, but last night I got a good enough look before something else entered the dream. The overwhelming dread lingered much longer this time. Being awake slowly dissipated the feelings, but this time was different. A haunting aura seemed to overcome me as I stood up and got ready for the day. Fridays were busy days at work, and I used the term busy loosely. I just had more business than usual that day. All perfectly capable to handle on my own, but thankfully I had a good enough team to spread it across our staff. I left my dark room and turned on all the lights in my apartment. I was trying to solve the mystery of the nightmares and the reoccurring woman in my dreams as I made breakfast. I had seen that face before, but I wasn't completely positive where. I scratched my head where one of the scars from my car crash from years ago still remained. I don't really remember much before that. Memories of friends and family had either been greatly blurred or removed from my mind altogether. I was certain that this woman was somehow part of my life before, but there was no way to know for sure. I got ready for work, the sense of unease still gripping me firmly. My anxiety seemed to be unmovable despite my best efforts to clear my mind. Before leaving, I checked the front door, and for the first time in weeks, the door was free from the wretched paper. As slight of a relief as it was, I felt relieved to see my door bare for once. I left for work, making sure I would get there early enough to try to calm down before having to work my shift. The cool morning was beginning to grow warm. It had rained last night. Small puddles could be still seen as I walked out to my truck. The air was clean and crisp. Surprisingly enough, my drive to work alleviated most of my apprehension, but not completely. I arrived at work seeing a few cars pumping gas as I parked in the back. I saw Jessica's beater car next to the dumpster, but I didn't see Gary's. Normally I had 2 people scheduled for Friday's rush, but it appeared that there was only one here. I withheld judgment before walking in to confirm that Gary was in fact not here. Jessica sat behind the counter, attending to a customer as I walked in. Thankfully, most of the foot traffic at the gas station was outside. "Where's Gary?" I asked once the customer left the store. Jessica rolled her eyes. "You tell me. He was supposed to open today." I checked my phone just in case I'd missed a call or text from him, but I didn't have any notifications. At this point, he was several hours late, which was unusual. He was by far my most punctual employee, so for him to do this was really out of character. A slight tingle of anxiety began to tickle the back of my neck. A brief thought of suspicion crawled quickly to the forefront of my mind. The last time I'd seen or heard from him was yesterday. It hadn't been that long ago, so I tried to rationalize where he could be or what had happened. Before I could call him, a small rush of customers came in, forcing me to help Jessica help up front. This caused me to get distracted. The logistics of the store became a primary focus rather than my top employee no call no showing. I spent the rest of the afternoon having to cover for Gary, as I would try calling him every couple of hours to check in on him. But as I feared, he didn't answer. I sent him a text to see how he was doing and to call me when he was available. As frustrating as it was, the added work and distraction was much needed on my end. I thanked Jessica as she left her shift, and I took Gary's as I waited for the night shift to come in. The busy Friday was beginning to slow down. Night shift showed up on time and was surprised to still see me at the gas station. I told him I had to cover, which wasn't a big deal. I left the gas station around 8. The bright lights of the storefront and the pumping area partially illuminated the rear parking as I walked back checking my phone. I had a few notifications, but none of them were from Gary. I was tempted to go by his place to check in on him, but that would have just seemed creepy. He'll reach out to me if he needs me, I thought. I put my phone away while reflecting on today's events. I half expected to see a paper on my truck's windshield, but it sat untouched. It was Friday night. I didn't have any plans, but I was curious about Gary, as well as where we sat for that geocache. I tried contacting him again, but still no reply. I got in my truck and pondered my weekend plans as I drove home. My mind had pushed off the unease from this morning, and I planned on drinking most of my consciousness away in order to deal with my anxiety. I pulled into my complex parking lot and got ready to go in, when a sinister idea crept into my mind. I should go drive by that building to see if Gary's still there. He might not have even left. I shook my head and got out of my truck. Gary's a big boy. I can worry about him on Monday. I went inside and got my keys ready when I saw a disheartening sight on my door. It was another paper with a symbol, but underneath it were words written in barely legible writing. "It should have been you." I looked around in hopes of perhaps catching a glimpse of whoever placed this here, but my hallway was empty. It was the same phrase that the woman said in my dreams. What should have been me? My mind began to think the worst. I think something happened to Gary that was intended for me. I went inside my apartment, went straight into my room and grabbed my gun on the nightstand. I fished around my apartment for another flashlight since Gary had my good one. I began to worry as I concealed the pistol in my pocket and walked briskly out of my truck. It was around 9 o'clock at this point. Most of the traffic in town had died down to a slow crawl, with only a handful of vehicles on the road. The 30-minute drive was quicker than I wanted. I arrived at the location where Gary and I had met earlier, and my suspicions were confirmed. Out front sat Gary's car. I was engulfed with a wave of dread. Something had clearly happened to him. My thoughts were overwhelmed with paranoia. I checked my gun and made sure it was loaded. Whoever was responsible for the symbols and whatever happened to Gary was probably inside. I got out and walked over slowly to the door. It was still ajar from yesterday. I turned on my flashlight and went inside. I pulled my gun out and held it by my side in the off chance that I needed to use it. I fumbled my way to the back of the building where the basement was, and paused. I shined my light down the stairs, which made my stomach turn. I worked my way down slowly, unsure of what I was going to find. I was hoping I wouldn't find anything, but I knew deep down that something of malicious intent remained here. Once at the bottom of the stairs, I shined my light around to see the basement filled with garbage and debris. A new level of horror began to build in my mind. A strong smell of decay and mold began to fester the further I went into the darkness. I felt an overwhelming sense of horror build, not just for myself but for Gary. What happened to him? And was he even down here? I considered calling out to him, but my mind wouldn't allow me. My primal senses were on high alert. Although I was under the impression this building was unused for many years, my mind told me that something awful awaited for me in the depths of this basement. I pressed forward in hope of finding any signs of Gary, but at the same time I hope I didn't. My footsteps crunched broken glass of beer bottles and other debris, loudly announcing my presence to those that were around to hear it. I then shined my light a ways away on what appeared to be a plastic tarp that hung covering what looked like a doorway. I froze. There was a good chance that there was something back there that I didn't want to see. I stood in the hallway weighing my options. Fearing that Gary had been lured into some kind of sinister trap, I gripped my gun and slowly approached, hoping that my footsteps would soften the slower I went. I reached the tarp. It was one of those heavy, opaque ones that you couldn't quite see through all the way. I shined my light down and pressed on the tarp. It made a soft ruffling noise as I entered the room. It was much less sturdy, but the light reflected something on the floor in the middle of the room. I could see off in the room my old flashlight I let Gary borrow, but I saw no sign of him. My heart began to beat faster as I inched my way towards the center of the room. The smell hit me much harder. I could see that in the center of the floor appeared to be some kind of design, with what looked like roadkill placed at coordinated intervals. My mind raced so quickly that it took me a moment to recognize what I was looking at. Drawn on the concrete floor was the same design as the symbol that had been placed on my door for the last couple of weeks. I lifted my gun and searched the room frantically, unsure of what I was now involved with. For a brief moment, I saw a figure standing in the far corner of the room, which caused me to jump. Out of reaction, my grip had tightened on the trigger, and I fired the gun on accident. A puff of dust came from where the bullet had hit on the wall, and a ringing in my ears quickly overwhelmed me. I shined the light in the corner to see that the figure didn't move. I walked over slowly as the figure was facing the wall, but I soon recognized it as Gary. He was standing upright, but his head was twisted back, as if he was staring at the ceiling above him. I walked over to him quickly, but my brief excitement quickly turned to concern. It wasn't until I walked up to him and I looked at him did I realize that something awful had happened. His mouth and eyes were open, but he looked lifeless. A strange dark liquid seemed to have came from his open eyes, as if he was weeping this dark sludge. "Gary," I whispered. It was clear at this point that Gary's body was nothing more than a hollow shell. Something had happened here, and I'm not sure I could ever understand. Something truly horrific that I have yet to have encountered in my life. It was weird seeing him stand lifeless like this. At this point, I realized that things were worse than I had thought. I had reached a new height of terror as my mind began to comprehend whatever did this was probably here that night, and what was worse, it was probably still here. Before I could move, I heard a movement coming from beyond the tarp, coming this way. I could hear the distant glass being stepped on and getting louder, as well as another sound accompanying it. It didn't take long for me to realize it was the sound of something being dragged behind those footsteps. Unsure of what to do, I moved away from Gary and stood against the wall near the opening of the tarp. I got my gun ready, hoping that just threatening whoever came in here would be enough. I turned off my flashlight and waited for whoever it was to come in. I knew that they must have heard my gunshot, but they didn't know where I was. My eyes strained for a beam of someone's flashlight to come into view, but it never did. The footsteps got louder, and I finally realized that whoever was down here was not using a flashlight. They were navigating the basement in the dark. Something wasn't right. No person could move around down here with all the garbage by pure memory. The basement was pitch black. There was no way anyone could see without the aid of some kind of light. My heart skipped a beat when I heard the tarp being moved as someone walked through it. I lifted my gun to the noise and held my breath. The dragging sound continued, but I then began to hear strange gurgling and clicks. My adrenaline was now flowing unrestricted in my veins. A sense of heightened awareness began to reveal that I was in the presence of something I've never encountered before. I wasn't sure what it was dragging, but I assumed the worst. The noise thankfully continued past me and over into the corner where what remained of Gary stood. I lifted my flashlight, which was off, and anticipated confronting whoever was down here. I had to ready myself that I might even need to shoot them if necessary. I aimed the flashlight where I thought the person was, but before I could turn it on, a strange slurping sound could be heard. I could hear liquids being spilled, and the terrifying sounds continued. In a panic, I turned on the flashlight. My mind took a couple of seconds to process what I was seeing, but I couldn't grasp it. A second body had been placed next to Gary's, but standing in front of it was the tallest person I'd ever seen. Long strands of hair came off of its bald head. It was easily 8 feet tall, but that wasn't the startling part. Whoever this person or thing was had inserted the whole person's head into its mouth. My light flashed over the unholy sight of this thing, sucking out the life of this poor person in its grasp. The humanoid creature slowly removed the person's head from its mouth, all the while a black liquid spilled onto the concrete floor. The thing looked at me. Fear told me that my fate was the same as Gary's, that even the gun I held was useless against this beast. In a surge of adrenaline and hope, I took off through the tarp and out of the room. I stumbled through the basement, my footing unsure with each step. I couldn't run fast enough. I was constantly fighting to gain my balance. I got halfway through the basement when I heard an unsettling screech. It was so loud that I wasn't sure how close it was to me. The movement behind me was quickening, and I knew I had to take a stand, that I had to try to kill or at least injure it, enough for it to leave me alone. I turned to fend off my pursuer, but it was so fast. It was less than 10 yards away and closing in quick. I fired my gun rapidly, hoping at least one of the bullets would hit the monster, but the monster kept coming. Dr. Wilcox sat in his office and looked at his watch. He was more concerned than disappointed as he waited. Hayden had never missed an appointment. After the 20-minute grace period, Dr. Wilcox filed the session as a no-call, no-show. Hayden was his last appointment for the day, which, although he was concerned, he was glad to go home early. Dr. Wilcox left the office and put his work out of his mind. He drove home to his farm about 40 minutes away into the country. He didn't mind the commute, seeing as he had started the clinic years ago, and within the last 5 years, he had inherited his father's estate. The farm had a gate at the bottom of the driveway, which sat a single police car. Wilcox rubbed his brow to alleviate the growing stress as an officer got out as he approached. Wilcox rolled down his window. "Afternoon, officer," he said with the most subtle annoyance in his tone. "Hello, doctor. Mind if I ask you a couple of questions about one of your patients?" Wilcox parked his car. "As a matter of fact, I do. I can't discuss anything about my patients, especially off the clock." The officer nodded. "I know. I was just seeing the last time you saw Hayden Reese." He's been missing for the last couple of days. Wilcox's demeanor had shifted. Rather than being standoffish, the news had brought out an odd sense of concern. He fumbled with his words as he was processing the information, and was still trying to be confidential about his patient. I hadn't seen him this week. That's all I can share. The officer nodded. All right, have a good day, Doc. The officer handed him his card, then got into his cruiser, but he didn't leave. Wilcox pulled ahead and punched the gate code. The rest of the evening had a somber air about it. Not only had a troubling patient not shown up, but he was also reported missing for a couple of days now. Wilcox could not help but try to remember the last session with Hayden. He pulled up his session notes he kept on his laptop, but nothing really popped out at him. Bad dreams, don't be alone, do a geocache with a friend. Nothing showed signs of concern. Geocache, what was that again? He mumbled to himself. He googled the name and up popped a couple of definitions as well as several websites and videos of people solving clues. Wilcox then closed his computer and did his best to put all that aside to enjoy his evening. He went about his evening routine of checking random emails and watching a variety of game shows with his dinner. Wilcox took his evening medicine with a small sip of wine to help boost the effects, which he would never advise anyone else to do. That night, dreams had plagued him for the first time in a while. Images of a dark basement, a small gathering of people entered his mind in a diluted fashion. Symbols on the walls and floor were illuminated. A feeling of dread slowly builds as loud footsteps approached from in the darkness. Before whatever approached, an image of a scarred man pointing to an open metal door. The man's face was grotesque and unrecognizable, as his eyes and mouth were slowly spewing a dark liquid. He pointed to the door and whispered, "Don't let it out." Wilcox opened his eyes, the effects of the drug still inflicting their side effects with full force. On his nightstand, he grabbed his dream journal and wrote, "Open door, and don't let it out." He then closed his eyes again, unaware of what he had just scribbled, and fell asleep. Friday morning, he awoke to the sound of the alarm on his phone. The nightmare he had endured only hours ago had faded from his drug-induced slumber, but what did remain were the cryptic messages he had written in his dream journal. Wilcox made sure to give himself plenty of time in the morning in order to let the side effects wear off. He checked his phone and emails, but noticed that his journal was left open. He hadn't dreamed in months, or at least any that he could remember. He was surprised to see that he had written words, "Open door," and "Don't let it out." The words meant nothing to him. He was more surprised to see that he'd even written anything at all than the messages itself. He got ready for work, taking his time to make sure he had cleared his head before getting into his car. The business card of Officer Fielding sat in the cup holder of his Lexus. He arrived at the office early like he always did. He pulled out his laptop and got ready for the day. Hayden's file tab was still open, as well as the Geocache tab. Instead of closing the tabs, he clicked on them again and reread the contents. The file wasn't terribly in detail, but the more he read it, the more he began to recall his dream last night. Hayden's account of the woman were very similar to what he experienced, although he couldn't make out the gender of the scarred figure. He kept reading, getting more involved with the unexplainable disappearance when his first patient came in for the day. He put aside his research, but it never fully left his mind. The day went by surprisingly slow, although it was a half day for Wilcox. He finally went to his laptop and started closing the tabs when he saw a Geocache tab still open. He saw in one of the search results from all the geocaches in the area, which only resulted in one across town. What are the odds, he thought. Instead of getting lunch and heading home, Dr. Wilcox drove across town out of pure curiosity and nothing more. As he got closer to the location, flashes of the nightmare slowly came to the forefront of his mind. Wilcox struggled with his own demons, but this was something else. Something much stronger that was affecting his mental focus. He arrived at the industrial park and saw the 2 vehicles parked out front. He was aware of this part of town, but always thought it had been deserted. He glanced at the door and felt the strong sensation of deja vu that he'd ever felt. Unsure of what to do, Wilcox then picked up the business card of Officer Fields and gave him a quick call. He answered in 2 rings. "Officer Fields." "Hey, this is Dr. Wilcox. I spoke to you yesterday about my patient Hayden." Fields took a moment but remembered. "Ah, yes, hey." "So, I think I might have something for you," Wilcox said. "I'm down at the old industrial park and I think my patient was here at one point. I can't be sure. There's 2 cars parked here and maybe one of them is his. I don't know, I'm just trying to help." "Okay, yeah, thank you. I can be over in about 20 minutes if you don't mind hanging tight and I can run the plates. I appreciate your help on this." Wilcox hung up and waited in his car for the officer to show up. During that time, he began to doubt if this was even worth a call to the police. There was a good chance that all of this was just circumstantial, and that Hayden was simply lost out in the woods or something. Field showed up within the time frame agreed upon and exited the cruiser. "Thanks for the call. I'll run these plates and maybe check out what's inside the warehouse. You're welcome to hang around if you want." Wilcox smiled. "Thanks, but I should probably get going." Officer Fields wrote down the plate numbers and went back to his cruiser while Wilcox hopped into his car. Wilcox began pulling out when Fields waved him down, and he stopped. "You were right. The truck is registered to a Hayden Reese," Fields yelled. Wilcox's heart dropped. He parked his car again and got out. "Is it okay if I check the place out with you?" Fields nodded. "Sure thing." The 2 entered the building while speaking softly about Hayden. Wilcox was telling him that Hayden was looking for clues for this silly game they play online. Fields led the way while shining a flashlight around the building. The 2 looked for any signs that might explain where he might be. The light from outside helped very little in illuminating the building through the old windows and holes in the wall. Upon inspecting the main floor, Fields made a startling discovery in one of the old offices. A dark liquid had pooled in one of the corners, and smears led out of the rim. "What is that?" he exclaimed, unsure of what any of this could have been. The marks were still fresh as they held a moisture to it. The 2 men knew something was off. Fields called in on his radio. "Sector 29, this is Fields. I'm with Dr. Wilcox in the old electrical office off James Street. Please send backup to this location." His radio buzzed back almost immediately with confirmation. Fields then unholstered his pistol and followed the drag marks while shining the light on the ground. "What could this be, Doc? Blood doesn't look like this, does it? It's too dark. It's like an oil or something." "I'm not sure," Wilcox responded as the 2 followed the trail that eventually led to the basement. "Ah, shit," Fields whispered. "That's terrifying." The 2 men briefly shared a smile in agreement of the situation. "Let's wait for backup." The 2 men waited outside while 2 more cruisers pulled up. The 4 other officers approached Fields while he gave them a brief of the situation. "We got something weird going on here. My guy is missing for a week or so and his truck is parked out front. This is his psych who will be tagging along with us. We checked out the inside and saw signs of a potential struggle, but we're not sure. All the evidence leads to the basement." The 4 officers then geared up with weapons from their cruisers and met back outside the front door. Fields led the way while Wilcox took safety in the back of the pack. He led them straight to the basement stairs and all 6 of them quickly descended into the darkness below. A stench of various smells began to amplify the further they went. The 5 officers began sweeping the basement in tactical formation. They had clearly practiced this before. They navigated through the garbage, but more troubling signs could be seen ahead. More dark marks with more smears of that liquid led to the back room where the opaque tarp stood, separating the half-dozen men that were unsure of what stood on the other side. Everyone's focus was on the tarp. Silence surrounded them as they approached the tarp with apprehension. Despite being with 5 highly trained policemen, Wilcox was afraid. He was unsure of what horrors laid in wait just beyond the thin piece of plastic. The men pushed through, one by one, and slowly did the group come to see what waited for them on the other side. At first, they were startled. About a dozen people stood all facing away. The officers were confused as to why so many people were just standing like this in the dark basement. Wilcox approached one of them and made a terrifying discovery. Much like his dream, this figure's face was covered in scars. Their eyes were white, while thick streams of liquid were smeared down its face. The person's mouth was wide, as if screaming in pain, but stood lifeless. This person is dead. They all are. All 15 corpses stood in the same position, all of which stood upright with their necks snapped, causing their heads to face the ceiling directly. Oh my gosh. The cement floor was covered in the dark liquid. The officers shined their lights around in panic, unsure of who or what was responsible for such carnage. They did their best to secure the room by checking all the bodies and seeing that the only way in was through that tarp. The officers called for backup, as well as medical aid. Wilcox and Field briefly conversed. "Thanks for the tip on this," Field said, almost remorseful of being the one to make the discovery. "I hope we can get to the bottom of this. I gotta get going. I shouldn't have even been here to begin with." Field and Wilcox walked out of the room and made their way down the disheveled hallway. The dark basement seemed more eerie now that they had found the contorted corpses with the dark liquid coming from their eyes and mouth. As they walked, both men heard what sounded like shifting in the dark corner of the basement. Their flashlights could only reach so far, leaving a good portion of the basement unviewed. "Head back up and I'll have the other officers clear the rest of the basement with me. I'll call you if we can identify Hayden." Wilcox agreed and quickly made his way up the stairs. He was relieved to leave that hellhole. Once outside, a weight had been lifted from his soul. Not only did he help make serious progress in finding Hayden, but finally leaving that basement brightened his outlook. Despite being relieved, he was still haunted by the horrible images of those bodies. The terrible smell of the black liquid and the mystery behind everything still occupied his mind. The drive home would have been pleasant had it not been for the recent memories still flashing in his mind. He tried to listen to music, but it was just noise to him. It was becoming more clear that this was affecting him more than he originally thought. By the time he got home, it was 3 o'clock. Wilcox was still trying to wrap his mind around what he had witnessed only less than an hour ago. He knew deep down that Hayden was probably amongst the group of bodies that still stood erect with their necks twisted and scarred faces. What was weird about all of this is that most of what he had seen had been revealed to him in a drug-induced dream the night prior. That basement had conjured feelings of deep terror and violence. Whoever was responsible was clearly no longer human, but some psychopath that was unable to feel. Wilcox poured himself some wine to help take the edge off. The evening came and his nerves had finally subsided with the help of distraction and alcohol. The feelings of disgust still hung over him. It was around 8 o'clock when Wilcox took his concoction of medicine. Sleep would for sure help him remedy the horrors that he had witnessed that day. He took a couple of extra sips of his wine that he normally did, considering that he didn't have work tomorrow. As he was getting ready for bed, his phone rang. It was Officer Fields. He sighed and let his phone ring to voicemail. He was in no state of mind to hear what bad news he had to offer, especially at this late hour. He got into bed and felt the drugs kick in quickly. He was overwhelmed by not only the speeds of the effects, but also the strength. His visions had faded to black, but eventually found himself standing in that horrible basement. He could smell the thick stench of the black liquid. He could feel the cold that nipped at his skin. His spine tingled with anxiety as he looked around with the dim flashlight that he had. A brief sense of relief washed over him as he saw that Fields and the other officers were standing with him, but not for long. Their faces were all scarred. Their necks had been snapped and their eyes were milky white, much like the victims that they'd found. Shuffling could be heard beyond the darkness. Field snapped his neck back down to face Wilcox, but his head was still misaligned. Field grumbled something from his lifeless mouth that instantly cut to his core. "None of us are safe." Wilcox began to sweat out of fear. He could hear within the darkness something horrid coming closer. The other officers slowly tilted their heads back down and looked at Wilcox with empty stares. "He's at the door. He's at the door," they groaned. They continued to chant the phrase as a figure in the shadows slowly came into view. It stood upright, but the height was beyond anything a human could manage. It approached as if it was afraid of the light, but was slowly becoming more and more confident. "Who's there?" he cried, in hopes of some kind of intelligent response, but they came closer. The chanting from the dead officers got louder. "He's at the door! He's at the door!" The figure was now close enough that the flashlight began to reveal some more details. Its many rows of teeth, the blood-red eyes filled with hatred and carnage, the large hands that held long bony fingers with sharp nails on the ends. The chanting now became shouts as Wilcox froze in place. The creature was now in full view. Its hideous appearance now in full display to Wilcox's horror. This was no mere man or creature. This was a monster. The result of conjuring evil by a wicked power. The monster reached for Wilcox, its gnarled hand inches away from Wilcox, when he shot out of bed. He was breathing heavily. His bed was covered in sweat. He was still foggy from the medicine still in his system. He felt mostly numb, but the dream was so powerful, he felt dread as well. He checked the time and saw it was 4 a.m. He had 7 missed calls from Fields. Wilcox tried to catch his breath as he grabbed his dream journal. As he was writing, he heard a sound downstairs at his door. He got out of bed and froze. He could hear the handle jingling frantically and occasional bumps against the door. He was unsure if he locked the door last night. So much had happened that it was likely that he had forgotten. To his horror, he had heard the handle click and slowly creaked open the door. I had been homeless for 2 years when I found the Shady Acre apartment complex. Before that, I had been sleeping under roadways and behind dumpsters, which were some of the lowest points in my life. Having found the mostly completed apartments, being abandoned before they were officially completed, was like hitting the jackpot for someone like me. Tucked away in a cleared lot nestled against the woods, on the slower part of town, the Shady Acres were a complex for newer families and lower income individuals, but somehow, it never found itself finally being completed. The walls were not painted, and the flooring was not yet installed, but aside from the minor features, the place was practically livable. Of course, electric wasn't working alongside the water and plumbing, but as the saying goes, beggars can't be choosers. I peeked my head inside as I entered the first floor. Tools, materials, and odds and ends still laid strewn about, as if someone was going to come back to finish the job, or at least clean up the mess. But it appeared that no one ever did. I grabbed a sizable pipe laying on the ground, just in case. Homeless people, if startled, can and will turn violent very quickly. I did a brief inspection of the main floor, peeking my head inside of doorways to confirm that I was alone in this substantially sized building. But sure enough, I couldn't find anyone else. As I continued to inspect the main floor, I found a stairway. A metal door once stood in the way, but now laid on the ground. It was clear that someone had damaged it with some type of tool in order to keep it open. I went to the stairway and looked inside. The natural light provided by the sun, aided by the many windows, could only spill over so much. Inside was a set of stairs going both upwards, but also downwards below. I didn't have a flashlight, but what little natural sun entered the stairway was just enough to give me the courage to explore upwards. I went up the metal stairs quietly, so as to not alarm anyone else to my presence here. The second floor was nearly identical to the first. I walked down the halls gripping the pipe, ready to defend myself from any unknown attackers. Again, much like the first floor, I didn't see anyone. However, I did find troubling signs of people having lived here at one point. I saw an old mattress littered with trash and old cigarettes, clothes tossed in a pile in the corner of the room. Several dark stains covered the floor, and one splattered on the wall next to the head of the mattress. My heart sank. It was more than likely something sinister had been committed here. I was going to turn to leave, but alongside the disheartening evidence of someone being here, I found a flashlight and an old pistol. I took both and checked the gun to see that it still had 3 bullets remaining in the cylinders. I was going to leave, but seeing how now that I had a gun and a flashlight, this changes things. The flashlight worked perfectly, emitting a strong blue LED light on the stained wall when I clicked it on. I still kept the pipe with me as a backup, but the pistol was now firmly gripped in my right hand. The second floor had bits and pieces of trash here and there, but nothing else as concerning as what I saw in that one room. I entered the stairway with my flashlight guiding me. Unlike the first 2 floors, the third floor had an actual door standing at the entrance. Lucky for me, the handle turned slowly when I tried it and granted me access. A quick inspection of the door revealed a marvelous find. This door could be locked from the inside. If this floor was clear, this would be a great setup. I could lock the door and prevent any vagrants, much like myself, coming up here and killing me in my sleep. All I would need to do is verify that the floor was clear, and I'd be all set. The third floor had varied greatly from the first 2. No bits of drywall on the floor or discarded nails laying haphazardly. There still wasn't any electricity, but nothing my new flashlight couldn't handle. The floor was unfinished but oddly clean, as if it was getting prepped for carpet or new flooring before this place shut down. I cleared each room slowly, making sure to check every closet and cupboard before finally letting my guard down. I went back to the stairway and locked the door, preventing anyone else from coming up. I picked a room facing the parking lot. That way I could look out and see if anyone was coming. I spent the rest of the day in my newfound home. The flashlight and gun were an amazing find, but that unsettling sight of blood-stained floor and walls were somewhat concerning. Maybe it was something else. Perhaps someone spilled something there and it just looked bad, I thought to myself, trying to not freak myself out as much. The thought also crept into my mind about how I had yet to inspect the basement and what horrors lurked down there. For being homeless, I was fairly paranoid. I made myself a game plan for tomorrow that I would go out and find cheap furniture and food to fill my bare-bone apartment. It would take several trips, but well worth the effort. Nighttime and boredom eventually found me. I sat in the corner of the room trying to get comfortable and let sleep carry me away into tomorrow, but it was difficult. Sure enough, I managed to fall asleep, but staying asleep was another story. I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't have anything to check the time, but it was several hours before the sun would be rising. I got up feeling the urge to go to the bathroom. This complex didn't have running water, so I'd have to go outside to relieve myself. I grabbed the gun and the flashlight and walked over to the stairway and unlocked the door. I went down the 2 flights of stairs and walked out to the back to go to the bathroom. The back of the complex was as neglected as the complex itself. Tall weeds filled the field that stretched out to the dark trees. Moonlight was scarce, and a cool chill breezed over me as I went to the bathroom. I glanced at the complex as I did my business. Anxiety had yet to find me, as I was still sleepy. I could hear cars off in the distance from the nearby highway, but no animal life could be heard. It was probably too cold for them, I thought as I pulled my pants up and made my way inside. I entered the hollow shell of the first floor. Stealth was not my main concern, seeing that sleep was my only goal. I entered the stairway, ready to ascend back up to my room of safety, when I stopped. For the briefest of moments, I could have sworn I heard what sounded like mumbling down below into the basement. My flashlight was on, but I didn't dare shine it down into the basement. In fact, A moment of curiosity washed over me as I turned my flashlight off and listened in the stairway. I gripped the gun as I stepped over to the stairs that led downwards. My suspicions were confirmed as I felt my way down a step or two to hear more clearly the rambling of someone down there. I paused for a moment, unsure of what to do. Whoever was down there sounded as if they were speaking and no one else was responding. Perhaps a mentally ill person took shelter down there. I walked back up the stairs silently as the soft mumblings of whoever was down there slowly faded beneath the stairs. I was fairly fit and mentally strong, so having an altercation with anyone would be more likely in my favor. I made it to the 3rd floor, and the sound was no longer existent. It was clear that the distance between us had enough cushion to drown out the sound from either of us, which was relieving. I made sure to lock the door to the stairway before heading back to my room. Although the realization I wasn't alone in this building was brief and honestly quite harmless, it made me find sleep all the more difficult. I don't know if I slept much that night, but I woke up feeling very tired. I got up and glanced out the window to see the complex parking lot empty and the sun beaming over the distant trees. I unlocked the stairway door and went down the stairs and outside. I spent the day in town, getting things ready for my new place. The local thrift store had a cheap air mattress that I purchased, but it didn't come with a pump. I loaded up other essentials, like huge gallon-sized jugs of water, and food that would be easy to make or didn't require power. After making a trip or two back to the empty complex, my room was decent enough for me to not have to worry about it for a week or so. The only thing I wasn't able to work out was the bathroom situation. That would require me to go down the sets of stairs and out back, facing the woods. I was going to go into the basement later that day, but got caught up doing other things, and by the time I was available, the sun had set. This wouldn't affect the actual lighting of the basement, obviously, but I didn't want to face whatever was down there and come up to a pitch black night. Besides, whoever was down there didn't seem aware of me or my setup, and that was enough comfort for me to leave that problem for another day. I made sure to use the bathroom around back before going back up to my room. I didn't want to have to make the bathroom hike in the middle of the night again. While I was using the restroom, I peered out into the woods several hundred yards away. I wasn't sure how long I'd be able to keep up the abandoned apartment situation, so I briefly considered checking out the woods as a backup if I were to be found out. Again, that would be another task I would save for daylight. The woods seemed just as terrifying as the dark basement below. I went back inside, flashlight in hand. As I approached the stairwell, I noticed that on the ground, dark streaks of a mysterious liquid leading down the stairs. The stains mixed with the unfinished floor looked ominous. It was hard to tell exactly what it was, but I didn't like what I was seeing. I turned off my light as I entered the stairway, as to not alert who was below. I made sure to be quiet, but my pace was probably quicker than what it should have been. I opened the 3rd floor and locked it behind me. I did a quick inspection of the 3rd floor as a safety precaution, but everything looked how I left it. I was tired from all the walking, mainly having to carry all my stuff around, and setting up my room took all my energy. I laid on my air mattress and closed my eyes, trying not to think about anything, as sleep began to grab hold of my consciousness, when a faint noise jarred me awake. It was subtle, but my mind, being on high alert, was able to detect movement down below. Normally, I would not have been able to hear what was rummaging down beneath, but since the complex didn't have windows to insulate the noise, I could faintly hear the sound of someone walking around. The shuffling wasn't terribly loud, but whatever it was clearly working its way up the complex. What concerned me wasn't the noise itself, but rather how things sounded. There was a hint of stealth in the movements, like whoever it was didn't want to be detected. I followed the sounds beneath me as I laid in darkness. I lost track of where they had went when they were over near the stairwell. I sat up on my mattress and looked over in the direction of the stairs. Did I lock the door to the stairs? I thought. I had been so busy that day that it was very likely that I had forgotten. I got up slowly, doing my best to keep my sound low. In my hurry, I only brought my flashlight to guide me through the darkness of the halls. I quickly made it to the doorway and tugged on the handle. I did remember. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned my light off. I sat by the door, my nerves slowly getting worked up. "I need to stop overthinking," I whispered as I sat in silence after spending 15 minutes trying to locate the sound beneath me. I was ready to get up and head back to my bed when a jostling of the door handle startled me. Someone was outside the door. A brief rustling on the handle shocked my anxiety as I sat in darkness. I could hear someone talking to themselves, but the handle had stopped shaking. Whoever was on the other side had stopped their attempt to gain entry, but still stood outside the door. I stared at it, petrified of what would happen if the door lock no longer held. Would it be another person, like me, seeking refuge and wanting to spend the night with a roof over their head? Or was it something else? The person on the other side of the door left the door almost immediately, but still stayed within the complex. Fear gripped me to the door, not allowing me to move. It was clear that this building had another uninvited guest, but that wouldn't last. As I was debating on how to proceed, I heard another sound, but this one didn't come from the other side of the door, but beneath me. The piercing sound of a shriek filled the complex. Whoever had the misfortune of finding themselves on the lower levels began to shuffle around. They tried to get to the first floor, but I could hear a struggle and more screaming coming from the stairway. The sound of commotion erupted. Screams of pain and terror etched up the stairway, but not for long. The screams quickly died, and the sound of something being dragged away slowly faded down into the basement below. I couldn't be sure, but it sounded as if I just heard a murder take place. I sat by the stairway all night, eyes wide. I couldn't bring myself down enough to enjoy the luxury of sleep. When the sun finally rose, I found the courage to get up and head to my room. I didn't go outside that day, despite having the urgent need of using the bathroom. I ended up just using an empty room and designated that as my bathroom area, until I figured out how to get out of this place. I had enough food and water to last me a couple of days, so I had time to figure out what I wanted to do. During the day, sleep finally overcame me, and I drifted to a realm of peace, but that wouldn't last. I woke up later in the day. The sun was completely smothered behind rain clouds, and loud rumblings of thunder rolled in the distance. I could hear a few droplets hit the roof and the windowsill, a prelude of what was to come. The complex was much darker now. My flashlight was needed for just about anything. The day was only going to get darker, so I had to decide. Stay another night and hope that I can evade notice for 10 or so more hours, or sneak my way out of here. I grabbed the pistol and decided to try my luck. I packed up as much stuff as I could carry in one take and headed for the stairs. I made my way over to the door and unlocked it, my light beaming into the thick darkness below. I made sure to check the coast was clear before leaving my sanctuary. I slowly descended the stairs, doing my best to navigate the metal steps while also keeping my noise down. I slowly completed the first flight of steps, and nothing seemed out of place. On the second floor, my fears had been confirmed. I could see drag marks leading to the stairs, with stains accompanying it. I wanted to check out the second floor more, but my nerves wouldn't allow it. The drag marks continued down the steps, leaving thick stains of blood and bits and pieces of flesh. This wasn't just a killing. This was a mutilation. Whoever had done this was disturbed, and they were the last person I wanted to encounter in this dark stairway. I needed to leave. The rain had already begun to come down now. I would get soaked the second I'd step foot outside, but I had to do it. I was frustrated by this new development, since I would not be able to hear as well if something was heading towards my direction. I worked my way down to the first floor, but halfway down, my light reached something at the bottom of the stairs that stopped me cold in my tracks. Standing in the corner of the stairway next to the exit stood an absolutely horrid creature. The creature stood hunched facing the corner. My light only caught the lower half of the figure before I turned it off, but it was enough for me to piece what I thought the creature looked like together. The brief moment of horror revealed something blocking my exit. Had it not been standing, I would have thought it was a rotting corpse. Flesh peeled from what limbs I could see, and bone appeared to be jetting out of the lower spine. I didn't get to see the rest of it, and I'm kinda glad I didn't. I held my breath as my heart began to race. I was immersed in darkness with whatever this thing was, a dozen or so feet away from me. Rain and thunder continued outside, now thankfully concealing my sound. I couldn't see anything, but what little I could hear, it didn't sound like it had moved. I stood petrified on the stairs, knowing fully well I wasn't able to make it out of here this way, at least in one piece. In moments like this, you really don't think clearly. You can only think of survival and nothing else. I'd never seen anything like this before. I wasn't sure what kind of gun I had, or if it would even affect this creature in any meaningful way, but I wasn't going to test it now. I began to backstep up the stairs awkwardly. My hands were full, and my heavy pack made the unnatural backpedaling even more difficult. I went for another step back when my shoe didn't clear the step, and I fell backwards. Out of reaction, I dropped the gun and my flashlight to brace myself, reaching out for non-existent handrails to catch my fall. The thud of the heavy flashlight on the metal stairs clamored loudly as it fell down the stairs, echoing in the stairwell. I gasped. A shock of anxiety and dread flooded my system. Without a doubt, I had gained the attention of whatever lurked just beneath me. I dropped my backpack to lighten my load and felt around for the gun. Shrieks filled the complex. As an odd twist of events, it would appear that I had startled whatever was down there. I could hear shuffling beneath me. Its attention focused briefly on the flashlight that came to a stop, buying me precious time to find my only weapon to defend myself. I felt around, my hands petting the ground, still feeling the wet stains of drag marks from earlier. I was so focused on finding the gun, I hadn't noticed the creature was no longer interested in the flashlight and had begun ascending the stairs. Finally, I felt something solid and gripped it tightly. It took me a few moments to orient myself with the weapon, but before I could, I was tackled on the ground. Immediately, I felt sharp pain in my side as I was now being attacked. I could feel claws beginning to slash out my outer coat and heavy pressure on my chest. I pressed the barrel in the direction I heard the shrieking and felt something solid. I pulled the trigger 3 times and my hand knocked back from the power. The gun burst briefly illuminated the area. The flashes of images haunted my vision. I could briefly see in those very few moments what appeared to be a decomposing demon. It was so quick and I was in so much pain that I wasn't able to process everything right then. The pressure relieved off my chest as it seemed I had injured this grotesque attacker. However, I still heard movement squirming around on the ground and loud horrifying screams. I left the empty gun in my backpack with all my stuff and ran past the sounds of shuffling. I went to the stairs and went as quickly as I could without falling in the dark. The pain in my side seemed to disappear as adrenaline began to pump in my system. I made it to the first floor, and I kicked the flashlight that I had dropped earlier. I picked it up and turned it on, and ran out of there. I left the complex with whatever it was still screaming inside. The warm rain slowly drenching me the further I jogged away. The screams never did stop. They just muffled the further I went off into the dark, rainy night. When I was a good distance away, a part of me wanted to glance back and shine the light on the complex. Perhaps my demonic attacker had gotten better and was now pursuing me. But not looking back would be a risk that I was willing to take. My dad had recently lost his job and moved us across state to his childhood town. It was a small farming town, not really ideal for anyone wanting to do anything with their life, but we were in a tough spot. My dad claimed he wanted to move back to see his parents more, but we weren't close to them. I knew that it was because the housing was so cheap in the area, and it made sense as to why. Everything was so behind in the times, easily dating back at least 10 years. My sister and I were both in middle school, so you can imagine the transition of changing schools halfway through the year. We're at least 2 years apart grade-wise, but 3 years apart in reality. My little sister was very smart for her age, which made things interesting, considering that I had to watch after her. Ever since the accident, I had to take on the role of her mother, which is something no 14-year-old should have to do. I don't know what exactly happened, and Dad doesn't like to talk about it, but I pieced enough of it together that her mother's passing was a violent one. I was so young when it happened that it almost feels like a memory that doesn't belong to me, something merely implanted from someone else's experience. The one thing that got me through such a tough time were my friends, and seeing how I had to leave them, I felt as if I was leaving a part of myself. It felt as if I was leaving the safe and familiar harbor for more treacherous seas. The living room was still full of boxes as Sandra and I got ready for school. Our outfits were mismatched, so we tried our luck opening unmarked boxes, hopefully to find something remotely suitable to wear. "Alright guys, let's pick something quick. I need to take you guys to school and I'm already late for work," my dad said, defeatedly. Sandra shot me a look before diving back in to retrieve an outfit. What I had on wasn't exactly fashionable, but it would have to do. Despite all the chaos my life had given so far, there was one thing I did have to look forward to. I tried to be optimistic with most things, and I saw this as a new chapter in my life. A new fresh start. A clean slate. That hopefully I could try my luck at being popular here. I wasn't popular at my old school, but I think I could be if I had the right start here. Sandra and I hopped into the car, and Dad routed us to school. As we pulled up to the location routed on my dad's phone, he was surprised that the town had a new middle school, one different than the one he had as a child. "Huh?" he said. "Looks like they got rid of O.P. Evans." The school was rather nice, despite the clear setback that the town had on it. The 2-story building stood out amidst the old buildings that were near the area. Man, it was probably good they got rid of that old school. That place was old even when I went there. I could see a look on my dad's face as he reminisced of old memories. A slight smile began to crawl across his face. "Oh man, that's right," he whispered to himself. "You okay, Dad?" Sandra said from the back seat. Yeah, I'm good. You guys hop on out and I'll tell you a good scary story when you come home tonight." We jumped out of the car and waved as he took off out of the parking lot. The small crowd of kids funneled their way inside as they were being guided by teachers and went to class. As I walked in the halls of school, I couldn't help but think of what my dad was smiling about. What could his scary story possibly be? It didn't take long for me to forget the morning, as I was doing my best to try to make new friends at school. I wasn't having much luck considering I was probably trying too hard. I did, however, eventually make a small group of friends in my one drama class. They were not popular, but we had enough in common that I was able to make it work. It wasn't the outcome I was looking for, but I was just happy to have made a small group of friends. They were all nice, although some of them were kinda weird, but that was fine. I took that win for the day as a smile plastered across my face. The rest of the day after that seemed to fly by. School eventually ended and I met Sandra outside of the school as we waited for Dad. "Hey Sandra," I said. "How was your day?" I asked as a smile still lingered on my face. "Pretty good all around. All my classes have good teachers," she said while nodding. "Did you make any friends? Meet any cute boys?" I egged her on. She blushed briefly. No, not yet." Sandra was smart as she was shy. We got along pretty well and she would oftentimes just join my group of friends by association, which I really didn't mind. Normally something like that would have probably bothered me, but ever since Mom died, I made sure that she was included with things. Dad eventually pulled up, clearly tired from work, He faked a smile as we hopped in the car. "Hey girls, how was school?" "It was good. How was work?" I replied. "Work is work," he said while chuckling. He always said that, which made himself laugh, which I found amusing. We pulled out of the parking lot and started driving home, when Sandra piped up from the back. Dad, tell us that scary story you mentioned this morning." My dad shot me a look and a mischievous grin returned. "Oh, do I have a scary story for you?" he said in an eerie voice. "Wait, let me see if I can find the place first." My dad then drove through town peering down old streets as if he was looking for something. As we drove, he told us a story about his old school he used to attend. How the school O.P. Evans used to be a prison before being turned into a school. He took us down a couple back roads, kind of tucked away from the already slow back streets that the town seemed to have an endless amount of. Surely enough, we eventually found it. An old building, about 2 stories high. A tall chain-link fence surrounded the once school. Razor wire was tangled in a mess above the fence, making sure no one was climbing over it. But ironically enough, the front gate to the school had since been rusted and withered, and now sat askew, leaving large gaps near the gate frame that one could easily crawl through. Ah, yes, there it is. So the story about this school is that it used to be a prison. Certain sections of the building were closed off, as they were no longer needed, or too dangerous to have kids around. They took out most of the cells obviously, but left a few that were built into the actual building. Anyways, so what we would do when we were younger was that we would sneak in here after soccer practice and try to explore the certain sections that were forbidden. The staff would make up rumors like ghosts haunted the sealed off sections, or that some terrible monster would grab you. But one time, a buddy of mine, Mike, snuck into the basement. Now the basement didn't have any cells, but it did have old piping in areas unknown to even the staff. Now he swears that he saw something down there that changed him. He used to be a fun-loving and rambunctious child, but after that event, he always seemed on edge. Sandra and I looked at the old school with mixed emotions of bewilderment and awe. The school's appearance alone looked terrifying. If I didn't know any better, this was clearly a place that housed some forbidden terror. Tormented spirits or other creatures of the night certainly dwelt here. We sat parked for a couple of minutes as Dad looked at the building that certainly housed many memories for him. We all eventually came back to reality and drove back to our sad lives. Today for me was a disappointment in some ways, but also successful in others. I wasn't with the popular group, but I did make some friends. It was also good to see my dad no longer his sad, miserable self, but able to see a brief glimpse of his inner child that he once was. Not much changed after that day. Despite my best efforts, Dad continued just to get by. My own attempts to be popular never resulted in anything meaningful, and the sad state of the town slowly began to drag us down with it. I got by in school, but it was difficult. My new friends were the only thing that seemed to keep my head above water. My friends and Sandra, that is. The 5 of us eventually became pretty close. Rebecca, Stacy, and Jared slowly became a common sight around my house. They were quirky, but polite, which my dad seemed to enjoy. I think he was just happy that Sandra and I had something to look forward to. Since the town was so small, we had to come up with new ways to entertain ourselves. Video games were a go-to, but it was hard since there were 5 of us and only 4 controllers. What we would normally like to do would go out and play on the small playground and try to parkour, but none of us were any good. But that was the fun thing about our group. We always found a way to make something out of nothing. Oddly enough, the small town had a rather large cemetery. If we were feeling up to it, we would play ghosts in the graveyard at night. However, we eventually got caught by the police, which we weren't allowed back in. One day after school, we sat in the drama room discussing what we should do tonight. It had been a while since we played ghosts in the graveyard, but we were all dying to play. We tried playing a few rounds in the new school, but the few staff that stayed late after work had gotten mad at us. We sat there discussing other places to play when an idea popped into my mind. I know where we can play, but... The group looked at me as I paused. But the place is a bit creepy. My warning was anything but. Everyone aside from Sandra began to smile. But what was this place you're thinking of? There's nothing left in town that we haven't tried. Before I could respond, Sandra piped up. She's thinking of the old school. All of them were confused. What old school? Jared replied. For some reason, no one knew what we were talking about. It was as if the town had swept this creepy building under the rug and away from public eyes. Yeah, there's this place tucked away that my dad used to go to school here. It's in town, but it's kind of far, if we're walking, that is. I mean, what else are we gonna do? Jared said. We all agreed to meet at my house after we all went home to grab a couple things that we thought we might need. Sandra and I walked home and Dad wasn't there yet. I could feel the slight sensation of dread build in my stomach as I didn't want to go inside of that place, but I was the one to suggest it. Plus, I didn't want to look lame in front of my friends, or even Sandra. About an hour had passed and the group showed up at my house. Stacy and Rebecca both had backpacks of items, as well as flashlights. Jared had a headlamp and a samurai sword. Really, dude? I said, and I let them in the house. Jared had convinced his mom to let him take the car for the night. I don't know if she knew about the sword, though. We all piled in and took off down the back streets while Sandra and I tried our best to remember where the school was. Time was not on our side as the sun had set and it was getting dark. This made recognizing the half-dozen back streets all the more difficult. Unfortunately, Sandra had a photographic memory, or at least so she claimed. She was successful in guiding us to the old school, further validating her memory claim. Jared dropped us off as he parked the car off a ways, on the off chance that someone would come here and see it parked. The four of us waited as Jared returned. The school stood more ominous than what I remembered. The night definitely didn't help ease my nerves in any way. The gate was still lopsided, leaving the gap for us to crawl through. We all squeezed through one by one and began circling around to find a way inside. As we expected, most entrances were either boarded up or locked. Now remembering it was once a prison, I should have expected it to be difficult to break into. Our flashlights scanned the building, looking for any possible opening or even a clue to allow us access inside. The dark overgrowth of trees and brush gave off muffled sounds of nightlife, slightly easing the already building tension. We walked around back and checked all the doors. They all appeared to be secure. Out of frustration, Jared swung his sword at one of the boards that covered a door, which got stuck in the soft decayed wood. We all looked at each other with light bulbs going off in our brains. Although the sword was fairly low quality, he was able to cut just enough for us to get our hands inside and pull chunks of the board off the doorway. In a matter of 5 minutes, we had produced a hole big enough that we could squeeze through. We had Jared lead the way as he stepped inside the dark school. We then handed him our bags as we all slipped in one by one. Inside, the smell of faint mold and a mystery odor slowly came to our nostrils. We shined our light inside and sure enough, the old building had the appearance of a dated school. Rooms without doors held old desks and sat in disarray, as it was clear that we were not the first ones to find this abandoned school. Old tile lined the floors, and bare walls sat silently, holding in many secrets it had seen over the years. The idea to play ghosts in the graveyard had been put on hold, as the amazement of investigating such a peculiar place had slowly become our main objective. That is until Stacy spoke up. "Wait," she whispered. "We shouldn't investigate first. We should just play. That way it'll be extra hard to find each other." The group agreed. Rebecca picked a number and we all had to guess. Sandra was the closest, thus making her the ghost for the first round. Sandra ran off into the dark school as we all counted before going to look for her. When we reached the allotted amount of time, we broke up into 2 teams to search for her. Sandra was the unspoken champion of the game. The one time we got caught in the cemetery, she had hid so well that the police were not able to find her. We decided to split up. Stacy and Jared went one direction and Rebecca and I went the other. We found a set of stairs that led to the second story, which we hesitantly went up. The stairs were towards the front of the building. None of the higher windows were boarded up, considering no one could reach them from the outside. It was more of the same on the second floor. Some garbage laid on the ground and occasional teaching material was seen here and there. For the most part, the school was fairly clean. It was clear that not many people had been here since its closure. We checked each classroom, which yielded no result. The building was shaped in a U, which we followed. Our flashlights were the only source of light in the building, and it was incredibly dark. There were no streetlights on the road, nor anything outside the school that still worked. The moon wasn't out tonight, making our game especially dark. We spent a good 20 minutes on the second floor, inspecting each room for Sandra, while also scoping out a good spot to hide when it was our turn. The shadows casted by our flashlights were eerie. Every now and then, they would cast what looked like an outline of some sort of shadow person before my eyes were able to make sense of what I was looking at. We had reached the end of the second floor when lights from outside shined in. My heart dropped as we ran to the window to see an old pickup truck pull up to the rusted gate out front. An old farmer type got out and unlocked the gate before pulling into the courtyard. The truck was an older model and was pretty loud. Rebecca and I gasped as we were unsure as to why this man had pulled in. Was he security? Did he now own the property? More importantly, did he know that we were in here? I wanted to sprint down the stairs and try to warn the others, but I had no idea where they were. I couldn't yell because that would alert the old man outside. All we could do was watch as he parked near the front of the school. He got out again and unlocked the front door of the school and went back to the end of his truck, all the while leaving his truck running. The headlights gave just enough light that we could see what looked like a tarp covering something on his truck bed. The man came to the front of the truck, carrying what looked like an old rolled-up rug, and brought it inside. We sat by the window and listened to see if he was coming up the stairs. We watched as he exited the school and went back to the end of his truck. This time, instead of a rug, he tried to carry what looked like something heavy, wrapped in a bloody bedsheet. The man struggled to lift it and set it on the ground and dragged it inside, leaving a bloody trail behind him. "Oh my gosh," Rebecca whispered. Our fears of being caught had been replaced by something more sinister. It was clear that we were not only somewhere we shouldn't be, but we also saw something way worse. My anxiety began to fill my body as my hands began to shake. I could hear Rebecca starting to cry softly as the realization began to set in. We sat in darkness, just praying that the man would emerge from the school and leave. We could briefly hear the man on the main floor make his way around the school before exiting again, locking the door behind him and leaving the parking lot. It appeared that none of us were detected by the old man. Once he locked up the front gate and headed back down the dirt road, Rebecca and I took off down the main floor. We quietly called out to the group when we spotted the bloody trail on the tile floor. All suspicions had been confirmed. Dark red streaks led inside to an unknown location in the school. It didn't take us long to find Stacy and Jared. They looked equally as terrified as we did. "Did you guys see that guy? He was dragging something heavy and dumped it somewhere," Stacy said as he got close to Jared. Jared looked around frantically, clearly scared out of his mind. "We need to leave. We saw too much. The less we know, the better." "Don't you want to see what he dragged in here?" Rebecca whispered. "Absolutely not," I said. "Let's just find Sandra and get out of here." The other two looked at me nervously. "You didn't find her yet?" "She's not with us. What do you think?" I said sarcastically. "Well, I'm not going to wait around to find your sister. I gotta get out of here. I just need to leave," Jared said. I shot him a look of surprise and anger. "Really? You're going to leave my baby sister here by herself? She doesn't even know what just happened. We have to find her." Jared didn't say anything and he tossed his sword on the ground. "Bring it back to me when you're done," he said. I gritted my teeth. "You're a coward," I hissed as I picked up the sword. Stacy and Rebecca looked at me with sad faces. "You're not going to make us stay with you, are you?" Stacy whimpered. "We'll be right outside," Rebecca replied. "Don't even bother waiting," I said, as I took off down the hall, leaving Stacy and Rebecca behind. Frustration had replaced my once overwhelming terror. I gripped the sword tightly as I shined my light in hopes of seeing Sandra. I tried calling out to her, but in past games we would trick the ghost and say that the game was over in order to get them to come out. She wasn't going to believe me. I was going to have to find her, myself. I shined my light on the main floor in hopes of finding my sister, but I saw no sign of her. Just the occasional desk or the recent streak of red on the tile. I had wished at least one of the girls had stayed with me, but I took off before I could convince them to help. I searched most of the first floor to find myself following the bloody trail. It was unlikely it led to Sandra, but it was the only few places I had yet to look. Oddly enough, the trail led me to the middle of the hallway, and instead of seeing a bloody sheet and a rug, I saw something more surprising. The trail led to a large hole in the floor. "The basement," I whispered. I shined my light down the dark hole in hopes of seeing anything, but my light didn't reach that far. I stepped back, frustrated at the position I was in. "You would hide down there, wouldn't you?" I said while hitting the sword on the hard tile floor. I could hear something shuffling down there. I stepped up to the hole again. "Sandra?" I called out. The shuffling got closer. I remembered my dad's story about the basement. How even when he was a kid, the basement was forbidden, even for the staff. I also remember how my dad's friend had seen something down there that left him scarred. I could feel the anger slowly fade as fear replaced it. I couldn't see anything in the dark pit, but I felt a sensation of dread wash over me, as if the darkness had unseen eyes peering up at me. No matter my fears, I wasn't going to leave my sister, one of the few people to have been there through my darkest days. I turned back around and started looking for some stairs. I checked each classroom, but nothing. I then checked what I assumed to be the front office. I couldn't find any stairs on the main floor, but I did find another hole, except this time it laid next to a wall. I shined my light down below and I saw piping lining the wall leading down to the hole, acting like a natural ladder. I couldn't carry both the sword and the flashlight, so I dropped the sword down into the hole and started climbing in. I reached the bottom and shined my light around. I wanted to call out, but something about the basement made me want to be quiet. It appeared wherever I was in some kind of hallway. I picked up a random direction and hoped for the best. If Sandra wasn't down here, then I had no idea where to find her. The concrete floor had dust on it, which finally dawned on me that it also had freshly made shoe marks as well. But as I looked at the floor, I saw something unsettling. I saw what looked like footprints also. Large footprints. Whatever was down here with this was really big and was also not wearing any shoes. I stopped in my tracks and debated turning off my light. I decided against it as I inched myself forward. By some miracle, I was finally able to hear soft sobbing coming from the far end of the hallway. Boxes and shelves lined the crypt-like area, and my light was able to catch the top part of Sandra's head that was poking out. I quickly rushed over and felt a wave of relief embrace me as I saw Sandra sitting behind the box crying. Before I could say anything, Sandra whispered, "It's not her." Sandra's face was red from intense crying. I was both horrified and confused. What's not her? She tried to catch her breath as she sobbed. "It's not Mom. It just looks like her." My heart skipped a beat. I tried to rationalize what Sandra was saying. Had she been down here too long and was seeing things, or was there actually someone else down here with us? "We're gonna get you out of here, sweetie," I said soothingly. I pulled her up and she could barely stand. She was shaking so much. "Here, you hold this," I said while putting the sword into her hand. "All we have to do now is follow her steps back to the hole and climb out. It'll be easy." Her crying seemed to intensify, but she clutched the sword and I pulled her back over to the opening. We quickly made it back to the hole, but a tall, skinny figure stood a good ways down the way. Strands of hair covered its face, but I could see red gums and yellow teeth through it. "I'm here now. Don't you miss me?" the figure said. Whatever this thing was had immediately disturbed me, but at the same time, it sounded exactly like Mom. It had been years since I heard her voice, but that's a sound that hardly no one ever forgets. I was too scared to move, but I spoke. "What are you doing?" "I missed you. I missed both of you." The thing stepped forward, and I could see dark stains around its mouth and neck. The hole was right next to us. I grabbed the sword from Sandra, and she started frantically to climb. I aimed the light at the creature's face, and it lifted its gnarled hand to block the light. "I was hurt so bad, but I'm better now. Do you want to see?" I glanced behind and saw that Sandra had cleared the hole. She waited at the top and shined the light down at me. I turned to the creature and noticed that even though it was crouched, it was still taller than me. She began to speak, but out of instinct, I threw the sword at the creature and missed badly. I could briefly see a wide smile emerge as it stood upright, no longer needing to pretend now that I was disarmed. As a last-ditched effort, I hurled my light at the creature's head, and miraculously, it connected firmly. The light spun in all directions as it cracked the creature's head, and I began my climb up. Frantic breathing and grunts erupted from the creature. I somehow emerged from the hole, and Sandra pulled me to my feet. We sprinted out of the office area and back to the doorway that we'd entered from. We didn't glance back, not even once. Sandra and I emerged from the school and kept going till we made it out of the fence. Once we cleared the area, we were able to calm down and take a breath. Sandra was still sobbing when she hugged me tightly, and I fought back tears as we slowly walked home. They say that knowledge is power, but sometimes things are better left unknown. The bustling police station was full of chatter and commotion as Officer Whitfield walked in. He was once one of those officers that would show up first thing, ready to take on the day, but the job had slowly worn him down. His morale slowly decayed the more exposed he was to human nature. The police force was his idea of making a positive change for the world, but after seeing all the horrors mankind was capable of, he wasn't even sure he was making a difference. He walked over to his desk and tossed his empty coffee cup in the trash, surprised to see a priest sitting on the other end of his desk. "Can I help you?" he said as he sat down facing him. The priest had a look of concern on his face. He was clearly conflicted as he was fidgeting with his hands, but smiled. "Yes, I'm Father Alquist. I have a matter I was hoping you could help me with. I would like to do a wellness check to one of my followers." Whitfield sat back in his chair. "A wellness check? That's doable. You don't have to be here for that. Why didn't you just call it in?" Father Alquist sat upright. His tone and countenance became more serious. "Well, I would like to accompany you, if that's possible. The man I would like to check on had confessed some things to me, and although he didn't say it outright, I think he might have committed some kind of crime. I'm not supposed to report these kind of things unless it's serious, and I'm completely sure, but I think a wellness check would be appropriate." Whitfield nodded. He sat upright in his chair and began taking notes. "Sure, I understand where you're coming from. What did he say that made you think he's into something?" The priest began to fidget with his hands more as he thought hard on what he could share. He said something about finding a manifested evil, and how he serves it. He does its bidding and provides its offspring with flesh. Whitfield looked up from his notes, giving the priest a look of speculation. Giving its offspring flesh? Are those his exact words? The priest nodded and looked down. "I know. I just think that a wellness check is warranted," he said somberly. Whitfield smiled. He wanted to press him for more information, but figured it'd just be redundant, seeing that he was going to see this guy anyways. Not the best way to start the day, but it beats doing paperwork. "I'll tell you what, it's definitely worth a checkup if you hadn't seen him in a while, and seeing how you could be seen as a community leader and have given him counsel, you're more than welcome to join us." Whitfield leaned over to one of the nearby desks. Bradley, you up for a wellness check?" The young officer looked towards the two, confused but agreed. "Great. Let's go check up on your churchgoer." The three left the station fairly early in the day. Father Alquist had the address and attempted to visit a few times, but he never answered. The morning was fairly bleak, but that was typical for the Seattle skyline. It looked like it was going to rain something fierce later, but for now only seldom drops seemed to fall. They left the city and made their way to a smaller town on the outskirts, a town that Whitfield and Bradley had passed but never had entered. The homes were fairly small and mostly run down. They pulled into the driveway of one of the homes where a car was already sitting outside. The priest got out and the two officers followed him up to the front door and knocked. There was no answer. Whitfield glanced at the window next to the door and noticed that there were dozens of flies. The priest knocked several times but no result. He went to knock again, but Whitfield grabbed him gently and moved him away from the door. "We need to get inside," he whispered to Bradley, pointing to the window. Whitfield tried the handle, but it was locked. He barged it a few times with his shoulder, but the door didn't move. Whitfield began to kick on the door, and after a handful of times, the frame finally gave in, and it opened. They were greeted with a dark home. Had it not been for the car parked in the driveway, it was likely that this person wasn't even here. Before the men could step inside, the three noticed a bizarre odor. The smell was horrid. Even in the mild temperature, the rancid smell stifled the home. Whitfield had smelt this before, and knew that they were in for a horrible discovery. The three men silently knew what they were going to find, or at least they thought they did. The home was modest. Nothing really stood out in regards to furniture or appliances. In the living room was a computer that was still on. Its glow illuminated a small section of the area, casting gruesome shadows in every direction. The priest flipped the light on to reveal what everyone had feared. The living room came to life, but revealed a scene of sadness and gore. They could tell almost immediately what had happened, seeing how the scene told a story of frantic delusions and an unfortunate result. Next to the computer desk, sat leaning against the wall, was what was left of the priest's friend. A shotgun sat next to him, as the recoil slightly distanced itself from its user. His shirt was stained, a reddish brown, and covered the wall and ceiling. Aside from the neck and jaw, very little remained on his head. On the wall behind him, aside from the stains, were frantic writings, phrases and symbols reflecting that this was a disturbed individual. Something was clearly tormenting him mentally. The priest was visibly shaken as he began to motion some religious symbol and muttered softly a kind of prayer. Bradley drew his weapon as a reflex, as he was clearly startled. But Whitfield, he was calm. "Is this what you were fearing?" he asked the priest. The priest was silent but nodded. The priest began to get closer to the body, reaching out as if he was about to touch it, before Bradley stopped him. "I'm sorry, Father, but we can't have you tampering with evidence." Whitfield called in on the radio for backup and for a forensic team when he saw something. A corkboard next to the computer. It was of a map, the town that they were in, he assumed. There was a red yarn spanning across it with circles and Polaroid pictures of distant blurry figures. Next to the map were 3 driver's licenses of 3 young women tacked onto the board. 2 of the 3 Whitfield recognized immediately. They were women that had been missing for the last year. Everything else on the board was hand-drawn pictures of tall, twisted figures with their faces scratched out. Some of the drawn pictures were in great detail, with mysterious symbols on the paper. One symbol was prevalent and was frequently used. It was also marked on the map of the town. Whitfield stepped back from the wall and read some of the ramblings in hopes for clues, but it all seemed like nonsense. Tormented ideas of those plagued by madness. He had no hopes of trying to understand what seemed like gibberish had it not been for the missing girls. The idea began to itch his brain that if he could make sense of whatever this was, it could very well lead to the missing girls. There were a handful of phrases in English, and despite the poor handwriting, he was able to understand. The black goat of the wood commands me. Its hunger knows no end. She has denied my last offering. The phrases of these unusual writings caught Whitfield's attention. It was clear that the author was both misguided and insane, but the context of the three phrases began to trouble him. Bradley escorted the priest out while Whitfield stayed inside. He stayed in the living room, looking at the board, speculating until backup came. During that time, he was able to deduce that whoever this was had abducted these girls, but nothing in the writing or material said anything about killing them, just giving them to some strange cult or entity that this guy was trying to appease. There was still hope, at least for the girls. Typically, this type of scene is cut and dry, but to the trained eye, this raised more questions than it did answers. Why was this person compelled to such a drastic end? Where were the missing girls? And what was he referring to? There was a strange symbol highlighted on the map of the town. Most of the yarn was pointed here. This is where he'd find any of the girls, or what was left of them. As Whitfield waited for backup, he felt a strange sensation about the writings. Even though he couldn't understand most of it, he could have sworn he heard the faintest of whisperings, speaking in what he could imagine to be an ancient tongue. He could feel his mind slowly shift, ever so slightly, like as if he could feel the earth beneath him rotate. Had anything else were to happen around him, he wouldn't have noticed it. But seeing how he was all alone with the writings and this gruesome corpse, his senses were able to pick up on this otherworldly sensation. Before too much could happen, backup arrived and snapped him back to this terrible scene. Although the bloody and recently decayed body was the first thing to greet him, it was much better than what his mind was beginning to anticipate. Whitfield left the home as the police were taping off the scene. Bradley was leaning against the cruiser in the driveway. The two hopped in the cruiser and took off into the town. I think this guy's been taking girls and dumping them somewhere. Whether they're alive or deceased is another story. I think he was offering them just something, perhaps a group of traffickers or even a higher power. Guessing from the frantic writings, he was either on hyperactive drugs or perhaps some kind of paranoid delusion, which are my guesses, Whitfield said. Bradley looked confused, slowly shifting into dismay as the two drove across town. Whitfield had taken several photos on his phone before leaving, one of which was of the map that he was now using as a reference for their next stop. It didn't take long for Whitfield to pull into the old parking lot that was next to the mall. The building was much older, but surprisingly it was still open. A few dozen cars could be seen as a light rain began to fall. Dark clouds could no longer hold back their moisture as faint rumblings of thunder rolled in the distance. The style of mall was very much 80s and quite large. It didn't look like it had been updated since. The two officers were able to park fairly close and went inside. Once inside, an eerie sense of abandonment was prevalent. Even its smell seemed dated and neglected. Some of the stores were open, although they looked barely staffed. The remaining storefronts were dark and had metal gates pulled down, preventing anyone from going inside. The officers realized that the mall was unique, and that although the mall was a single story, a second story could be seen below when they reached the center of the mall. The stairs to the lower levels had been blocked by previous renovations, making it impossible for anyone to successfully get down below. The glass elevators still remained, but were no longer in use. The lower levels beneath them gave off a haunting presence, as if ghosts of past stores and customers lingered in the shadows below. It was clear to Whitfield that this mall played a part in the girls' missing cases, but he wasn't clear on what part that was. Did the guy take them from here? Did he see them here and follow them home? Or did he perhaps work here? They walked around in hopes of seeing something to connect the girls to the crime scene, but nothing stood out, at least in regards to the case. The two officers went into some of the shops and asked around, but the employees were just as clueless. Bradley checked the time. It was 3 o'clock. They had been here for around an hour and had gotten nowhere. Maybe it's time to call it. We've looked everywhere, he said as Whitfield walked. His pace slowed and he rested on the handrails overlooking the lower levels. The two looked down below and then back at each other. We haven't checked everywhere. The two officers asked around for who was in charge of the mall and were finally connected with a small man with glasses. His demeanor was overly positive. The two introduced themselves briefly before telling the supervisor that they would need access to the lower levels for a quick inspection. His joyful expression slowly faded. "Why do you need to go down there? It's just a bunch of old empty shops," he asked. "We have reason to believe that this mall is connected to a current investigation. We need to check every inch of it just to be sure." The stark contrast between the supervisor's attitudes were startling, but he slowly reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a key card. He handed it over to Whitfield as he pulled out his walkie-talkie and called over someone from security. His smile quickly returned. "Of course. Here's my all-access card. This should give you access to every inch of this place." A heavy-set man in his late 30s slowly approached. He had a patchy beard and a dirty uniform. He had a key ring with several different keys, but notably no weapon. "This is Jeremy, my head of security. He will escort you around and help facilitate anything you need." He nodded his head unenthusiastically and raised his hand silently. The supervisor beckoned them to follow him, and all four of them walked to the back office. Once back there, he guided them to the back door, which Jeremy walked over and reached for his keys, which he used to unlock the door. He opened the door to a dark stairway that had a metal set of stairs leading down. "This is the only working set of stairs that will lead you down to the bottom floor. You'll not find much down there." The supervisor checked his watch and asked Jeremy to lock up, as he was now leaving for the night. Jeremy nodded and turned on his flashlight and walked down the set of stairs. The two officers thanked him as they followed the security guard down the dark steps. The stairwell led them down 2 flights of stairs. At the bottom, light could be seen spilling in from the open area. The bottom area was abandoned, but still clean. Hollow stores were closed, some with metal gates that peered from the darkness. Stains of where logos once hung haunted the front of stores. Dated carpet laid lifelessly inside like a rotted tongue from inside a skull. Faint music from above could still be heard, as if they were in a diluted version of the mall. Plastic plants and old advertisements decorated the bottom level, but sparsely, like a faint pulse barely beating. Jeremy stood by the stairs while both officers went their separate ways, doing their due diligence before leaving this godforsaken mall. Whitfield walked by the entrances of the stores, slowly shining his flashlight inside as it briefly scanned the abandoned stores. Empty shelves and fallen carts were the only things to greet him. On the seldom occasion of a gated store, he'd reached out briefly to ensure its gates were locked. A slight banging of metal clanged as the gates resisted his checks. In one of the corners near the end of his route, he reached out to one of the gates. His fingers reached in between the bars and lifted expectantly the same sound and resistance, but this time, it slid open. Interesting. He pulled up harder, and sure enough, the gate lifted more. Probably just an error of whoever locked up last down here, he thought. He lifted the gate over his head and he stood outside and peered in. This store looked different. Many clear tarps hung from the ceiling, as if they tried painting this place or even remodeled it right when it shut down. The tarps prevented his vision from seeing all the way inside. Whitfield stood there briefly, almost ready to close the gate again, but something about this place scratched at the base of his skull. He had nothing other than a bad feeling to go off of, this mall included. There was a good chance that he was wasting his and Bradley's time, but the mixture of curiosity and dread whispered for him to go inside. He glanced back briefly to Bradley, who was at the other end of the mall, and went inside. He pulled back some of the tarps as he went in. The smell of old drywall and dust hovered in the air. The light from outside quickly was smothered by the many layers of tarps, making his flashlight shine brighter the further he went inside. Tools and materials laid about, as if forgotten. The feeling of dread began to softly build. His attention began to focus as he neared the end of the store. He could feel himself grabbing his pistol, but not yet pulling it from its holster. On the back wall, letters and symbols crudely written by hand that had since dried resembled the same writings of that corkboard from the house. Not only that, but the same symbol that was frequently seen was written above an open doorway that led to more stairs. The faint whisperings in Whitfield's head made a brief yet noticeable appearance, reminding him of that horrific episode back at the house was anything but an accident. He could feel his grip on sanity lighten very briefly before taking a step back and calling for Bradley. Bradley and the security guard approached not much later. By this time, Whitfield had taken several steps back from the writings, but still stood silently in the dark room. Bradley and Jeremy approached Whitfield while looking at the wall where his light rested. It was now clear. The mall and the suspects were now connected, but the real question was, what more were they going to find? "Where does this lead?" Whitfield said, while keeping his attention on the writings in front of him. Jeremy paused, but eventually fumbled out some answer, revealing his ignorance. I'm not sure. I've never been allowed down here before." The three stood in awe as the dark doorway stood before them. Although they had permission to search the premises and even being accompanied by a security guard, this doorway felt forbidden, as if this was the only thing keeping them away from an unmistakable evil. Time seemed to crawl slowly, as none of them wanted to be here, especially to go further into the dark. Bradley finally moved over to Whitfield and spoke softly, as if to exclude Jeremy. "Should we call this in? Maybe get some backup on this?" Whitfield declined. "Nah, we got it. We'll just take a quick peek." Overhead, an intercom could be heard out in the main area, saying that the mall would be closing in the next 10 minutes. The three looked at each other. "We only need 5, Whitfield said, as if to overcome any of Jeremy's objections to going down the stairs. The three pressed on and entered the doorway. The metallic stairs led down further. The stairway appeared as if this could have once been a common area for those to enter, since it was wide and resembled much of the other parts of the mall. Once at the bottom, darkness seemed to take on a higher calling. All of their flashlights seemed to be smothered to only allow a couple of feet of visibility. From what they could tell, this looked like another level of the mall, although concealed and barren. The area was quite large, and due to the poor visibility, it would take them much longer than normal to check everything out. "Let's come back to this. This will take us much longer than I thought," Whitfield said. Before Bradley could respond, movement could be heard in the darkness, a shuffling somewhere deep in the unknown. The three quickly shared a glance as if they had to check it out, seeing that they should be the only ones down here. "Who's there?" Jeremy cried, fear evident in his voice. The two officers began to slowly walk towards the sound, each of them drawing their pistols. The whisperings came back for Whitfield, but unlike before, the voices slowly began to make sense. The indecipherable words slowly started coming in as English. They were faint at first, and he tried to push them to the back of his mind as he stepped further into the darkness, but the voices seemed to multiply. With each additional voice, the volume slowly began to rise. He tried to stay focused, but his mind was being overwhelmed by dark words. "She sees you. Join us and you'll be spared. Deny your flesh and take on her image." He stopped walking and grabbed his head as he tried to relieve the pressure that was building inside. Bradley spoke, but with fear. "Did you see that?" he said, as he pointed his flashlight into the darkness, his pistol raised and ready to fire. The voices stopped and Whitfield was relieved of his trance. He was given a brief moment of clarity as he stood up. Bradley's flashlight rested on a distant wall of the floor where they were just at. As they slowly closed the distance, a horrifying figure could be seen coming into the view of the light. The two stopped when they realized that the figure that they saw was both far too tall and significantly disfigured. Had it not been walking upright, one could confuse it as anything but human. Its features were crude and unsettling, as if a less divine figure tried to replicate the human form, but wasn't bothered by beauty. Bradley shined his light all around to try to capture the figure again, but was only met with the empty mall. The setting seemed to change. The two officers were now on high alert, as it was clear that they were in the presence of some kind of humanoid predator. Was this figure the thing the priest's friend was sacrificing the girls to? Some kind of demonic entity summoned from another realm? The two conjectured mentally as to what was going on before a scream echoed from behind them. It was clear that Jeremy was in some kind of distress. Bradley couldn't help but point his flashlight away from where they last saw the monster in hopes of seeing Jeremy, but he was too far away. Jeremy's flashlight could be seen in the distance, but it was moving so frantically that they couldn't tell of his condition. In his panic, Bradley started to run towards him. Whitfield tried to keep up, but the voices came back, stronger and clearer. "You have been chosen. Worship and you'll be amongst the spared. I will exalt your flesh. Answer the call of the Tapahedron." Images slowly began to fill his mind. Dark clouds seemed to form on a bleak horizon. Whitfield seemed to be coming in and out of consciousness, between dimensions of reality of his mind. He lost grasp of time, as he would briefly come to and find himself more and more separated from the other two men. In front of him would appear the monstrous creature, but it seemed that they kept their distance while watching, as if they were guiding him with a small sense of fear in their duties. Their appearance was more clear, now that he could see them fully in between the trances. Their heads seemed to be elongated, with rows of teeth spilling from their vile maws. Their figures resembled human, but far more alien, almost as if they were horrifying imitations. They snarled and drooled in the darkness, their eyes fixed on the officer as he walked unwillingly to a secret chamber. His mind seemed to break as mentally he witnessed the form of thick clouds that slowly took form of a goat's head, and many tentacles that wormed hideously behind it. In many voices it spoke, but not externally. "I call you to the priest amongst my children." Whitfield flashed back to reality, only for a moment, to see a terrifying horde of monsters watching him from the darkness, their eyes fixed in anticipation. He flashed back to the cloud, this time more clearer. Its grotesque features of decayed flesh seemed to expand and form a terrifying storm of this cosmic entity. A black head of a goat with the many horns twisted in oral fashion focused in on him. "Grab the stone and be exalted." He flashed back to the mall, but was now in a chamber of utter horror. An altar sat in front of him, several paces. Human bodies laid splayed, including those of Bradley and Jeremy. Their limbs were ripped and pulled as their torsos laid spilled and opened, almost as if in artistic fashion, forming what could only be assumed a dark version of sacred geometry. Surprisingly, Bradley and Jeremy were still alive. The altar was surrounded by symbols and flesh, most of which were decayed, but the new additions of Jeremy and Bradley provided the slightest vibrance of color. The missing girls were amongst the bodies, but in a morbid sense of mercy, they were long since been deceased. In the middle of the altar floated a dark stone of mysterious craftsmanship. It pulsated as it slowly rotated, revealing many sides which had smaller symbols and red striations. Dark energy undulated from it, bending time and space in the process. The many creatures began to chant as Bradley watched from his horrible fate. Whitfield's eyes were black and dark liquid spilled from it. "Whitfield, help us!" Bradley cried as he writhed in pain, but his cries didn't register on the possessed Whitfield. Jeremy could only scream in pain and horror as his fate was clear to him. Whitfield approached the altar, but when he reached it, he had snapped out of his trance for good. His mind was clear, his faculties in complete control. He stood before the stone, the creatures utterly silent, watching to see what he would do. Bradley continued to plead for mercy, causing Whitfield to turn away from the stone. The monsters began to snarl in disapproval, making it clear to refrain from helping them. His only option was to touch the stone. He had been controlled up to this point, but was now in a clear state of mind. It was as if he had to do this last part willingly. His safety was at stake, but so was his soul. He knew that touching the stone would seal his fate, but so would deviating from the ritual. He shook with fear as his pulse raced, his mind filled with terror and panic. The stone, as horrific as it looked, also had an appealing quality to it. The more he looked at it, the more it compelled him to know more. He reached his hand towards it, the warm waves of energy greeting him the closer he got. Bradley watched as he grasped the stone and began to shake violently while screaming. His voice began to fry and his body violently spasmed to the point that Bradley was sure he was dying. Whitfield had stopped briefly and stood upright, holding the stone with both hands above his head. He then said, with a voice not his own, "Yah, Shabnagoreth, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young." The multitude of creatures replicated his posture, lifting their claws in the air while repeating, "Yah, Shabnagoreth, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young." John and Wendy Williams had lived next to us for 12 years. A lovely couple. We lived out where the city meets the country, just before things got overpopulated for my liking. Their house was situated across the street and up the hill, but our mailboxes touched one another. I would see John about once a week for years, as it seemed that our schedule lined up that way, that we would sometimes get mail together. He would come down in his outdated green truck and sit off the side of the road and read his mail for a minute, before driving back up to his cozy house tucked away in the trees. Depending if I had time, I would engage in conversation, but there had been times I purposely waited for him to drive off before getting my mail. But that's more about me than anything. John was a great guy, mid-70s if I had to guess, but it was really hard to tell since he was still an active guy in pretty good shape. The handful of times I saw Wendy, it was clear that they didn't share the same workout routine, but being at that age, I didn't blame her. John was a retired priest for the local church, and seemed to be also retired from religion altogether. However, he did enjoy his politics, which I would always let him rant, seeing how much it meant to him. During the holidays, he would always bring me a dessert of some kind, that he and Wendy had made for us. At the beginning of fall, they'd always bring us a small basket of vegetables that they would grow in their garden. Quite frankly, some of the best people to have as neighbors. Their house sat nestled in the thick trees that would conceal any evidence of their home, but at night, you could see their light shining through the branches. A street light sat adjacent from the mailboxes, which would illuminate the secluded road that we lived on. A dull orange glow seemed to buzz from the dated street light, but everything else was swallowed up by the night. About 8 months ago, I ran into John as he sat by the mailboxes, reading his mail. I waved politely and opened my mailbox, not wanting to initiate a conversation. To my surprise, he opened his truck door and walked out to me. "Hey, John," I said, glancing back to my mail. He gave me a sheepish smile and stammered as he tried to find his words. "Well, Wendy's condition has really taken a turn for the worse." I lowered my mail and gave him my full attention. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even know she had anything." I paused, hoping that he would fill me in with more information without me having to ask. He rubbed his temples and sighed. "Unfortunately, her dementia seemed to really taken a horrible turn." I sighed. "Oh no, I'm so sorry, John. Is there anything we can do?" I asked, sensing a favor was going to be needed. "There's nothing anyone can really do. I have to take care of her now, so I just want to let you know that you might not see too much of me, or that I'll have Wendy with me. I didn't want to leave you in the dark." Surprisingly, this information had hit me harder than it should have. I barely spoke to Wendy, but seeing how this affected my dear neighbor and his family, I honestly felt sorry for him. The next couple of weeks I saw less and less of John. Wendy would sit in the front seat with him, but he didn't want to talk when she was with him. I didn't blame him. One morning, I got up early to walk my dog before work, an activity I usually had the wife do, but seeing how she was out of town visiting her sister, the responsibility fell to me. The morning mist hung on the road, the orange street lights still glowing. The dark morning was slowly waking. The peaceful trees sat silently just within my field of vision. Quincy, my wife's dog, was a little thing but full of life. I didn't mind taking care of her when the occasion arose. We walked down the driveway towards the main road and took a left past the mailboxes. I debated on bringing a flashlight, but figured it wouldn't take long for Quincy to do her business. We walked on the side of the road, gravel crunching under each step as we walked into the mist. I could hear birds in the distance as they began to wake with the morning sun. The road was silent. Its users wouldn't be coming this way for hours, and a general sense of peace gradually fell on me. I would have spent more time outside with Quincy if I didn't have to go back to work. She finally did her business, which she took her sweet time, and we headed back the way we came, down the hill. The sun was starting to make its appearance by now. The orange streetlight was off. My vision was doing its best to adjust to the drastic change in lighting when I saw motion to my left. At first it surprised me and made me jump a little. Its shape and movement startled me, as it was unfamiliar to me. Quincy began to pull in its direction, and I looked harder to see what this odd thing was across the street. Had she not spoken, I would have never guessed it was Wendy. She was shuffling down the road in the opposite direction in her nightwear. I was grateful that not only was I there, but that there hadn't been any cars this morning. I quickly crossed the street and approached Wendy. She was barefoot and mumbling to herself. I announced myself to her, knowing fully well that she wouldn't know who I was, and gently guided her back to her home. She hadn't gotten far from her driveway, thanks to my morning walk. I dread to imagine what would have happened had I gone right instead of left. I assisted her back up her somewhat lengthy driveway, which took far longer than it should have, and knocked on the door. John's truck was gone, but pulled up no later than 5 minutes. He got out frantically and thanked me for finding her. It was clear that she had slipped out and he was looking for her. I would have stayed and chatted, but assisting Wendy back home had put me behind schedule. I hadn't realized how bad her condition had gotten until now. John thanked me profusely and was on the verge of tears when he aided her back inside. Quincy and I walked back across the street, and I got ready for work. I was relieved that I could help, but I was also worried. What would have happened had I not been there? I pushed that depressing thought out of my mind and got ready for work. On the peaceful drive through the back roads, on the way to the office, I called my wife Deanna about Wendy. She shared the same worry I did about this recent development. "Do they need her help?" she asked. "John is getting too old to look after her, especially in her condition." I agreed. There wasn't much for us to do other than to be aware of the situation. One can't really tell another person that they have to put their spouse in a home because they aren't qualified enough. At least not a neighbor who wishes to be in good standings. To change the subject, I asked Deanna about her trip. It's great. Susie showed me a couple of cool things she had gotten online, so I ordered them overnight. Just be aware. Great. More garbage, I thought. I made my way into the city as I could see the traffic starting to form. I finished my call with Deanna since I didn't like to talk in traffic. The rest of the day went on as usual, aside from my phone notifying me that there was someone at my front door. I opened the app on my phone that showed me through the front door security camera a man holding several boxes in a postal uniform. Yeah, you can just sit them there. No one's gonna steal them, I said. The man gave me a thumbs up and wished me a good day as he placed the boxes down. What did she order? I thought. Work was stressful and I ended up staying late. For once, I didn't mind. The wife was gone and Quincy had an extra long walk before I left, so it wasn't a big deal. The plus side on staying late is that there'd be little traffic going back home. I pulled into the driveway, my lights flashing on the front of the house, revealing the packages on the front doorstep from earlier. I was tempted just to leave them there, but I was worried that some of the items might have been perishable, so I brought them inside. I set them on the counter but didn't bother opening them, seeing how my wife enjoyed opening her own packages. I glanced out the front window and saw John's home illuminated in the trees. I pondered briefly before Quincy reminded me that I needed to take her out again. I leashed up Quincy and grabbed a flashlight and went outside. By this time, it was plenty dark. The streetlight was on, but hardly giving off enough light to make myself or Quincy visible to the passing motorists. I mainly used the flashlight to let others know that we were on the left shoulder. We took the same route as we did this morning. I felt bad for being gone so long, so I took Quincy on a longer walk. Like I said earlier, Deanna would walk the dog. Night strolls were new for me. I never did realize how dark it got out here on the lonesome stretch of woods. Every 50 yards or so, a tall glowing streetlight would loom over us, as if a checkpoint in a dark game. As I anticipated, not one car had driven on this forsaken road. There wasn't much out here on this dark stretch aside from a handful of homes spaced very far apart. Some were barely visible through the dark trees as their light barely made it through. Other homes would be smothered in darkness, but their driveways could be seen as a fairly sized opening with a gravel path leading into the darkness. I could only tell this from the mailboxes out front. The further I walked, the more aware I became of my surroundings. The sounds of nightlife deep within the trees echoed. Sounds of movement made me on edge, but it wasn't until I smelled a foul odor did I consider heading back. I shined my light around as I looked for roadkill, but I couldn't find any. It was strange to me that something smelled so badly, but I couldn't find its source. Out of obligation, I kept walking, although I now was shining my light in the nearby woods. The light would scan the uneven surfaces of the twisted trees that rested inside, casting ghoulish shadows. Quincy finally went to the bathroom. I stretched as she took her sweet time and waited for her to finish. The snap of a twig caused me to glance to my left, and I shined my light on a figure standing behind a tree. It was hard for me to comprehend, since its form seemed to conform into the tree itself, but I finally realized what it was. It was a deer. The deer peered out from behind the tree as if it was peeking at me. I could see its hind area, which had spots of brown and red. The face looked withered and its eyes reflected a dull green. Strange. Quincy had finished and started barking in that direction. I bent down to pick up her mess and stood back up, shining my light back into the woods. I scanned the area briefly before realizing that the deer was gone. I was intrigued by the animal, but I didn't give it a second thought as I took Quincy and headed back home. As meaningless as the interaction was, the entire walk back I felt the urge to glance behind me. We finally made it back home and it was almost time for me to go to bed. I made a quick dinner from the leftovers and went about my nightly routine. Things were much quieter with Deanna being out of town. The house was empty, which never bothered me before, but something about tonight put me on edge. I made sure to leave some of the hall lights on as I sat in the living room watching TV. I debated on having Quincy sleep in bed with me, but she always tossed and turned too much for me to get a good night's sleep. Although I would appreciate her company, I put her away in her kennel and got ready for bed. I was brushing my teeth when a notification popped up on my phone. It was the doorbell camera, telling me that there was some movement at the front door. I paused. I put down my toothbrush and I opened the app to see what was out there. On my phone screen, I could only see the streetlight in between the trees, but everything else was fairly dark. The front porch light was off, but I wished I left it on. A good portion of the screen was pixelated from the poor camera quality. Although I couldn't see anything, I was curious to poke my head out. At the very least, I wanted to turn the porch light on. I walked over to the front of the house, flipped on the porch light, and peered out the window next to the door. The yellow light cast it about 30 feet out before fading into darkness. The porch was empty, and the small area glowing in the unnatural light seemed still. Maybe a bug or a raccoon caused the movement of the camera, I justified to myself. I left the porch light on and went to bed. The next morning I woke up to Quincy whining in her crate. It took me a moment to realize that Deanna was still gone, and that I needed to take out Quincy. I got up groggily and took my morning piss before throwing on my slippers and unlocking Quincy's crate. I got her leash on and went out the front door and made our way out to the road. I saw blue and red flashing lights up at John's house. I sighed in grief as I assumed the worst. A part of me wanted to walk up there with Quincy and check on him, but I figured he would need a moment to talk to the police. Quincy and I went on a quick walk before heading back. The early morning walk had been tarnished with worry for Wendy and John. We made it back to the house and I put Quincy away. I didn't have work today, but there were still a couple of things I needed to do in town. I'll check on John when I get back. I pulled out of the driveway and called Deanna while driving. She didn't answer, probably because it was still early in the morning. I drove in silence as I went about my errands and picked up my groceries and other essentials. I drove back to the house and remembered about the police lights at John's place. I unloaded the groceries quickly and walked up to his driveway. The police cars were gone at this point. I knocked on his door and he answered almost immediately, a look of concern hidden behind a small smile. "Hey John, just checking in. I saw the police lights up here and I wanted to make sure everything was okay." John's face rested back into worry. "Actually, no. Wendy got out again and I can't find her. I made sure to have the house locked up and kept an eye on her, but she slipped out in the middle of the night." I was expecting bad news, yet this still made me worried. Geez, John, I'm so sorry. Let me know if there's anything I can do." John's tired face smiled briefly and nodded. "I'll be sure to reach out," he said. The rest of the day I felt extremely bad for Wendy, but most of all for John. I made a continuous effort to keep an eye out as I walked back home and even on my walks with Quincy. I was more alert whenever I was outside. I called Deanna later that day and told her the news. She was saddened, but clearly it wasn't going to affect her vacation with her sister. That night I took Quincy on her last walk for the day and felt obligated to go on a longer one. It was around 9 at night, and I brought my flashlight to scan the woods for Wendy. I doubt I was going to make a difference, but I would have been outside anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. We took our normal route, but despite me looking and the additional distance, we didn't find anything. Eventually, we had to turn back, and we made our way back down the dark street. However, when we got close to the house, I could see John's truck sitting out by the mailboxes, with the truck still running. He was probably out doing one last search before bed. We walked up to John's truck as he idled there under the streetlight. As I got closer, I turned off my flashlight and approached the passenger side door closest to me and knocked on the window. John jumped up at the knocking while grasping his torso. He used his right hand to roll down the window while keeping his left on his stomach. A dark liquid was slowly pouring between his fingers. "Oh my gosh, John, what's going on?" John sat slumped in his seat while trying to catch his breath. I thought it was her. I let her in, but I don't know what it really was," John said in a frantic whisper. "John, you need to go to the hospital immediately. Can you even drive?" He nodded his head as he winced to sit up straighter. "I'm good, I'm just shook up a bit." He checked his hand briefly before putting it back on his abdomen. He took off down the road before I could get out another word. I was concerned that John was going to bleed out on his way to the hospital, but more so on how he got his injury. He thought it was her? Was he out in the woods and something got him? I looked up the hill and saw his house lights shining through the trees. I stood on the side of the road for a few minutes trying to piece together my interaction with him. I walked Quincy back inside and was oddly on edge. I was still worried about Wendy being out alone, but now something weird had happened to John. He was probably in shock when he spoke to me, considering what he was saying was so strange. I spent the evening inside watching TV and made a mental note to leave the porch light on. I went into the kitchen to grab a snack and glanced out the window. The familiar street light was still on, but the light to John's home was now off. "Is he back home?" I asked. Not even thinking, I grabbed my flashlight and went outside and up John's driveway. I just wanted to make sure he got back safe. As I walked up his driveway, I noticed that his truck was still gone. Not only that, but the front door to his house was open. I shined my light on the house and inside the doorway. Something strange indeed happened here. I walked closer to the door slowly. The closer I got, the more in danger I felt. My emotions had finally outweighed my concern. I reached a safe distance to which I could see inside, but my flashlight could only show so much. I wanted to know more, but I knew that I would be overstepping if I did anything else. Why was his door opened? And who turned off the lights? I debated on calling the police, but what was I going to say? My neighbor left his door open and his lights are off? Before I could do anything else, a muffled sound moaned from inside the dark house. The sound shocked my system with terror and dread. It sounded awfully like Wendy. I was perplexed at what was going on. John was saying something earlier, but in this moment I couldn't remember exactly what it was. I was just worried that Wendy had walked back and now she was all alone. I walked over slowly to the front door as the moan slowly elevated to cries. I approached the door and shined my light inside to hopefully catch a glimpse of Wendy, but I couldn't see her. I'd never been inside John's home before. I poked my head inside, hoping to find a light switch. I stepped into the house. I turned on the first light switch I could see, which illuminated the front porch, but not the house. "Wendy," I called in. The cries had stopped abruptly, as if she just now was aware of my presence. "Wendy, John went to the hospital. Why don't you come over to my place and we can wait for him?" Wendy didn't respond. I didn't expect a rational answer from her, but rather to hopefully let her know that I was there. I then heard quick movement upstairs, the speed of which made me uneasy. The thought then dawned on me that what if what I was hearing wasn't Wendy? I shined my light upstairs and a figure slowly came into view. The angle made it difficult to properly see who I was looking at, but it did resemble Wendy. Her long hair was tangled and matted, covering her face. She began to sob again. I began making my way over to her when my flashlight caught something that caused me to stop. A brief flash of green reflected from her eyes, much like the creepy deer I saw the other day. Right away, I realized that who or what I was looking at wasn't Wendy. Human eyes don't reflect back like animals do, especially green. I stood in the middle of the entryway, struck with terror. She was getting closer. Wait here, I said, as I slowly backed up and went out the door. Her head twisted to the side like she was confused. I closed the door and sprinted down the long dark driveway to my house. I didn't know I could run that fast anymore. I made it inside and tried my best to catch my breath. I glanced out the window to see if I was followed, and thankfully, all I could see was the street lights and shadows. The light to John's house was off again. I somehow didn't find that surprising. That night, I couldn't help but look out the window to see if anything had followed me. I didn't ever see anything. It took me a while to calm down, and even when I did, I had Quincy sleep in my bed that night. I don't remember falling asleep, but I do remember waking up. Quincy was barking at the window. My grogginess made it difficult for me to realize what was going on, but when I finally did, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I peered out the window in hopes to see what Quincy was barking at, hoping I would see an empty yard. My eyes strained as I glanced in between the blinds, looking for any movement or silhouettes of anything I could make sense of. My phone then notified me of the security camera on the front door. Movement captured. I opened the app, hoping I wouldn't see anything, but I was wrong. Standing just inside the light of the porch was a familiar shape, although this time I could see it clearly as it stood in the open. What looked like Wendy stood about 25 feet away from the front door. She was hunched over, but she shook and spasmed like she was demented. Her figure seemed strange. She inched closer, her legs and arms twisting in anguish with each movement. She just stood there, barely inside the light of the porch, as if she wanted me to see her, but not clearly. I watched with bated breath, unsure of what to do. I watched for a few moments as she slowly walked around the house and out of view. I opened the door to my room, and Quincy followed me as we walked out into the house, unsure of where she went. All was silent. We needed to leave. I grabbed the keys and Quincy and sprinted out the front door and hopped in the car. I backed out of the driveway as quickly as I could as the headlights reflected on something tall standing in the backyard. It had similar features as the thing I saw earlier, but this time it was much taller, much more menacing, as if it no longer was pretending to be something it wasn't. Its eyes reflected green as the headlights of my car landed on it. That was the last thing I saw before I took off for town in the middle of the night. I'm almost positive that this was the thing that John was trying to warn me about earlier. I dread to think how it knew to look like Wendy and why it chose to mimic her. Something tells me that she didn't wander off that night, but rather, something came in and got her. I pulled up to the Quiet Creek Motel. Its old neon sign flickered as it was partially illuminated against the dark evening sky. This was my first time being in Montana, and unfortunately, my first impression, despite the gorgeous mountains in the distance, was rather forgettable. Granted, I had been driving all day, after being told last minute by my boss that I needed to head north to work on down power lines. That would put anyone in a bad mood. To be fair, my company had just upgraded my work truck to a new full cab. That and my company would cover lodging and food while I was away, although it appeared that there weren't many options in terms for lodging. I walked into the office where the check-in desk sat vacant. The interior looked as if they tried for an outdoorsy rustic look, but ultimately fell short, giving it a cheap hunter's vibe. On the furthest wall facing in was a small television playing reruns of an old sitcom from the 70s. Sitting on the counter was an old key with a key tag that had the number 7 on it and a piece of paper underneath. I waited briefly for an attendant to come to the desk, but noticed that my company's logo was on the paper and my name on the heading. It was a receipt showing that I was staying here 3 nights and that everything had already been paid for. Not the first time I'd been set up beforehand, but normally I had to at least talk to someone first to confirm everything. I double-checked the dates and the card on file just to make sure that no problem would arise in the future. I grabbed my key and the receipt and left the office. Besides not having to speak to anyone, this was nothing out of the ordinary. I walked back out to the truck and parked closer to the room that I'd be staying in. The new car smell still hung in the truck. Plastic film still on parts of the upholstery I'd yet to take off. I parked out in front of room 7 and got out. The cool night air blew harshly as I tried my best to unlock the door. I noticed 2 other cars in the parking lot, which made me feel better that I wasn't the only one staying here. It was rather strange how there was very little nearby. Across the street of the motel was a large field, but a ways off, the road seemed to bend around and a gas station could be seen, right before the mountains spread into the distance. I finally got the door unlocked and went inside. The interior was pretty standard for a motel room. 2 queen-size beds, a random chair that sat in the corner, a small flat-screen TV that had the logo of the motel on some kind of home screen. I brought my stuff inside, putting my luggage on the extra bed and locked the door behind me. I noticed that the room had another door that accessed an adjoining room next to it, which I made sure to confirm was locked. I turned off the TV on my way to the bathroom and did my business. I got ready for bed and fought the urge for one last cigarette, but lost. I found myself walking out to the parking lot to fetch my smokes inside the truck. Normally I just smoke inside the truck, but this was a new one, and my boss would tan my hide if I would be the one to smoke in it. It was cold out, and the wind blew stronger than in most places. I could hear the faint whistling of the tall grass in the field across the street. I closed the truck door while stuffing my pack in my jacket pocket while fumbling for my lighter. I made my way towards the other end of the parking lot, the gravel crunching with each step. The night sky was bare. No influence or constraints of light pollution could be seen, as the universe appeared to bear itself from above. The Milky Way was distant yet made an appearance, something I hadn't seen for years. Its faint milky color spread in the vast night, giving the impression that perhaps there was in fact a divine creator after all. The sky preoccupied me until I realized I had not only crossed the parking lot, but reached the grass barrier that separated it from the road. I lit my cigarette and let my mind wander as I glanced across the field and saw the quaint gas station. The wind came in spurts, biting my neck each time. I ducked my head into my coat, averting my gaze when I noticed what appeared to be a set of green eyes reflecting from the motel's lights. I felt in my pocket for the small flashlight I carried and pulled it out and flipped it on in one swift motion. The eyes appeared again, but were now accompanied with multiple sets. Deer, I thought. They normally travel in groups and wander in fields for food. They were off a ways, about half a mile if I had to guess. I shined my light around just out of curiosity when my light fell on another set of eyes that were much closer. This set confused me as I could almost make out its form that sat just across the street. These eyes were red, a color I didn't think an animal could possess. I stood upright and found myself stepping closer to get a better look. My light grew stronger with each step, slowly revealing a form that looked crouched. I kept walking until I felt the hard pavement of the road under my step, catching me off guard. This startled whatever I was looking at, and the eyes stood up. This was much taller than what I thought it was, certainly something I had yet to come across in person. I wanted to get closer, but I felt a sense of dread peering at me from those eyes, as if I was in the presence of a predator. I stepped back and made sure to keep a visual on the eyes as I made my way back to the safety of the parking lot. But with each back step, the tall set of eyes seemed to be getting closer, matching my pace. I stopped. This thing, whatever it was stalking me. I made a quick glance back to my room and realized I had a whole parking lot to clear before I was safe. A distance I wasn't sure I could make it if it came down to a sprint. I just kept my eyes on the thing as I backpedaled slowly across the parking lot. I was nearly at my truck when the parking lot lights reached far enough to where the eyes formed around a hideous figure, causing me to stop. It stood briefly in the light and quickly stepped back out into the darkness. It had happened so quickly that my mind couldn't process what I was looking at. But what I did know was that it was tall and looked human. I went into my room and locked the door. I don't think it mattered, but the thought did briefly come into my mind about not letting this thing know which room I was staying in, but I wasn't thinking properly. I looked out the peephole to see if this thing stepped into the light again, but it didn't. I lost sight of it in the endless darkness, which was now midnight. I tried to calm myself, but my mind was wide awake. Completely aware now, as if I knew something was wrong, as if my safety was at risk. I turned the TV on and picked a random channel to help relax, but my ears would prick up at the slightest sound outside. It happened twice. The first were footsteps, but sounded like they belonged to someone that was staying here. A quick pace past my door towards the front office. The second noise was something unaccounted for. I had turned off the TV at this point. The lights from the parking lot still spilled in from under the door and from the corners of the curtain. I liked to sleep on my left side, which had caused me to face away from the door, but the softness of tapping could be heard from the front door. 3 brief taps on the door, as if with the tip of a fingernail, ever so slightly, applied on the exterior of the door. My eyes shot open. I leaned back, looking over my right shoulder at the door. Unsure if I would soon be accompanied with an unwanted guest or if it was just a trick of the wind. I waited what felt like hours in the darkness. The only comfort was that the other bed had separated me from the door, giving me the faintest of barriers. I normally carry a gun, but that was something I had forgotten due to the late notice of this trip. I sat there, unarmed, cloaked in darkness, just waiting. I wanted to readjust in bed, but I felt that if I moved or made any audible sound, then I would provide proof that I was in here, and my late-night guest would invite himself in. I don't remember falling asleep, but the sound of my phone alarm woke me up. The events of last night had been washed away by a night of poor sleep. I had a busy day. I needed to get up and start it on the power line so I could get home sooner, hopefully. The day went by surprisingly slow. Normally working hard makes time fly, but the brutal cold seemed to make it drag on. I grabbed dinner in town and took my time coming back to the motel. As night came, the events of the night previous had slowly crawled to the forefront of my mind. Pulling into the parking lot, I had noticed the same 2 cars from the night previous, but I still hadn't actually seen anyone. I went to the front office to make sure that everything was in order, but to also confirm I wasn't actually out here alone. I was more frustrated than worried. Who runs a motel that has no employees ever on site? I walked back to my room and noticed that the room next to mine, room 6, was left ajar. The lights inside were off, but I was tempted to peek inside to confirm that someone was out here with me. but I feared that this would cause more problems if I got caught. I did my best to look in while I passed, but it was too dark inside to see any luggage. The two cars gave very little hints of where anyone was staying, as one was by the office and the other was on the other side of the parking lot. It was so old and neglected that it even looked abandoned. The open door bothered me, so much so that I even moved my luggage from the spare queen bed to in front of the interior connecting doors. I knew it was locked, but it gave that extra weight to give me peace of mind, perhaps buying me a few precious seconds if something were to happen. The second night, despite my urges, I decided against the smoke break. Something about this place was off, and I didn't want to be outside if I didn't have to. My room provided a small sanctuary that I could control, and my truck was right outside if I needed a quick getaway. Partway through the evening, before I considered going to bed, I heard the sound of the door of the room next to me close, as if someone had just came back. I could hear movement inside, typical of someone unwinding for the night. For once, the noise of a neighbor gave me peace, just the reassurance I wasn't out here alone in this godforsaken motel. But as I listened, that reassurance slowly faded. I could hear whoever was on the other side talk, but no one ever answered. I couldn't ever make out words, so I don't know what they were saying. I tried to rationalize that they could have been on the phone, but they soon started moaning, as if they were in pain or mourning something. It was lower pitch, most likely a man. It wasn't long before the sound of the door opened again, and someone walked out. I rushed to the door and peered out the peephole to confirm my suspicions of the man, but I didn't see anyone. Not even a car parked out front of the motel room. The thought did cross my mind that it could have been a ghost or something, but I never did find those to be scary. I went back to laying on my bed watching TV when I heard the definite sound of someone knocking on my door. "Room service," someone said, muffled on the other side of the door. I checked my phone and saw that it was 9 o'clock. Did they say room service? This late at night? At a motel? Something was off. I looked at the door confused before getting up and walking over. I had both locks on the door, even the one that allows you to crack it open, but I instinctively peered through the peephole to see whoever was on the other side. Whoever it was blocking it with their hand. I wanted to open the door, but my body froze in that moment. I couldn't even ask who was out there. They knocked again, but much harder this time, and without speaking. The door rattled faintly from the force. Something bad was on the other side. I was sure of it. I stepped back and anticipated another knock, waiting for the door to erupt in kicks and blows, but it went silent again. I was unsure of what to do. The room's only entrance seemed to be guarded by someone trying desperately to get in. I picked up the old phone on the nightstand and pressed 2 for the front office. A pleasant yet outdated hold music played as I waited. A loud single bang startled me from the front door. I walked over and peered through the peephole while still on the phone, and I was now able to see into the parking lot this time. The coast looked clear. Nothing was outside, at least in the small field of vision that the peephole allowed. I did notice something though. Something about my truck that made me pause for concern. On the windshield and parts of the hood there appeared to be a brown and red mass that I couldn't comprehend. Some type of obstruction, perhaps. I could hear the neighboring room door open and shuffling next door. Banging erupted from the conjoining door, causing my luggage to fall over. I dropped the phone. I did the only thing I could think to do and opened the door and made a mad dash to my truck. Greeting me immediately outside was the crushed skull of a female deer. Its head splattered on the motel door. What remained of the deer was on my windshield. Its carcass had been torn and twisted, bones sticking out. Its flesh were in the beginning stages of rot. The initial sight had caused me to pause, but the commotion inside my motel room reminded me of the situation. I ran to the driver's side door and entered the truck. My first instinct was to lock the truck and then start it. The windshield had been obscured by the deer carcass, but I put the truck in reverse and punched it. Most of what was on my windshield had smeared across. I angled the truck hard to the right so I had a clear view of my motel room through the passenger side window. I could see inside my room as something now stood in what was once my doorway. The red eyes glared at me. The tall, pale body of what was once human stood crouching. Its gaze burned with hatred. We connected. A predator and its prey acknowledging that only a few seconds in misfortune had separated them from encountering. I continued to watch as I saw a toothy smile slowly spread across its face, and the door to my motel room slowly closing. They say that knowledge is power, but sometimes things are better left unknown. The bustling police station was full of chatter and commotion as Officer Whitfield walked in. He was once one of those officers that would show up first thing, ready to take on the day, but the job had slowly worn him down. His morale slowly decayed the more exposed he was to human nature. The police force was his idea of making a positive change for the world, but after seeing all the horrors mankind was capable of, he wasn't even sure he was making a difference. He walked over to his desk and tossed his empty coffee cup in the trash, surprised to see a priest sitting on the other end of his desk. "Can I help you?" he said as he sat down facing him. The priest had a look of concern on his face. He was clearly conflicted as he was fidgeting with his hands, but smiled. "Yes, I'm Father Alquist. I have a matter I was hoping you could help me with. I would like to do a wellness check to one of my followers." Whitfield sat back in his chair. "A wellness check? That's doable. You don't have to be here for that. Why didn't you just call it in?" Father Alquist sat upright. His tone and countenance became more serious. "Well, I would like to accompany you, if that's possible. The man I would like to check on had confessed some things to me, and although he didn't say it outright, I think he might have committed some kind of crime. I'm not supposed to report these kind of things unless it's serious, and I'm completely sure, but I think a wellness check would be appropriate." Whitfield nodded. He sat upright in his chair and began taking notes. "Sure, I understand where you're coming from. What did he say that made you think he's into something?" The priest began to fidget with his hands more as he thought hard on what he could share. He said something about finding a manifested evil and how he serves it. He does its bidding and provides its offspring with flesh. Whitfield looked up from his notes, giving the priest a look of speculation. Giving its offspring flesh? Are those his exact words? The priest nodded and looked down. "I know. I just think that a wellness check is warranted," he said somberly. Whitfield smiled. He wanted to press him for more information, but figured it'd just be redundant, seeing that he was going to see this guy anyways. Not the best way to start the day, but it beats doing paperwork. "I'll tell you what, it's definitely worth a checkup if you hadn't seen him in a while, and seeing how you could be seen as a community leader and have given him counsel, you're more than welcome to join us." Whitfield leaned over to one of the nearby desks. Bradley, you up for a wellness check?" The young officer looked towards the two, confused but agreed. "Great. Let's go check up on your churchgoer." The three left the station fairly early in the day. Father Alquist had the address and attempted to visit a few times, but he never answered. The morning was fairly bleak, but that was typical for the Seattle skyline. It looked like it was going to rain something fierce later, but for now only seldom drops seemed to fall. They left the city and made their way to a smaller town on the outskirts, a town that Whitfield and Bradley had passed but never had entered. The homes were fairly small and mostly run down. They pulled into the driveway of one of the homes where a car was already sitting outside. The priest got out and the two officers followed him up to the front door and knocked. There was no answer. Whitfield glanced at the window next to the door and noticed that there were dozens of flies. The priest knocked several times, but no result. He went to knock again, but Whitfield grabbed him gently and moved him away from the door. "We need to get inside," he whispered to Bradley, pointing to the window. Whitfield tried the handle, but it was locked. He barged it a few times with his shoulder, but the door didn't move. Whitfield began to kick on the door, and after a handful of times, the frame finally gave in, and it opened. They were greeted with a dark home. Had it not been for the car parked in the driveway, it was likely that this person wasn't even here. Before the men could step inside, the three noticed a bizarre odor. The smell was horrid. Even in the mild temperature, the rancid smell stifled the home. Whitfield had smelt this before, and knew that they were in for a horrible discovery. The three men silently knew what they were going to find, or at least they thought they did. The home was modest. Nothing really stood out in regards to furniture or appliances. In the living room was a computer that was still on. Its glow illuminated a small section of the area, casting gruesome shadows in every direction. The priest flipped the light on to reveal what everyone had feared. The living room came to life, but revealed a scene of sadness and gore. They could tell almost immediately what had happened, seeing how the scene told a story of frantic delusions and an unfortunate result. Next to the computer desk, sat leaning against the wall, was what was left of the priest's friend. A shotgun sat next to him, as the recoil slightly distanced itself from its user. His shirt was stained, a reddish brown, and covered the wall and ceiling. Aside from the neck and jaw, very little remained on his head. On the wall behind him, aside from the stains, were frantic writings, phrases and symbols reflecting that this was a disturbed individual. Something was clearly tormenting him mentally. The priest was visibly shaken as he began to motion some religious symbol and muttered softly a kind of prayer. Bradley drew his weapon as a reflex, as he was clearly startled. But Whitfield, he was calm. "Is this what you were fearing?" he asked the priest. The priest was silent but nodded. The priest began to get closer to the body, reaching out as if he was about to touch it, before Bradley stopped him. "I'm sorry, Father, but we can't have you tampering with evidence." Whitfield called in on the radio for backup and for a forensic team when he saw something. A corkboard next to the computer. It was of a map, the town that they were in, he assumed. There was a red yarn spanning across it with circles and Polaroid pictures of distant blurry figures. Next to the map were 3 driver's licenses of 3 young women tacked onto the board. 2 of the 3 Whitfield recognized immediately. They were women that had been missing for the last year. Everything else on the board was hand-drawn pictures of tall, twisted figures with their faces scratched out. Some of the drawn pictures were in great detail, with mysterious symbols on the paper. One symbol was prevalent and was frequently used. It was also marked on the map of the town. Whitfield stepped back from the wall and read some of the ramblings in hopes for clues, but it all seemed like nonsense. Tormented ideas of those plagued by madness. He had no hopes of trying to understand what seemed like gibberish, had it not been for the missing girls. The idea began to itch his brain, that if he could make sense of whatever this was, it could very well lead to the missing girls. There were a handful of phrases in English, and despite the poor handwriting, he was able to understand. "The black goat of the wood commands me. Its hunger knows no end. She has denied my last offering." The phrases of these unusual writings caught Whitfield's attention. It was clear that the author was both misguided and insane, but the context of the 3 phrases began to trouble him. Bradley escorted the priest out while Whitfield stayed inside. He stayed in the living room, looking at the board, speculating until backup came. During that time, he was able to deduce that whoever this was had abducted these girls, but nothing in the writing or material said anything about killing them, just giving them to some strange cult or entity that this guy was trying to appease. There was still hope, at least for the girls. Typically, this type of scene is cut and dry, but to the trained eye, this raised more questions than it did answers. Why was this person compelled to such a drastic end? Where were the missing girls? And what was he referring to? There was a strange symbol highlighted on the map of the town. Most of the yarn was pointed here. This is where he'd find any of the girls, or what was left of them. As Whitfield waited for backup, he felt a strange sensation about the writings. Even though he couldn't understand most of it, he could have sworn he heard the faintest of whisperings, speaking in what he could imagine to be an ancient tongue. He could feel his mind slowly shift, ever so slightly, like as if he could feel the earth beneath him rotate. Had anything else were to happen around him, he wouldn't have noticed it. But seeing how he was all alone with the writings and this gruesome corpse, his senses were able to pick up on this otherworldly sensation. Before too much could happen, backup arrived and snapped him back to this terrible scene. Although the bloody and recently decayed body was the first thing to greet him, it was much better than what his mind was beginning to anticipate. Whitfield left the home as the police were taping off the scene. Bradley was leaning against the cruiser in the driveway. The two hopped in the cruiser and took off into the town. I think this guy's been taking girls and dumping them somewhere. Whether they're alive or deceased is another story. I think he was offering them just something, perhaps a group of traffickers or even a higher power. Guessing from the frantic writings, he was either on hyperactive drugs or perhaps some kind of paranoid delusion, which are my guesses, Whitfield said. Bradley looked confused, slowly shifting into dismay as the two drove across town. Whitfield had taken several photos on his phone before leaving, one of which was of the map that he was now using as a reference for their next stop. It didn't take long for Whitfield to pull into the old parking lot that was next to the mall. The building was much older, but surprisingly it was still open. A few dozen cars could be seen as a light rain began to fall. Dark clouds could no longer hold back their moisture as faint rumblings of thunder rolled in the distance. The style of mall was very much 80s and quite large. It didn't look like it had been updated since. The two officers were able to park fairly close and went inside. Once inside, an eerie sense of abandonment was prevalent. Even its smell seemed dated and neglected. Some of the stores were open, although they looked barely staffed. The remaining storefronts were dark and had metal gates pulled down, preventing anyone from going inside. The officers realized that the mall was unique, and that although the mall was a single story, a second story could be seen below when they reached the center of the mall. The stairs to the lower levels had been blocked by previous renovations, making it impossible for anyone to successfully get down below. The glass elevators still remained, but were no longer in use. The lower levels beneath them gave off a haunting presence, as if ghosts of past stores and customers lingered in the shadows below. It was clear to Whitfield that this mall played a part in the girls' missing cases, but he wasn't clear on what part that was. Did the guy take them from here? Did he see them here and follow them home? Or did he perhaps work here? They walked around in hopes of seeing something to connect the girls to the crime scene, but nothing stood out, at least in regards to the case. The two officers went into some of the shops and asked around, but the employees were just as clueless. Bradley checked the time. It was 3 o'clock. They had been here for around an hour and had gotten nowhere. Maybe it's time to call it. We've looked everywhere, he said as Whitfield walked. His pace slowed and he rested on the handrails overlooking the lower levels. The two looked down below and then back at each other. We haven't checked everywhere. The two officers asked around for who was in charge of the mall and were finally connected with a small man with glasses. His demeanor was overly positive. The two introduced themselves briefly before telling the supervisor that they would need access to the lower levels for a quick inspection. His joyful expression slowly faded. "Why do you need to go down there? It's just a bunch of old empty shops," he asked. "We have reason to believe that this mall is connected to a current investigation. We need to check every inch of it just to be sure." The stark contrast between the supervisor's attitudes were startling, but he slowly reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a key card. He handed it over to Whitfield as he pulled out his walkie-talkie and called over someone from security. His smile quickly returned. "Of course. Here's my all-access card. This should give you access to every inch of this place." A heavy-set man in his late 30s slowly approached. He had a patchy beard and a dirty uniform. He had a key ring with several different keys, but notably no weapon. "This is Jeremy, my head of security. He will escort you around and help facilitate anything you need." He nodded his head unenthusiastically and raised his hand silently. The supervisor beckoned them to follow him, and all four of them walked to the back office. Once back there, he guided them to the back door, which Jeremy walked over and reached for his keys, which he used to unlock the door. He opened the door to a dark stairway that had a metal set of stairs leading down. "This is the only working set of stairs that will lead you down to the bottom floor. You'll not find much down there." The supervisor checked his watch and asked Jeremy to lock up, as he was now leaving for the night. Jeremy nodded and turned on his flashlight and walked down the set of stairs. The two officers thanked him as they followed the security guard down the dark steps. The stairwell led them down 2 flights of stairs. At the bottom, light could be seen spilling in from the open area. The bottom area was abandoned, but still clean. Hollow stores were closed, some with metal gates that peered from the darkness. Stains of where logos once hung haunted the front of stores. Dated carpet laid lifelessly inside like a rotted tongue from inside a skull. Faint music from above could still be heard, as if they were in a diluted version of the mall. Plastic plants and old advertisements decorated the bottom level, but sparsely, like a faint pulse barely beating. Jeremy stood by the stairs while both officers went their separate ways, doing their due diligence before leaving this godforsaken mall. Whitfield walked by the entrances of the stores, slowly shining his flashlight inside as it briefly scanned the abandoned stores. Empty shelves and fallen carts were the only things to greet him. On the seldom occasion of a gated store, he'd reached out briefly to ensure its gates were locked. A slight banging of metal clanged as the gates resisted his checks. In one of the corners near the end of his route, he reached out to one of the gates. His fingers reached in between the bars and lifted expectantly the same sound and resistance, but this time, it slid open. Interesting. He pulled up harder, and sure enough, the gate lifted more. Probably just an error of whoever locked up last down here, he thought. He lifted the gate over his head and he stood outside and peered in. This store looked different. Many clear tarps hung from the ceiling, as if they tried painting this place or even remodeled it right when it shut down. The tarps prevented his vision from seeing all the way inside. Whitfield stood there briefly, almost ready to close the gate again, but something about this place scratched at the base of his skull. He had nothing other than a bad feeling to go off of, this mall included. There was a good chance that he was wasting his and Bradley's time, but the mixture of curiosity and dread whispered for him to go inside. He glanced back briefly to Bradley, who was at the other end of the mall, and went inside. He pulled back some of the tarps as he went in. The smell of old drywall and dust hovered in the air. The light from outside quickly was smothered by the many layers of tarps, making his flashlight shine brighter the further he went inside. Tools and materials laid about, as if forgotten. The feeling of dread began to softly build. His attention began to focus as he neared the end of the store. He could feel himself grabbing his pistol, but not yet pulling it from its holster. On the back wall, letters and symbols crudely written by hand that had since dried resembled the same writings of that corkboard from the house. Not only that, but the same symbol that was frequently seen was written above an open doorway that led to more stairs. The faint whisperings in Whitfield's head made a brief yet noticeable appearance, reminding him of that horrific episode back at the house was anything but an accident. He could feel his grip on sanity lighten very briefly before taking a step back and calling for Bradley. Bradley and the security guard approached not much later. By this time, Whitfield had taken several steps back from the writings, but still stood silently in the dark room. Bradley and Jeremy approached Whitfield while looking at the wall where his light rested. It was now clear. The mall and the suspects were now connected, but the real question was, what more were they going to find? "Where does this lead?" Whitfield said, while keeping his attention on the writings in front of him. Jeremy paused, but eventually fumbled out some answer, revealing his ignorance. I'm not sure. I've never been allowed down here before." The three stood in awe as the dark doorway stood before them. Although they had permission to search the premises and even being accompanied by a security guard, this doorway felt forbidden, as if this was the only thing keeping them away from an unmistakable evil. Time seemed to crawl slowly, as none of them wanted to be here, especially to go further into the dark. Bradley finally moved over to Whitfield and spoke softly, as if to exclude Jeremy. "Shall we call this in? Maybe get some backup on this?" Whitfield declined. "Nah, we got it. We'll just take a quick peek." Overhead, an intercom could be heard out in the main area, saying that the mall would be closing in the next 10 minutes. The three looked at each other. "We only need 5, Whitfield said, as if to overcome any of Jeremy's objections to going down the stairs. The three pressed on and entered the doorway. The metallic stairs led down further. The stairway appeared as if this could have once been a common area for those to enter, since it was wide and resembled much of the other parts of the mall. Once at the bottom, darkness seemed to take on a higher calling. All of their flashlights seemed to be smothered to only allow a couple of feet of visibility. From what they could tell, this looked like another level of the mall, although concealed and barren. The area was quite large, and due to the poor visibility, it would take them much longer than normal to check everything out. "Let's come back to this. This will take us much longer than I thought," Whitfield said. Before Bradley could respond, movement could be heard in the darkness, a shuffling somewhere deep in the unknown. The three quickly shared a glance as if they had to check it out, seeing that they should be the only ones down here. "Who's there?" Jeremy cried, fear evident in his voice. The two officers began to slowly walk towards the sound, each of them drawing their pistols. The whisperings came back for Whitfield, but unlike before, the voices slowly began to make sense. The indecipherable words slowly started coming in as English. They were faint at first, and he tried to push them to the back of his mind as he stepped further into the darkness, but the voices seemed to multiply. With each additional voice, the volume slowly began to rise. He tried to stay focused, but his mind was being overwhelmed by dark words. "She sees you. Join us and you'll be spared. Deny your flesh and take on her image." He stopped walking and grabbed his head as he tried to relieve the pressure that was building inside. Bradley spoke, but with fear. "Did you see that?" he said, as he pointed his flashlight into the darkness, his pistol raised and ready to fire. The voices stopped and Whitfield was relieved of his trance. He was given a brief moment of clarity as he stood up. Bradley's flashlight rested on a distant wall of the floor where they were just at. As they slowly closed the distance, a horrifying figure could be seen coming into the view of the light. The two stopped when they realized that the figure that they saw was both far too tall and significantly disfigured. Had it not been walking upright, one could confuse it as anything but human. Its features were crude and unsettling, as if a less divine figure tried to replicate the human form, but wasn't bothered by beauty. Bradley shined his light all around to try to capture the figure again, but was only met with the empty mall. The setting seemed to change. The two officers were now on high alert, as it was clear that they were in the presence of some kind of humanoid predator. Was this figure the thing the priest's friend was sacrificing the girls to? Some kind of demonic entity summoned from another realm? The two conjectured mentally as to what was going on before a scream echoed from behind them. It was clear that Jeremy was in some kind of distress. Bradley couldn't help but point his flashlight away from where they last saw the monster in hopes of seeing Jeremy, but he was too far away. Jeremy's flashlight could be seen in the distance, but it was moving so frantically that they couldn't tell of his condition. In his panic, Bradley started to run towards him. Whitfield tried to keep up, but the voices came back, stronger and clearer.
You have been chosen. Worship and you'll be amongst the spared. I will exalt your flesh. Answer the call of the Tapahedron.
Images slowly began to fill his mind. Dark clouds seemed to form on a bleak horizon. Whitfield seemed to be coming in and out of consciousness, between dimensions of reality of his mind. He lost grasp of time as he would briefly come to and find himself more and more separated from the other two men. In front of him would appear the monstrous creature, but it seemed that they kept their distance while watching, as if they were guiding him with a small sense of fear in their duties. Their appearance was more clear now that he could see them fully in between the trances. Their heads seemed to be elongated, with rows of teeth spilling from their vile maws. Their figures resembled human but far more alien, almost as if they were horrifying imitations. They snarled and drooled in the darkness, their eyes fixed on the officer as he walked unwillingly to a secret chamber. His mind seemed to break as mentally he witnessed the form of thick clouds that slowly took form of a goat's head, and many tentacles that wormed hideously behind it. In many voices it spoke, but not externally.
I call you to the priest amongst my children.
Whitfield flashed back to reality, only for a moment, to see a terrifying horde of monsters watching him from the darkness, their eyes fixed in anticipation. He flashed back to the cloud, this time more clearer. Its grotesque features of decayed flesh seemed to expand and form a terrifying storm of this cosmic entity. A black head of a goat with the many horns twisted in oral fashion focused in on him.
Grab the stone and be exalted.
He flashed back to them all, but was now in a chamber of utter horror. An altar sat in front of him, several paces. Human bodies laid splayed, including those of Bradley and Jeremy. Their limbs were ripped and pulled as their torsos laid spilled and opened, almost as if in artistic fashion, forming what could only be assumed a dark version of sacred geometry. Surprisingly, Bradley and Jeremy were still alive. The altar was surrounded by symbols and flesh, most of which were decayed, but the new additions of Jeremy and Bradley provided the slightest vibrance of color. The missing girls were amongst the bodies, but in a morbid sense of mercy, they were long since been deceased. In the middle of the altar floated a dark stone of mysterious craftsmanship. It pulsated as it slowly rotated, revealing many sides which had smaller symbols and red striations. Dark energy undulated from it, bending time and space in the process. The many creatures began to chant as Bradley watched from his horrible fate. Whitfield's eyes were black and dark liquid spilled from it. "Whitfield, help us!" Bradley cried as he writhed in pain, but his cries didn't register on the possessed Whitfield. Jeremy could only scream in pain and horror as his fate was clear to him. Whitfield approached the altar, but when he reached it, he had snapped out of his trance for good. His mind was clear, his faculties in complete control. He stood before the stone, the creatures utterly silent, watching to see what he would do. Bradley continued to plead for mercy, causing Whitfield to turn away from the stone. The monsters began to snarl in disapproval, making it clear to refrain from helping them. His only option was to touch the stone. He had been controlled up to this point, but was now in a clear state of mind. It was as if he had to do this last part willingly. His safety was at stake, but so was his soul. He knew that touching the stone would seal his fate, but so would deviating from the ritual. He shook with fear as his pulse raised, his mind filled with terror and panic. The stone, as horrific as it looked, also had an appealing quality to it. The more he looked at it, the more it compelled him to know more. He reached his hand towards it, the warm waves of energy greeting him the closer he got. Bradley watched as he grasped the stone and began to shake violently while screaming. His voice began to fry and his body violently spasmed to the point that Bradley was sure he was dying. Whitfield had stopped briefly and stood upright, holding the stone with both hands above his head. He then said, with a voice not his own,
"Ya, Shamnagarath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young."
The multitude of creatures replicated his posture, lifting their claws in the air while repeating,
"Ya, Shamnagarath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young."
I drove the U-Haul through the unrelenting rain of the Washington countryside. The windshield wipers worked furiously as I struggled to get a clear view of the unpaved road I'd been driving on. I just dropped out of college. I had enough money saved, however, to give my dream as a writer a chance. My uncle, who I was fairly close with ever since my father had died, had a couple rental homes in the Pacific Northwest. I wasn't from here, so it was a bit of a change of scenery for me. Uncle Bryce offered me one of his lower quality homes to rent for practically nothing. Despite not having seen the place, I accepted. I pulled off the gravel road and called him really quick. My poor directions, mixed with the constant downpour and the lack of road signs, made finding this place nearly impossible. He answered in 2 rings, almost as if he was anticipating the call. "Hey, Bug, having trouble?" His voice slightly amused. I gave a light chuckle despite being frustrated. "Yeah, I've just been on the road a good bit and I haven't seen it yet. I'm just worried I passed it since it's not showing on the maps." "Yeah, Google really screwed up the maps on this one. No one can ever find it." "Have you crossed a bridge yet?" he asked inquisitively. I racked my brain but was fairly certain that I hadn't. No bridge yet." "Okay, good. If you crossed the bridge, then you've gone too far. You're coming from the south, so the place will be on your left. There's no mailbox there, but there is a large stone right at the turn-in." I rubbed my brow. "Okay, before the bridge, a large stone at the turn-in. Got it," I said. "Okay, well, call me if you need anything else," he said before hanging up. The rain lightened slightly, but the overcast hardly changed. I put the wipers down a speed and pulled back onto the road. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, a large stone was seen on the left-hand side of the road, and an ominous-looking dirt road led deep into the dark woods. "There we are," I said, as I focused on pulling the van into the narrow driveway. Had it not been for the stone, I would have never seen the place through the impenetrable trees. I'm glad I called Uncle Bryce when I did. The driveway, if you could call it that, was even worse than the gravel road. It was more of a trail than anything. An unmarked trail, really. Thankfully, the driveway wasn't terribly long, and soon enough, a quaint little home stood in the slightest of clearings. There was a small front yard where poorly maintained grass sprouted through the thick dead pine needles that laid everywhere. The single-story home, despite its sad surroundings of haunting gloom, had a charm to it. A place where a good cup of coffee and a good book would cure just about any cold. Perfect for any writer. I hopped out of the van and quickly jogged over to the porch, doing my best to cover my head from the thick rain. Once sheltered by the mossy porch overhang, I approached the door and entered my code, which my uncle gave me. The new number pad on the old worn door was quite the juxtaposition, like a caveman using a smartphone instead of a torch, but perhaps that was the point. The lock beeped with each number I put in, including the enter button, which lit up green when completed. I could hear the mechanism whir inside the door, unlocking it. I pushed the door open and surprisingly, it was heavy. Inside was slightly cooler but very dark. practically no natural light entered this place. It was as if this place was condemned to an eternity of wet darkness. I flipped the lights on and a warm glow illuminated the home. Dated but fairly nice furniture stood scattered in a way that an interior designer must have had some influence. Bearskin rugs laid on the floor and walls while distasteful hunting mounts hung silently, watching my every move with lifeless eyes. I went through the home, inspecting my new residence with curiosity and surprise. I made sure to leave the lights on for each room I went into. I was a bit uneasy, entering a home I'd never been in before, just making sure that everything was in fact empty. I wasn't sure how often Uncle Bryce checked on his properties, but I wanted to make sure a squatter didn't give me a nasty surprise. I didn't own a gun, but for the first time in my life, I wish I did. After 10 minutes of walking the home, I was satisfied with knowing I was alone. I wouldn't want to live here forever. The overall mood and aura of the place was scary, but I kinda liked it. It was one of those places that wasn't the best, but good for what you needed at the moment. The old style and design took me back to my childhood. Something you might see at a friend's house or perhaps an older relative. But still, something about the home or the area in general was off-putting. I wasn't completely comfortable with being here alone, mainly because I wasn't familiar with it. The gloom outside was eerie enough, but being tucked away in this wooden thicket of solitude and darkness compounded into a mental state that was completely foreign to me. It felt like I was trespassing, like danger was just looming behind the corner. The rain outside was still an issue, which gave me a perfect excuse to not unpack my stuff. I was tired after the long drive. I laid on the couch, wanting to waste time watching TV, but sure enough, this house didn't have one. I also noted that it didn't have any Wi-Fi. Cellular data still worked, but reception was poor. This was perfect, especially for an aspiring writer that was battling constant issues with brain rot, but I took comfort in knowing that most people also had that same problem. This environment, removed from distractions, would just cause me to focus even more. I checked the time and decided to call it an early evening. I grabbed the essentials from the van outside and set up in one of the empty rooms. It was quite early in the evening, but it didn't take long for me to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning before my alarm clock. It was quite dark out. I peered outside and was able to confirm that the rain had finally stopped. I got up and realized that all my stuff was still in the U-Haul, and that if I wanted coffee, I would need to unpack it. I spent a good portion of the morning tackling the titanic issue of unloading the van, in desperate hopes of having a decent breakfast anytime soon. I finally put all the boxes inside, although I didn't empty them, and whipped up a quick breakfast with what little food I brought with me. I had so much leftover time today since I got up early that I wasn't sure what to do with the rest of my day. I still had to unpack the boxes themselves, but I crossed that bridge when I got there. I doom scrolled on my phone as I finished breakfast, rays of light barely able to creep through the woods, and the dense fog that seemed to cling on the green branches. I looked outside with optimism. Sunshine? I had to take advantage of it. Nothing is more naturally beautiful than a hike in the Pacific Northwest. Even in a weird forest like this, you're bound to be amazed by nature. I went to my room and to the closet where I had set several boxes of my clothes. The closet had a faint musty odor, but I didn't really mind. I pulled the drawstring to the light and it flickered on. I searched the boxes for my boots, but made an interesting discovery. In the dark corner of the closet was a small door. I'd never seen anything like this before. I walked over and turned my flashlight on my phone as I got on my hands and knees. I opened the door, and to my amazement, it accessed underneath the house. A crawlspace. I was aware of the concepts, but I'd never seen one like this being accessed in a closet before. I peered inside briefly, before eventually closing the door. I had to take advantage of the weather before it would quickly turn on me. I dug through my stuff and eventually found my old boots as well as a good raincoat, just in case. I exited the home while punching in the code to the front door. I knew that there probably wasn't anyone around for miles, but I was alone and it was a good habit to make sure I did. I walked around to the backyard, but it was just as bad, if not worse, than the front yard. To my disappointment, I didn't see a trailhead, but I did see one of those cheap small fire pits you could buy at Walmart. The sun casted muffled shadows in the fog, nestled in the trees beyond. I looked to the back of the house and saw a small door, much like the one I saw in my closet, which I assumed was the outer access to the crawlspace. I went to the front of the house and walked up to the main road. I started hiking north. Maybe I'll find the bridge, I thought. I whistled a song or two as I ventured on the poor excuse of the roadway. The wet gravel sloshed under my boots as I ventured northward. The small road was desolate. No signs of cars or other humans aside from the gravel itself shone in the vibrant landscape. I could hear thunder in the distance, but thankfully, the sun prevailed. However, this wouldn't last for very long. I stopped whistling and decided to turn back before I got rained on. Just as I reached the driveway, small droplets pittered on my coat. I enjoyed the brief walk I managed to get, but I needed to start writing. I didn't have Wi-Fi, so I just had to pull up a Word document. The brief moments of sun flood, leaving me back in shadowy fog. I tried to write. I really did. But all inspiration had been exhausted by the move. All I could think of to write was horror. I didn't normally write horror, but I did write a ghost story or two back in the day. Granted, that was a while ago, and I moved on to other genres. Seeing how I was unfit for a writing session, an idea popped into my mind. I remembered the fire pit out back, and I decided that if I were to have a fire in this wet wasteland, I need to find some wood and let it dry first. I didn't have a hatchet or a saw, so I would need to gather the wood that I could find laying around. It was still slightly raining, but it was only going to get worse throughout the day. I put my raincoat back on and went into the backyard. I pressed past the grass and tall weeds and ventured my way into the woods. My cheery optimism, accompanied with my whistling, cut through the eerie atmosphere. The air was crisp, with a slight smell of pine. The pine needles provided enough of a canopy to keep the rain from reaching me. I found some sticks that I gathered, but nothing big. I made several trips back and forth, keeping my eyes open. I eventually found a dead tree nestled on the back, and I was able to break some of the small branches off with what little strength that I had. I put all that I had gathered into the garage when my phone rang. It was my uncle. I answered. "Hey, Uncle Bryce." "Hey, Bug, just checking on you. I assumed you found the place." "I sure did. It's cute," I responded. "I don't know if it's cute, but it should hold you over for however long you need. Hey, really quick, I totally spaced on this, but don't go too deep into the backyard." He fumbled with his words for a moment. "If you go back there far enough, it's a hunting ground." I paused. I didn't tell him I was just back there. I just agreed. "Okay, yeah, sure. I'll stay out of there." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, great. I can't believe I almost forgot that. How are you?" He forced the conversation to pretend that he wanted to catch up. I was polite and entertained the small talk, but the conversation eventually ended. I hung up and closed the garage door and went inside. Night seemed to come earlier, but that was due to the trees. I had totally gotten sidetracked, and I had forgotten to get groceries that day, so I made a last-minute drive into town and grabbed some food. Driving back was much easier now, knowing that I had to look for the stone. The gravel road was still an eerie drive. It didn't help that the sky was thick with darkness. I made a point to leave some lights on in the house, but it didn't matter. I wasn't visible from the road. I pulled into the driveway and back inside. I spent most of the evening on my phone when the battery started getting low. I remembered the wood I had gathered earlier and went out to the garage to find it fairly dry. I saw an old canister of gas which I grabbed, and I made 2 trips out back to the fire pit to carry the wood. I went back inside to try to find some matches, but I couldn't. I didn't smoke, so I didn't have a lighter. Dang, I couldn't believe I didn't grab the one thing I needed to start a fire. I'll get it tomorrow. I went out back to put the wood away, so it would stay dry. I did the same with the gas canister, which, now thinking about it, was probably too old to be useful. However, as I was in the backyard, my attention was drawn to the oppressive darkness just beyond. The back porch light only lit so much. I glanced out there, thinking about what my uncle had said earlier. He was probably right about it being hunting land, but the way he said it was so weird, like he made it up on the spot. I don't recall how long I'd been staring at the woods, but a distant sound from within jarred me from my trance. It sounded like a heavy branch had broken. I jumped and went back inside. I made a point, though, to deadbolt the back door. I spent the rest of the night on my phone in my room. My phone was low on battery, so it had to be connected to a charger, so I ended up having to take breaks and finished unpacking several boxes in my room. Next to the bed were these big shelves that held several books, as well as random antiques used to decorate the room. I had removed all the items and began placing my large collection of plushies I had acquired over the years. I had so many, and they were so big that they all couldn't fit on the 2 shelves above my bed. I let time get away from me, and I decided way too late to go to bed. I found my toiletry bag in one of the boxes and went to the bathroom down the hall. I made sure to leave some of the lights on in the house to provide some comfort. The noise I heard out in the woods from earlier had me on edge. As I was brushing my teeth, I heard a strange noise. Normally, I am one to dismiss something as a natural cause. Despite having written 2 cheesy ghost stories, I didn't actually believe in ghosts. But this sound that I heard had stopped me in my tracks. Having thought I imagined it, I turned off the water and listened to the silent hum when I heard the distinct sound of whistling outside. What freaked me out even more was the tune that it was whistling. It was the same tune I had been whistling when I was outside. Who or whatever was whistling must have seen me, or at least heard me. The sound was coming from the back of the house towards the woods. A brief thought crept into my mind of going back there and checking it out, but I wasn't going to do that, especially since I was unarmed and alone. I then thought about just leaving, making a run for it to the U-Haul and getting out of here. As I was debating what to do, the sound eventually stopped. It's one of those things where I wish I kept doing it more. That way I could validate some type of action to get out of here, but it never did. I stood in the hallway, looking to the rear of the house, straining my ears to hear anything, but I didn't. I went to bed that night unsure of what I was experiencing. The rain made it difficult to hear anything outside, but I was now aware that something might be lurking out there. The next morning I got up later than usual. I kept waking up throughout the night at random times, so when I finally did fall asleep, it was later than normal. I got up and made breakfast with the last amount of food I brought with me. I needed to go to the store. While I was eating, last night's events came back to me. I went out the back door and looked into the woods, unsure of what I was going to find, if anything. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I went back inside and got ready for the day. I made sure I had a list of things to get while I was in town, matches being one of them. I took my time getting ready, making a list in the process and locking up before leaving. Driving the U-Haul was not ideal as a commuter car, but that's all I had at the moment. I needed to make arrangements to drop this off somewhere and get a smaller rental somewhere else, but I had a couple more days on the agreement that I wanted to use. I drove into town. They only had mom and pop stores rather than anything that I would recognize. I picked one and pulled into the nearly empty parking lot. I was quick with my shopping. I only needed food and a handful of odds and ends, but everything else I had brought with me. I drove back in the cloudy weather, slightly anxious about going home. I considered going on another walk as the rain had yet to make its daily presence, but I then remembered my late-night visitor. Someone had been outside whistling. My desire to go on a walk faded. I made it back to the gravel road. I was thinking about what I was going to make for dinner when I saw a strange sight in the middle of the road. It was the first time I'd seen anything on this road, but it wasn't a car. It was large and hulking, but its dark mass confused me as it stood against the gloomy backdrop of the foggy woods. I slowed up the van and squinted my eyes as its appearance began to make more sense to me. I was nearly on top of it when I finally realized what it was. It was a horse. A black horse stood in the middle of the road, its hair matted and unkempt. I checked for a saddle, but it didn't have one. I rolled down the window as it was within arm's reach of me, but it didn't move. It just shifted its head in my direction and looked at me head on. "Hey there, buddy," I cooed to the beast. "What are you doing out here?" I reached my arm out to try to pet it, but I then saw its eyes. They were milky white. The flesh of the beast gave off a terrible odor, and I realized touching a potential feral animal was probably not the best idea. It looked at me with full attention, a bizarre thing you don't really see in wild animals, unless they're predatory. I drew my arm back and rolled up the window. "Yeah, no," I said, as I continued driving down the road. I have never seen a wild horse before. I didn't even think that was a thing still, but I could be wrong. I saw the stone and was about to pull in when another bizarre sight caught my attention. On the stone was a crow. Its feathers scattered and clumped as if it was crushed on top of the stone, or maybe it flew directly into it. Its legs were sticking up, twisted and broken, resting in a violent manner. Underneath the bird, its blood had been arranged, forming symbols and letters that were unfamiliar to me. I parked the van and got out to take a better look. I looked around, seeing nothing but the endless trees. What the hell? I called my uncle, but he didn't answer. It appeared that someone was giving me a hard time, or something else was happening that I didn't know about. I took a picture of the bird and another of what was on the stone and texted it to Uncle Bryce. "What is this?" I texted. Offended by the sight, I found a stick and removed the bird. I tossed the stick in the woods and got back into the van. I reached the house and unloaded the groceries quickly. I made an effort to check my phone to see if Uncle Bryce responded, but he hadn't. The rest of the day was accompanied by uneasy tension of the prior event. To take my mind off of things, I took some medicine to help calm me down, but I hesitated, knowing that if I did, I wouldn't be able to drive. I should be fine tonight, I said as I swallowed 2 pills. Despite having bought matches to start a fire, I decided on not going back outside. I had seen too much weird stuff today to not be in the right mindset to actually enjoy the woods. In fact, it would be the opposite. When the medicine had finally kicked in, I found myself going to bed quite early. I wasn't sure if it was fate, or if the effects of the medicine wore off at the right time, but I found myself waking up to a unique but horrifying sound coming from the front of the house. It wasn't the whistling I had heard the night prior, but the beeping of the keypad on the door. Someone was trying to get in. I sat up in bed, listening as random numbers were entered, but access was denied. I could hear the slight jingling of the handle, but all of this was done with stealth. Whoever was out there was trying to be quiet. However, this didn't last long. The handle twisted louder and the door shook. The sturdy frame and the heavy door held tightly. Soon banging on the door could be heard, as whoever this was clearly frustrated. Startled, I tried to remain quiet as I called the police. A polite and calm woman responded, asking for my address. I panicked as I didn't have it on hand. However, it was in my text with my uncle from just a few days ago. I opened my text to find the address when the banging had stopped. I paused, looking around nervously as I was unsure whoever was outside and what they were doing now. I finally found the address and gave it to the woman on the phone. She informed me that it would take the police about 40 minutes to get there. It might as well have been a million years, I thought. She wanted to keep me on the phone as I waited for the police, which I obviously agreed to. I then heard a sound coming from the back of the house, like something opening, but I made sure to lock all the doors I could think of. It then got real quiet, and the woman on the phone asked me what was going on. I told her that the banging had stopped, but something else was going on. I couldn't hear or actually see any danger, but my mind was screaming at me. My nerves were firing as my fight-or-flight system kicked in. I was in danger, but I wasn't sure why. It finally dawned on me what was going on, but when it did, it was far too late. I could hear the door open within the closet, and it all made sense what was happening. Someone had entered through the crawlspace and was now in my closet. I wanted to get up and barricade the door, but I was too terrified. Even if I did, I wouldn't have enough stuff to stop whoever was trying to come in. The woman on the phone kept talking and making noise, which I finally just had to hang up on her. I did the only thing I could think to do, which was to hide. I got up on my shelf above my bed and moved my plushies so I could lay behind them. I just prayed to God that the shelf would hold. I heard the door handle turn slowly in the dark room. I peered through the plushies to see it opening slowly. Had it went through this approach first, I probably would have never heard it come in. The door opened silently as a horrid figure shrouded in shadows entered my room. I couldn't see much as the darkness concealed the thing that just entered, but it also hid me as well. I could hear it approach my bed, and the putrid smell of decay reached my nose. Whoever this was, it wasn't someone I wanted to meet. My phone rang again, which was lying on my bed. It was facing upwards and illuminated a small portion of my room, which revealed a horrifying sight. Standing near the closet was a tall, skinny figure. Its skin seemed oddly shiny, reflecting the LED light off of my phone. I watched in horror as it did something I never thought I would see. It approached my phone, each step revealing this figure was more monster than human. A long arm extended as a clawed hand grabbed my phone and answered it. Whatever this thing was, it was silent for a moment. The familiar voice of the woman was on the other line, asking questions. "How are you? Are you safe? What's going on?" This and other things could be vaguely heard as I laid only feet above. Terror struck me as the creature responded, but not in a voice matching its terrible appearance, but mine. My voice. My young feminine voice. "I'm better now. Turns out it was just the neighbor's dog," it responded. I silently gasped as I fought back tears, my heart beating loudly in my chest. I could tell the woman on the line was confused, since there was a noticeable pause on the line. "Are you sure? Do you still need help?" she asked. "I'm okay," the beast answered. "I don't need help anymore. Thank you." I was astonished. Not only could this thing replicate my voice almost perfectly, it just called off my help. The woman on the other line tried asking more questions, but the creature hung up, preventing any more conversation. I was doomed. I knew the second the creature turned a light on, I'd be found, but it never did. I laid only feet above the bed, my small army of plushies providing an incredible small barrier against this thing. It searched the room briefly, but never thought to glance at the shelves. It then opened the bedroom door to the rest of the house and walked out silently, slightly hunched as if it was ready to attack. My eyes locked into the doorway, waiting for any moment for the creature to come back and kill me. I could hear soft shufflings and things being moved ever so slightly. Even if I wanted to leave, I had no idea where this thing was in the house. I laid on that shelf for what felt like hours, waiting for the sun to rise or a clear indication that the creature left the home, but it never did. I laid in darkness, just praying for anything to get me out of this situation, but I was on my own. I breathed deeply trying to think how on earth I would be able to get out of this situation in one piece, when I glanced over to the closet. A faint, terrible idea whispered in my mind. I didn't know where this thing was in the house, but I knew for sure where it wasn't. It wasn't in the crawlspace. It would never look for me there. I just had to be smart about this, as I would only have one shot of getting out of here. I shifted my weight slowly, just praying that the shelves wouldn't creak. I was able to make it onto the bed and then onto the floor. I searched briefly for my phone, but I couldn't find it. There was a good chance that the creature still had it. I grabbed the U-Haul key, which I thankfully kept in my room, and entered the closet. The closet was pitch black. I felt around as I blindly stumbled into the small area. I finally felt the door, which was left open, and crouched down into the small space. Once inside, I had to think. Where was the door that led to the backyard? I couldn't see anything, so I had to rack my brain the layout of the home as to guess which way I needed to go. The cold, wet ground added unneeded difficulty to the already terrifying situation. Above me, I could hear the sounds of floorboards creaking as the creature continued to scour the home. I crawled on my hands and knees, feeling the damp walls, just hoping that eventually I'd feel a door. I spent hours down in the crawlspace, crying and silently screaming to myself. The sounds above me eventually got louder as the creature got more and more frustrated. I had crawled aimlessly for hours down here without making any progress. Eventually, the sounds above me stopped completely. I just sat in the fetal position, ready for whatever this thing was to come down here and grab me. I could tell it was morning time because I could hear the birds outside chirp their cheerful tune, completely oblivious to the hellish night I just spent. I perked up. I could finally see the faintest rays of the morning light coming from the furthest direction of the crawlspace. I still had to be smart though. I didn't hear the thing leave the house above. It was still inside. It had to be. I crawled slowly towards the dim light, shivering with both anticipation and the cold night I just endured in the crawlspace. I finally reached the door, peering out slowly to find the gloom landscape to greet me. I was so tired. I emerged from the darkened space beneath and slowly rose to my feet. The next series of moments were just a blur. All rationale and critical thinking went out the window. I bolted with all the energy I had to the front of the house. The large van sat tucked away in the morning fog. I didn't have my wallet or my phone, just the keys to the behemoth vehicle. I got out of there, without ever looking back, at the house. It had been a while since I'd been back to my family's property. A little over a decade to be exact. However, time seemed to have kept it how I remembered it. The long driveway with the old rusted gate that never closed all the way. The green trees on all sides acting as a curtain, making the driveway feel even more narrow. On the off chance that two cars would be coming in opposite directions, one would have to pull off to the side, and the other would have to squeeze by, but that almost never happened. Not many people came out here. That included my family, even when I was younger. Back when things were somewhat normal. Mail never got delivered out here correctly, so we had to get a P.O. box in town just to get packages. My childhood memory of my family and the small church that they ran came flooding back. I use the word church generously. Nowadays, it would be called a cult by modern definition. I was so young I couldn't tell you the first thing about it. Just that I'm no longer close with my family, and I'm no longer involved with that church group. We ascended the hill and caught a glimpse of the small house I grew up in. This was the first time I brought Henry out here. I could see his eyes widened as he scanned the clearing leading up to the house. The day revealed what I already knew. The once beautiful clearing where I would sometimes play was significantly overgrown with weeds. Although the place was in disarray, I could sense a hint of optimism in Henry's countenance. Like he was excited, rather than disgusted like I was. "You'll have to show me everything," he said, as he glanced at me quickly, then back on the road. I shrugged my shoulders. "There's not much to see," I said, somewhat joking. We parked out front of the house. There were no cars here. The place was technically in my mother's name, but it was abandoned for the most part. But for how long was the question. We got out of the car and didn't even bother with our bags. We just went right in. Henry opened the screen door, which let out a loud rusted screech from the springs. The front door was unlocked. I had to remind Henry that no one ever came out here, so this was a common practice for us. I followed in behind him. Inside, the home was still furnished. The lights didn't work, but the streams of daylight came pouring in, casting the main floor with eerie shadows. There was a faint scent of mold and moisture, but for the most part, surprisingly in good shape. The kitchen was completely bare, aside from a few chairs stacked in front of the rear door, leading outside. Henry began unstacking and placing the chairs evenly in the kitchen. That is when I noticed a lock installed on the inside. It was one of those padlocks with a heavy lock drilled into the door frame. The front door was unlocked, but the back door is padlocked? Henry said, confused, bringing up a great point. We were never allowed to use that door, I said. My parents were weird about that kind of stuff. Henry tried pulling on the lock briefly, but to no avail. We continued our self-guided tour throughout the home. What little we could see was covered in shadows. We eventually made our way to the stairs leading to the second story. Each step seemed to creak differently as we ascended. The second floor was bare, no furniture like the first floor. I went to my old room to see stains on the walls and floor. The room was smaller than I remembered, barely usable for a child. The windows were covered with old newspaper, giving the room a brownish glow. The smell of moldy carpet was strong, but this didn't matter. We wouldn't be able to use this room for anything aside from storage. We went to the master bedroom where my parents stayed so long ago. It was much larger and free of mold. "This looks fine," Henry said, looking pleasantly surprised, as was I. I was never allowed in my parents' room growing up, another weird rule that we had. If I was ever in here, I certainly don't remember it. The room needed a quick cleaning, but honestly, it looked pretty nice, all things considered. The window was unobscured and overlooked the property, unlike the window in the other room. "What do you think?" Henry said, while looking out the window and back at me. I shrugged my shoulders. "I mean, yeah, it's not bad," I said, still unsure how I felt about the place. The house seemed fine aside from the mold. It's a small project house for sure, but seeing how you already own it, it's a good deal. Look, we can even clear out those weeds down there and have a little farm like you always wanted. I could tell Henry was trying to sell me on the place. Money was tight, and this was a good solution for the time being. Even if we didn't fix up the place, we could still live here and not have to pay rent. I like what Henry was trying to do, but something about my childhood home gave me a bad feeling. Not even memories, just an overall bad feeling, like this place was hiding something, but I couldn't explain it. Maybe I was wrong. Perhaps I'm just reliving some past trauma, and it was affecting my subconscious. I was willing to give it a chance to hopefully prove myself wrong. We spent the rest of the day bringing our stuff inside. We set up an air mattress in the room upstairs and tried to make some phone calls to get the power on, but with little luck. We had to go into town for warm food. There weren't many options. Night seemed to be different back at the house. We were used to roughing it before, but this was different. The house at night seemed to have a layer of added darkness, more than it should have. Obviously, the power didn't work, but the shadows seemed to take form in a different way, as if they had a thickness to them, a dense mass that was almost palpable. We had the good sense to bring flashlights, but we had forgotten that we couldn't charge our phones at the house. I had enough battery left on my phone, but I couldn't use it tonight. We would have to go into town into some public building tomorrow to charge them. It was late, but I wasn't tired. I think staying in a new place has an effect on most people. Henry fell right asleep. I just laid in bed staring at the ceiling. The old home would occasionally pop and groan with the wind, making it difficult for me to relax. As it was getting later, I was beginning to drift. I felt a shift on the air mattress. Henry got up, causing me to be wide awake now. He took his time and slowly made his way out the room, but instead of going into the small bathroom on the second floor, I could hear him going down the stairs. The stairs creaked loudly as I could hear him get to the main floor. Maybe he left something outside, I thought. I laid back down, but instead of the front door opening, I heard the back door beginning to rattle. I got up, confused on what was going on. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way down the stairs. Henry was by the back door trying to open it. I couldn't help but laugh, but surely he was sleepwalking. I walked over and gently woke him up. I know you're not supposed to wake a sleepwalker, but I rolled a dice on this. At first he was in a daze, but then he was terrified. I'd never seen him so scared before. He nearly fell over as he shrieked in terror. After a few moments, he was able to calm down as he tried to catch his breath. I comforted him. "Are you okay?" I asked, still laughing. He looked around and began to realize where he was. He chuckled nervously. "Oh, wow, sorry. Wow, I had a horrible nightmare." "Yeah, clearly," I responded. "What was it about?" He paused while trying to think. I could tell he couldn't remember. Damn it, I don't know," he said, laughing. We both laughed at the situation. One minute I was concerned and he was terrified. The next we were laughing in the dark, empty kitchen. We had a nice moment and went back upstairs. We laid down and did our best to fall asleep, but it didn't take long. I was standing in a field. I could see the outlines of my family member's silhouette just ahead of me. They were facing away. I crossed the field to see that they were standing on the edge of a pit. I couldn't see the bottom where I was standing, nor could I see their faces. They all appeared to be holding something, but I couldn't tell what it was. I walked up to them, but none of them reacted. They were holding some grotesque object in each of their arms. If I had to guess, it was some mutilated flesh, roughly the size of a small animal, but no features revealed any information. I looked into the pit to see mounds of whatever they were holding in various stages of decay. My family had smiles on their faces, but soulless eyes, like they were happy but no longer in control of their souls. Only my mother spoke, or what appeared to be my mother. "You can still leave, you know. It doesn't know you're here yet." Before I could respond, I woke up on the air mattress. Henry was up again, but this time it was morning. The sun was barely over the horizon, casting its beauty onto the land and into the home. The shadows from the night prior had since scattered. Henry stretched in front of the window while yawning. "What a beautiful day. Do you want to show me the rest of the property?" he asked, as if the terrors of the night before were long past him. I agreed. To be honest, it had been so long, and since I wasn't allowed to do much outside, I too would be discovering parts of the property with him. We quickly got dressed, found a McDonald's where we grabbed breakfast and sat where we could charge our phones. I reminded Henry of his late night escapade and we shared a laugh. "What were you so afraid of?" I asked, seeing if time would allow him to remember his horrifying dream. He pondered for a moment. Something wanted me to open these doors, but I don't know." He looked slightly concerned before going back to normal. "How about you? How'd you sleep?" I complained about the air mattress, how anytime he moved it caused me to wake up, but I didn't mention my dream. I didn't want him to think I was crazy like the rest of my family. We finished breakfast and grabbed our phones before heading back to the property. Like Henry suggested, we started hiking in a random direction. I suggested the backyard area, since I was never allowed to go back there. I always wondered why my parents were so strict with us kids about being back there. Why didn't we just move if it was such a big issue? We started our hike. The backyard, much like the rest of the property, had tall trees surrounding it. There were no paths back here, or any type of trail for us to follow. We were guided by pure curiosity. We made sure to leave marks every so often to guide us back to the house on the off chance that we got lost. We didn't hike for too long before the woods seemingly opened to a small field. We both stopped. I had been here before. Not physically, but in my dream. Before I could say anything, Henry spoke up. "This is it," he said. He paused nervously before quickly rushing over to it. I followed behind him and he stopped again abruptly. When I approached, I could see why. There was a carcass of a large deer near the base of cellar doors. The deer had an impressive set of antlers, but was partially eaten. Its limbs snapped and its eyes were removed from its skull. "Look at that," Henry said, amazed by this horrific sight, kneeling in closer to better examine it. The deer looked recently killed. The scavengers had gotten to it, but there was still plenty of meat on its bones. I was fixed on the deer when Henry stood up and gasped. He didn't say anything. He just stared. I glanced to see what he was looking at, and I felt a strong sense of dread fill my body. On one of the cellar doors was a large hole. The hole was about 3 feet wide, and it looked clawed at. "This is what my dream was about," Henry said, without taking his eyes off the dark hole in the door. "In my dream, there was something in here. It didn't like the light." The set of cellar doors looked peculiar. They weren't attached to any building, they just were into the ground at a certain angle. I was quiet. He stepped closer and peered his head inside, with plenty of room for him to crawl into. He shined his light inside. I wanted to protest, but I was also curious. What was this strange structure doing on my land, and why didn't I know about this? More importantly, what was inside? "All I can see are some stairs. I can't see the bottom," he echoed. He stood back up and looked at me. "What do you think it is? Some kind of doomsday bunker or something? Was your family into that kind of stuff?" I didn't answer. A thought crept into my mind, one that made me want to leave immediately. What if something tried to drag this deer into that hole, but its antlers were too big to fit? I said, solemnly. Henry looked at the deer. "Like what, a bear?" I didn't answer. "We should probably get back." We left the clearing. The day was beautiful, but it felt as if dark clouds had rolled in. A growing tension told me that this was something I'd eventually have to get to the bottom of, but I couldn't deal with that right now. We followed the landmarks we left for ourselves. I felt the need to remove them just in case something wanted to follow them, but I didn't. I didn't want to come off as this paranoid person in front of Henry. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't enjoy the rest of the day. I tried to keep myself busy by working on the house, but those doors never left my mind. I ended up putting those chairs back in front of the back door, even though if it was locked up. I considered going into town and getting a lock for the front door, but that would have to be a chore for another day. For dinner, we just ate at the house. We had a couple of sandwiches from what little food we had in the car. Night crawled its way slowly to the house. A faint moon could be seen in the dusk sky as beautiful colors slowly faded into darkness. The two of us were tired from such a long day. We went to bed early, and thankfully, my mind was calm enough to slowly drift off. The moonlight peered in, giving the room partial light while making the other portion of the room seemingly even darker. Henry fell asleep almost immediately. He had a gift for that. I wasn't far behind. I was back in the woods again. My parents were standing in the clearing, but instead of the pit, it was the cellar doors. The doors were both open. I could see concrete steps leading down and even a handrail. My parents were both facing away from me. I slowly walked up to them. My feet didn't have shoes on. My parents both dropped something into the large cellar door before I could get there. When I finally reached my parents, my mother turned to me. She was how I remembered her when I was a child, but her eyes had been removed. She smiled at me again. "She doesn't like it when you
look at her," she whispered.
"Who doesn't like it?" I asked. My father turned to me. His appearance was the same as my mother's. His eyes were gone, but he had a big smile. "She's coming to the house. She saw you." In unison, while both parents looked at me, they began to repeat an eerie phrase. "She's coming to the house. She's coming to the house." I shot up in bed. It was still dark out. I was unsure of the time, but I was breathing heavily, my shirt stuck to my chest with sweat. Henry was out cold. This was the second night of having dreams of my parents, something I don't think I ever did before coming out here. I was about to go back to bed when I heard a muffled sound coming from downstairs. It was so unique I instantly knew what it was. It was the front screen door opening. I froze with fear. It quickly closed. I laid listening, straining my ears to hear anything else, but nothing. I tried to wake Henry quietly, but he was unresponsive. Several minutes had passed and I was unsure of what to do. Finally, I got Henry to wake up, and he loudly groaned.
"What is it?" he asked, concerned.
"I think someone's in the house," I whispered. A sentence no one ever wants to hear when they wake up, especially when you're out in the middle of nowhere without a weapon. He paused and looked at the door.
"Are you sure?
Why do you think that?" Right when he spoke, we heard a creak from the stairs. Our eyes widened as we both silently realized that I was correct. Someone was in fact inside. Another creak softly groaned as whoever it was on the stairs was trying their best to be quiet. Henry began to get up when suddenly he fell over. He lay partially on the mattress as he instantly was unconscious. What happened? Another creak came up the stairs when my vision began to tunnel, before instantly turning black. I was outside in the city having lunch in the park with Henry. We both had our favorite meals, eating at the park bench while laughing with one another. Henry was dressed rather nicely for once. I had on one of my favorite dresses that I had been able to fit into for years. I felt at peace. I don't know how I got here or where I was, but it made sense somehow. As we were eating, my parents arrived. They were also dressed nicely and holding hands. Henry greeted them and hugged them as they sat to join us. This seemed wrong to me. Henry had never met my parents before. He just greeted them like he'd known them for years. "How do you know my parents?" I asked Henry bluntly. He chuckled. "I've known your family for years. We love each other." I stood up. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" my mom asked. My father said nothing but smiled. Everyone did. "Am I dreaming?" I asked hesitantly. Henry tried to speak, but his voice was drowned out with a muffled sound. I heard my own voice speak loudly over the landscape. "Wake up." I opened my eyes to the dark room. I was so tired, but I somehow had the ability to barely wake up. I was facing the doorway, and I instantly saw it. It wasn't a person, but I could tell it was female. A tall woman-like creature with long, strangly hair knelt over what was left of Henry. The moonlight streaming in did me the disservice of casting pale light onto the newfound horror waiting for me in the bedroom. Henry had been torn in half. His eyes were removed. The creature glared at me with a piercing gaze. Her mouth and neck were drenched with a dark red. Her skin was shiny and wet. It had dark eyes with faintly glowing orange pupils. It slowly stepped back into the shadows, dragging Henry with it. I tried to move my body, but I couldn't. I could only stare and pray to God that it would stay away from me. It looked at me with a deep hatred. I could tell it didn't like being looked at. It only kept backing away slowly, as if I caught it doing something sinister. Henry smeared dark stains as it dragged him. It finally stood up, revealing a horrifying height nearly touching the ceiling as it ducked out of the room. I could hear it quickly moving down the stairs and out the front door before I fell back asleep. I woke up later in the day. I was tired. I'd slept for 12 hours and even then I could barely move. I slowly got up looking for Henry, but I didn't see him. My head hurt with a terrible pain. I was groggy. I felt hungover, but I didn't drink last night. I slowly made my way to the bathroom when I stepped in something wet. I looked down to find puddles of dark liquid. In the center of the room, it smeared its way out of the doorway. I followed it as my heart dropped. Images of the night before slowly crawled to my attention. The creature wasn't a dream. The screen door was hanging off of the house, as if whoever used it last burst through it with a great force. I stood on the porch in realization. That thing in my room last night took Henry out into the woods, and had I not woken up, it would have probably gotten me as well. I drove home from my late grandfather's estate sale with a handful of things to remember him by. It was quite the drive between his nursing facility and my small country home, but it gave me time to wrap my head around his passing. I finally reached the long driveway and pulled into my empty garage. I gathered the few items from my passenger seat and carried them inside while closing the garage. It was enough to fit into a small box and rather worthless for the most part. All of the items I could justify having without getting a nasty phone call from any relatives. Just things that mattered to me, I suppose. I sat the box down on the kitchen counter and began going through each item one by one. I got a couple books, an old tie he'd always wear, and his ham radio he stopped using years ago. He'd shown me a few times how to use it, and we would go down into his basement and try to find someone across the world to talk to. I wasn't planning on using the radio for myself, I just like having it. I plugged it into one of the kitchen sockets and it quickly glowed to life. I turned up the volume and played around with it, but it had been so long that I couldn't really make anything of it. I took the other items and placed them in my home office, completely forgetting about the ham radio in the kitchen. The long drive had wiped me out. I took a quick nap to refresh my mind and woke to the sound of someone talking in my kitchen. I shot out of bed, terrified someone was in my house, but I quickly remembered that I'd left the radio on in my kitchen. I left my room and went to my kitchen. Sure enough, I picked up someone speaking on the other end. There was considerable amount of static, but I was quickly able to tune it in. It was a radio call from one of the local forest stations. They were asking for help and gave coordinates to a fire lookout. They had mentioned that something wasn't right and requested a ranger to come provide assistance, but they wouldn't specify what was going on. They had repeated themselves 3 times before I responded. "Hello, civilian receiver here. Do you guys need me to call someone?" There was a pause on the radio. I listened in my kitchen for a response, but they never did. Interesting, I thought. I was just glad that I was able to connect with someone. I wasn't terribly worried about the actual message itself. I'd remembered the coordinates. I jotted them down on a sticky note that was nearby and put it on my fridge. I found this type of stuff to be interesting. I unplugged the radio and carried it into my office where it remained unplugged. I didn't want the radio to go off again and scare me to death. Several weeks passed. I had accrued several days off from work and I was looking for something fun to do for a 4-day weekend. Originally, I had an Airbnb planned with some friends, but we ended up having to cancel last minute. Thankfully, we were able to get our deposit back. I was left with nothing to do and nowhere to go. At one point, I considered just drinking all weekend by myself, but I figured that I was past that stage in my life. However, I did end up coming across those coordinates on my fridge. I hadn't even plugged them in to see where they were. Sure enough, they were about 2 hours away. I couldn't help but notice that there was a campground nearby. It appeared that this lined up perfectly. Looks like my weekend plans were just made for me. I checked the weather for the area and saw that there would be showers for some of the days. I wasn't gonna let a little rain get in the way of a fun, mysterious weekend. I packed up my car and took off in the morning. The drive was beautiful. Very little traffic as I made my way out to the campsite. When I finally pulled in, it looked like I had the place to myself. Besides the camp check-in and the handful of rangers, I didn't see any campers. This was perfect. I had reserved one of the spots near the parking lot, but seeing how I was the only one here, they offered me any spot I chose. I paid my camp fee and parked my car. I had the coordinates still on my phone, which said I had about a 5-mile hike into the woods. Obviously, I didn't share what I was trying to do with any of the rangers. I was afraid they wouldn't permit me to access the fire tower and ruin my weekend. Instead, I stayed quiet and ended up picking a camp spot near the trail, tucked away from the parking lot. I figured this way, none of the rangers would try to check up on me. I carried my stuff and set up camp. It took me most of the day, but I'd finally set it up to my liking. I was more on the glamping side of the outdoors. The mystery burned in me. I couldn't wait to slip away and hike out to the fire tower. I wasn't sure what I was going to do when I got there, but I figured that this would make for a fun adventure. It started getting late, and I built myself a nice little fire. I cooked up a hobo dinner, as they say, and got ready for the evening. As I was finishing my meal, I saw a flashlight heading towards me from the parking lot. Great, I thought. Some nosy ranger was going to come tell me some nonsense and ruin my fun. "Good evening," he said, rather cheerfully. I responded in kind. "Just checking to make sure everything's okay," he said. I didn't respond, just nodded. Yeah, I didn't realize you camped so far away from the parking lot. Normally people want to be near the bathrooms," he said, jokingly. "Is there something I can help you with?" I said politely while wanting to expedite this interaction. "Oh, no, just saw the fire and thought, making sure someone was out here. People tend to not camp out this far." "I'm fine, thank you for checking." He glanced out into the woods, looking behind me into the darkness. "Alright, well, if you need anything, I'll be over in the lodge." "Thank you," I said. He walked away quickly. What a strange interaction, I thought. It made sense, though. I was the only one out here. I let the fire die down and set my alarm for 9 o'clock the next day. The sounds of the night in the woods was rather relaxing. I put my rain fly on the tent on the off chance that it would rain. I laid in my sleeping bag. I could feel the uneven ground through the cheap fabric, but that wasn't a huge issue. Normally I watched the show on my phone while I fell asleep, but I wanted to save my battery for the long hike tomorrow. The change in my nightly routine was difficult for me to adjust to. As much as I loved camping, I always felt exposed at night, like any person or animal could just come grab me. My mind eventually calmed down, and I found myself drifting off. I woke to the sound of my alarm on my phone. Soft rain hit the tent. I hit snooze and took my time getting up. I got ready for the day. I packed a few water bottles in my backpack and a flashlight for a good measure. I put on a windbreaker to shield me from the gentle rain and ate a quick breakfast before heading down the trail. As much as I enjoyed the outdoors, I was a quick hiker. The excitement of finding the fire tower caused my pace to be slightly quicker, but as I hit around the 3-mile mark, I noticed that there were 2 trails. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the trail to my left had a gate blocking it, with a sign that said no public access. For good measure, I pulled out my phone, and to my disappointment, it was the trail that I needed to reach the fire tower. I sighed. Quietly, I weighed my options. I'm the only one out here. They're not going to come look for one person. I quickly thought of an excuse in case I got caught on the no-access trail. I rationalized that one could mistake the sign to mean for motor vehicles. I know, it was a stretch. I glanced all around, double-checking that I was indeed alone before hopping the gate. I had several miles left. If I saw anyone coming my way, I would simply turn back, but as I hiked, I was delighted to see that I was still alone. The trail had slowly become more unkempt. It was clear that it didn't look well traveled. Around the 4th mile mark, I began to feel uneasy. The rain picked up and the clouds overhead caused it to feel much later than it really was. I became more aware of my surroundings. The natural noise of the woods seemed much quieter. One could argue that the wildlife was tucked away in their dens to avoid the rain, but this felt different. Although I was on a no-access trail, I felt that I was encroaching in a more disturbing way. Like I was walking into something I wasn't meant to see. Like something horrifying was waiting for me. I considered turning around when I finally saw the tower through the trees in the distance. Despite being excited the last few days, I was now hesitant. The tower stood tall and looming. The structure was impressive, yet I didn't want to be out here. I'll just go take a look, I thought, and quickly make my way back to the campsite without taking a break. The trail seemed to disappear, but I just followed the tower by eyesight, making sure to make a landmark to find where the trail had ended. I stepped out of the tree line into a small clearing where the fire tower stood. Up close, it looked worse than I expected. Rusted bolts, flaky paint, and warped metal stairs that swayed gently in the rain. The wind pushed through the structure, forcing the metal to groan in long, aching cries. At the base of the tower was a small shack. Its door hung open, tapping softly against the frame. The smell reached me before I crossed the clearing. Wet iron. Rot. Inside the shack, a desk had been bolted to the floor. The surface was gouged with deep scratches, numbers carved again and again into the wood. The coordinates. Overlapping, frantic, as if whoever had written them hadn't been able to stop. The radio mounted on the wall crackled. Low, persistent. Requesting assistance, the words dissolved into static. I stepped back and looked up the tower. Something stood at the top. It wasn't moving. Rain slid off its shape, and fog wrapped around its limbs, but I could see enough to know it wasn't right. Its posture was wrong, hunched uneven, like it was balancing on its joints that didn't look quite in place. It noticed me. The head snapped down far too fast. A sound came from it. Not a word. More like a breath forced through a throat that was decayed. Then, slowly, clumsily. "Hello?" The voice was wrong. Flat, strained, like a recording playing through torn speakers. I didn't answer. Metal screamed as it shifted its weight. One long arm dragged against the railing, fingers curling and uncurling as they tensed. "Come up," it said. The syllables were chewed, broken apart and pushed back together incorrectly. Saliva dripped from its mouth and splattered against the stairs as it leaned forward. I stepped back. The radio behind me erupted in static, then a panicked voice cut through. "Do not approach the tower. Repeat, do not..." The transmission ended in a wet crack. Above me, the thing began to move. It descended the stairs in jerks, sometimes skipping entire steps, sometimes clinging to the railing and pulling itself down sideways. Its joints bent too far, popped back into place, then bent again. Its face shifted as it moved, skin tightening then sagging like it was struggling to keep its shape it had chosen. "Help." It tried again. The words came out stretched and hungry. I ran. The force closed around me immediately. Branches tore at my jacket, mud sucked at my boots. I could hear it now. Not footsteps, but scraping, snagging sounds as it crashed through the brush far too quickly for something that size. It didn't chase like a person. It hunted. A burst of breath hit the back of my neck.
"Close,"
it hissed, the sound layered with something animal beneath it. I didn't stop until I hit the gate. I vaulted it blindly, hitting the ground hard on the other side. The moment I did, the forced noise exploded back into existence. Wind, insects, distant birds, as if a switch had been flipped. Silence followed. I lay there shaking, rain soaked through my clothes. After a long moment, I dared to look back. The gate rattled. Something stood just beyond it, crouched low, limbs folded in ways that made my eyes ache to follow. Its head tilted, listening, memorizing. The gate seemed to be a threshold. It wouldn't come near it, but I could still see it as it tried hiding in the shadows. I tried catching my breath when I heard a voice behind me. I turned around to see two rangers standing at the fork in the trail. I've been so preoccupied with my escape that I didn't notice them waiting for me on the other side. "Oh, thank goodness you're here. There's something out there," I cried, hoping that they would do something about it, but they just stood there. I pointed beyond the gate, at the thing, trying to get them to understand, but they just stared at me with grim expressions, as if they didn't want to acknowledge what I just said. "Looks like you just met Gary," one of the rangers said. "He is, well, we don't know what he is exactly, but we have an arrangement of sorts. Anything he catches beyond the gate he's allowed to have. In return, he stays away. But every now and then, one goes down past the gate and sees him and gets away. Granted, it is quite rare, but it happens. Normally we let them go and they tell their story to the police and the news, but no one believes them. However, unfortunately for you, Gary has seemed to have missed too many meals. He's bound to eventually terrorize the campers again, but he should be quite happy with you for a few weeks." The other ranger slowly raised the shotgun I had just realized that he was holding. Wait, I said, trying to protest, sticking my hands out in self-defense. I slowly backed up to the gate and glanced behind me. There I saw Gary, standing right on the other side, smiling. His teeth were long and menacing. Before I glanced back to the rangers, a single shot rang out. I felt immense pressure in my chest as I was sent flying back, hitting the gate and falling to the ground. I could taste blood in my mouth as my body went weak. I braced for another shot, but instead the two rangers walked over slowly to me, picked me up, and tossed me on the other side of the fence. "Sorry," said one of the rangers that shot me. "Gary likes his food still alive. Makes him feel like he killed it." Whatever that thing was, Gary grabbed me by my head, his long nails digging into my scalp, and carried me off into the woods. I pulled off the highway. My gas gauge was teetering between a quarter full and empty. It was late. I had a busy week traveling for work, but I was now on my way home. I technically could have stayed another night on the company's dime, but I was ready to go home to my bed. 6 hours was a brutal drive, but I was familiar with it. If I could time it right, I'd only need to stop for gas once around the 4-hour mark. That is, if I leave with a full tank, which I didn't. A big reason why I picked this job was that I was able to cover my hometown as part of my territory. Granted, that was a while ago. None of my family lived here anymore. Regardless, I liked stopping in every now and then and grabbing some food and taking the occasional stroll down memory lane. I was 2 towns away from my hometown, but I didn't want to risk running out of gas on the highway. As much as I liked pressing my luck, the risk didn't outweigh the reward. I had seen signs for a gas station on this exit, but pulling off the off-ramp, I was beginning to regret not going one more exit. I'd never been to this exit, and I wasn't in the mood to try to find something. It was late at night. Traffic was non-existent. Only the seldom light post accompanied me, shining a hideous orange light on the dark road. The fuel light turned on and I groaned. There was no gas station in sight. Maybe I imagined the sign on the highway. I turned down a dirt road and idled as I pulled out my phone and looked up the nearest gas station. Thick, dark trees covered both sides of the road. They blended in with the starless night, or so it seemed, portraying a continual wall of darkness all around me. However, as I was pulling up the nearest gas station on my phone, which was a few more miles down the road, I noticed light just off to my left. It was faint, but sure enough I was hit with a wave of nostalgia. I wasn't in any rush, but I could have sworn I'd been here before. I hopped out of my car and a wave of humid warmth hit me. Faint chirps of crickets and cicadas swallowed me in their noise. I walked across the street and through a small field to the light. Sure enough, the light lit a portion of what looked like an old church. I had been here before. I was sure of it, but I couldn't remember for the life of me when that was. When I was hoping to find the name on the building and head back to my car, but after a quick inspection, the building appeared to be abandoned. Not only that, but the church had been abandoned so long that even itself had forgotten its own name. Weed split the gravel of the empty parking lot, and the air always smelled faintly of damp earth and rust. The roof had caved in on one side, and the steeple sagged at an angle, as if it might finally fall at any moment. It appeared to might have been burned once, decades ago, just blackened beams and smell of old smoke that never quite faded. If memory serves, this was a Christian church, but all the insignias and religious symbols had been removed. I wanted to see more. I walked through the parking lot and peered in and noticed that although some of the windows had been boarded up, a doorway was left unobscured. Surely I could find more information inside. Perhaps it would just jolt enough of a memory for me to remember its name. I turned on my flashlight on my phone and went inside. The smell of mold and soot lingered in the air. Old furniture laid in the shadows, ruined by neglect and time. The air was cooler here, heavy and still. Pews laid scattered and splintered. The altar cracked in two. Moss crawled up the stone walls like something alive. But behind what remained of the pulpit, I noticed something wrong with the space itself. The wall didn't look flat. It rippled faintly, like heat rising off of pavement. The light bent there, color smearing as if seen through water. When I stepped closer, my skin prickled and my ears filled with a low hum, barely audible, but deep enough to vibrate my chest. I was captivated. I was experiencing some kind of phenomenon, but I didn't know what it was. I reached out. My fingers passed through the wall as if it were a thick fog. Cold flooded my hand, followed by a strange pressure, like standing too close to a powerful speaker. My heart hammered and I pulled my hand back. It was numb and tingly, but otherwise unharmed. Against every rational instinct, I stepped forward. The world folded. For a moment, there was no sound, no light, only motion, like falling sideways through memories itself. Then my feet hit solid ground. The church was whole. I stumbled out the front doors. The parking lot was full. Old cars filled the once empty spaces, but despite the cars, there were no people. If I didn't know better, I would say that this was 30 years ago. Panic flared, followed by awe. I checked my phone. The flashlight was still on, but no signal, and the date refused to load. The portal still shimmered behind me, barely visible in the church doorway, like a vertical pool of distorted air. Instinct told me to go back, that this was a realm where I once belonged but didn't anymore. The night was quiet now. The sound of insects and distant cars on the highway had been swallowed up. Just silence. I stayed near the church, watching, listening. Every sound felt sharper, every color too vivid, as if the world was overcompensating for something missing. Time here felt thin, like thin ice stretched over deep water, and something inside it was lurking. Minutes passed, or maybe longer. That's when the feeling started. At first it was just unease, the sense of being watched. I told myself it was nerves, but the longer I stood there, the heavier it became. Pressing down on my thoughts, my reflection in the church's glass window seemed wrong, lagging slightly behind my movements. Then, I thought I heard my name. Evan. It came from the tree line. The parking lot light, although seemingly having been renewed, struggled to cast a light out into the far darkness. The voice was distorted. It was unclear. I wasn't positive it said my name or if I just imagined it, but it then said it again. This time I was paying attention. A set of orange orbs, which I assumed to be eyes, were locked on me. The distance from the tree to the church's parking lot was considerable. I checked around me, trying to better understand my new circumstance when I noticed movement coming from the woods. The first set of eyes that had initially spoken to me appeared much closer this time, its outline now faintly visible, although shadows obscured most of its details. The figure stood in the middle of the field. The moon was able to backlight the figure against the dark trees. It appeared to be a person. I stood silently, waiting for the figure to come closer, but it didn't. It only watched with its orange dull eyes. "Hello?" I called out, hoping that this person could fill me in on what was going on, but it didn't respond. I walked out to the middle of the parking lot when I noticed more eyes. They were all around me. Figures at different distances stood facing me. They had those unusual orange eyes. I began to hear whispers, but their mouths didn't move. They were too far away and so faint that I couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. But if I had to hazard a guess, their tone seemed like they were either trying to threaten me or warn me. I needed to leave. I tried walking back to my car, but the voices grew louder. It was a small hike to my car, but as I walked, the voices increased. This time I could hear what they were saying. They were telling me to leave. The further from the church, the more cautionary the request became.
"She's coming. You need to leave the way you came. She sees you."
When I was in eyesight of my car, the voices suddenly stopped. The mysterious shadow figures with the orange eyes had all vanished. I stopped and looked all around. The church glowed from the inside. Its once dark windows could be seen from my car. I glanced back to the parking lot to now see a different figure. This one was quite tall. Unlike the others, this one had red eyes and was twitching. I could see it clearly under the lamppost. Its hair was patchy with long strands. Other parts seemed to be bald. Its limbs were twisted. Joints were sticking out and bent, projecting this horrific figure. The shadow people seemed to wear clothing from different time periods, signaling to me that they were all from different times, while this one wasn't wearing any. I felt a sense of dread fall over me almost immediately. Anger and hatred spilled from her eyes. She twisted her head to the side and slowly smiled. Long teeth filled her mouth. I needed to leave. I raced to my car and I heard a scream erupt behind me. I glanced back as I was getting in and saw that she was moving toward me at an alarming rate. I turned the car on as the headlights illuminated her in front of me and quickly closing in. I put it in reverse. I turned the car around. I could still see her in the rearview mirror as I tore off on the dirt road and made my way back to the highway. I didn't have my directions to guide me, but was just going off of memory. My adrenaline was pumping so fast that it took me a moment before I realized I was almost out of gas. I couldn't risk stopping anywhere else near here to fill up, but that might not be a luxury I could afford. I pulled into the first gas station I could find and hopped out. The pumps were old and didn't take credit cards. I needed to go inside. I ran through the doors and went to the attendant behind the desk and slammed $20 down on the counter. "Please, I just need a couple gallons," I said, my heart still racing. The attendant was motionless and had an obnoxious smile. He stood in an unusual pose, as if he was in the middle of waving to someone. It took me a moment for me to calm down and take in all his features. His eyes were black and hollow. He wasn't smiling, but something had cut his mouth to resemble a smile. I could see wounds on his neck that had faded some time ago. I went back outside and tried pumping gas, but it didn't work. I wasn't sure how much time I had or if that woman was still chasing me, but I contemplated what to do. It slowly dawned on me that I needed to go back to that church. I got back in my car and prayed that it would turn on. It did. I drove my way back to the church, keeping my eyes open for that woman. I got most of the way there when my car started to sputter. I stayed in and let the momentum carry me as far as it could before I came to a stop. I could see the church in the distance about half a mile. Its inviting lights and full parking lot was just barely out of reach. The dark woods looked menacing and full of unknown terrors. So much could happen in between my car and the church. I barely got away the first time, and that was with the head starts and my car working. But now, all of those things were out the window. The woman could be anywhere. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, engine ticking as it cooled, the fuel needle resting uselessly below empty. The woods pressed in on both sides of the road, swallowing the weak glow of my headlights. The church's light pulsed faintly in the distance, like a beacon. I stepped out of the car. I took one step towards the church, then another. Gravel shifted behind me. I froze. A sound followed, soft at first. I turned around, my phone's flashlight trembling in my hand. She stood at the edge of the road. She was closer than she should have been. Her body was folded unnaturally, spine bent forward, her arms hanging too long at her sides. Her red eyes reflected the light of the wet gleam. When she inhaled, her ribs expanded sharply, skin stretching thin over them, as it barely contained what she really was. She smiled again. I ran. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the air itself resisted me. The church never seemed to get any closer, no matter how hard I pushed. My lungs burned, my legs screamed. Behind me, I heard her moving. Not running, not walking, but bounding in short bursts, stopping just long enough to let me believe I might escape. The whispers returned, not warnings this time, begging. Don't look at her. Keep moving. She can't follow you inside. I stumbled into the parking lot and nearly collapsed. The church doors loomed ahead, light spilling out into the cracked pavement. I dared one glance back. She stood at the edge of the trees, twitching violently, claws digging into the dirt. She hissed low and furious, but she didn't step forward. I burst through the church doors. The air inside slammed me like cold water. The lights dimmed instantly. The pews were intact again, polished and clean. Candles burned along the walls. The hum filled my ears, louder now, resonating through my bones. The wall behind the pulpit shimmered. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself forward. The pressure was unbearable this time, crushing and freezing all at once. I felt something brush against my back. Fingers, claws. I don't know. As a scream tore through the church behind me. Then I was falling. I hit the floor hard. The smell of mold and soot flooded my senses. My phone clattered from my hand. I scrambled up, heart pounding and staggering out the front doors. The parking lot was empty. Collapsed and overgrown, the light was gone. Crickets screamed into the night, and distant highway noises drifted faintly through the trees. My car sat where I left it, dark and silent. I didn't stop to question it. I drove home. I don't remember the rest of the night. I don't remember filling my tank or how I made it home. I only remember waking up in my own bed, clothes still on, hands shaking. Weeks have passed since then. I don't stop for gas at night anymore. Sometimes though, when I'm driving late and my fuel runs low, I'll see a faint light off the road, just beyond the trees. And for a moment, I swear I hear whisperings telling me to turn back, because she's still out there, and she remembers me. Ashes still smoldered on the side of the road as I reached the cabin. Portions of the property had been sectioned off with yellow tape, while firefighters were putting out what remained of the hot embers. The sheriff from the town over, an acquaintance I had met some time back, had called me over this morning, asking for a favor, but he didn't tell me what it was, just that it was something that needed to be discussed in person, and that it was urgent. For reference, I'm a conservation officer, so my worries immediately jumped to potential poachers or something along those lines. I met Sheriff Brady outside of the cabin, and he walked briskly to meet me. "James, I appreciate you coming out here," he said as he shook my hand. His grip was firm and calloused, but brave. "No worries. I hope I can help," I said genuinely as I followed him inside the cabin. I'd heard about the fires down in the next town, but I didn't think that this was what Sheriff Brady had called me in for. Turns out my hunch was correct, but for the wrong reasons. What I'm about to show you is under investigation, so I'm gonna need you to keep this under your hat. People from the city are gonna come asking questions, and we gotta keep this quiet. My brow furrowed, and I nodded without thinking. "I know the drill. I've had my fair share of nonsense I've had to deal with," I said, almost boasting. Brady turned to me and looked me in the eye. "I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen anything like this. If you don't want to get involved, I don't blame you, but now's the time to walk away." The sheriff had an intensity in his glare I'd only seen in desperate men. Whatever it was he wanted to show me clearly disturbed him. I also picked up a faint sense of regret in his proposal, like he felt bad for what he was about to show me, but wanted my help. I thanked him for his warning, but I declined his offer to leave. I had driven out all this way for a favor, but now he had piqued my curiosity. What had this veteran sheriff so rattled that he wanted me to keep secret? He opened the door to the cabin where I saw a handful of other officers standing around, all with grim faces. The interior was a mess. Cones and tape divided the layout in sections that told me that this wasn't just one act of violence, but several. I could see one body in the living room, female from the looks of it, but only because her long hair. Her body was twisted in a way that resembled roadkill, like only a vehicle was capable of this type of force. One of her limbs were missing, while the others appeared torn and discarded nearby. Her torso and skull were caved in, her internal organs damaged and indistinguishable from the rest of her. Clearly, some type of rabid animal must have gotten a hold of her. I could see why Sheriff Brady had brought me out here. I knew what he was going to ask me, but he squatted down and pointed my attention to something else. Next to the body, or what was left of it, was a bright yellow marker and an outline of a track. Whatever creature had done this had left a track. I knelt down to get a better look. Initially, my guess was that this was the result of a bear, but after looking at the track, I wasn't so sure. The footprint had claws, but the portions were wrong, at least for a bear. It was far too narrow and resembled more of a human footprint, but exaggerated. "What are your thoughts?" Brady asked, but looked at me as if he already knew the answer. I shot him a look and shook my head. This isn't from an animal, at least one I know about, and I know quite a few. I stared at the print again, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was smeared or the lighting had made it look different, but no. It even looked more grotesque the second time, taunting me by insulting my intelligence. I stood upright and stretched, apologizing to Sheriff Brady. I felt bad that I wasn't able to help, but I also felt obligated to keep this secret. "Fair enough, that's what I feared," Brady said, as he also stood, putting his hands on his waist. "There's more of this in the loft, but there's no point in showing you that. I'll keep you updated if we find anything." The both of us walked out of the cabin and back out to the truck. Brady relayed his gratitude, although I wasn't able to help him, and I was back on the road. The woods felt different after witnessing the gory scene. It felt like it was hiding something that no one should see. The footprint looked authentic, but I'm not sure why someone would mutilate a body and then put effort into faking a track. My mind could only wonder what the creature looked like that it belonged to, but more importantly, how does someone come across something like that and end up as a bloody pulp? That mutilated body wasn't the result of survival or hunger, but rather rage. My mind began to spiral in multiple directions, thinking of theories of what could have done this and why, but my mind seemed to conclude to morbid results. I had seen my fair share of horrors, especially what can happen when people don't respect the boundaries of nature, but this was something different, a realm completely out of my field of understanding. I had no choice but to put what I just saw out of my thoughts. The next couple of weeks helped me calm my mind. I expected Brady to call me and give me an update of what had happened, but he never did. I was tempted to call him and see if they made any progress, but I didn't want to get emotionally involved, although I was still curious about that print. On the plus side, work had been keeping me occupied. I had my fair share of reports I had to work on. The deer population was wreaking havoc on the roads and highways. The office received a call late one afternoon. One of the local ranchers called in about a pack of wolves eating his cattle. I drove out to the ranch, which wasn't too far from my office. It was the Yancey Ranch. Carl was the occasional thorn on my side this time of year. He had a few dozen cattle. One or two would eventually wander off, and he would always assume the worst, making it my problem. Nonetheless, I drove out to his ranch a couple hours before it got dark. The call shouldn't take more than 20 minutes, seeing that all I was doing was putting his mind at ease. I pulled up to his house and saw him standing in the driveway. He had a shotgun in the crook of his arm and looked more exhausted than usual. I got out of the car and sighed to myself, seeing that he was already worked up more than usual. "James, something is out there, but it's different this time. I've been trying to do better with calling you so much, but this time I have a real problem." I walked up to him slowly and shook his hand. "I believe you, Carl. What do we have going on?" I stood upright, ready to hear his long monologue of how a direwolf grabbed his prize bull or something equally outlandish. Normally, Carl was bouncing around or jittery, full of anxiety, but now he just looked startled, as if he'd just seen something he couldn't believe. To his credit, he had been doing better with his calls, considering he once was one of the many drama queens I had to deal with. But something about him this time was different. This just wasn't a minor inconvenience he was calling to complain about. This was an actual concern. "James, I know I get you out here a lot, but you need to look at this." He turned and began walking, still holding his shotgun, and I followed. On the side of his house, he had a side-by-side idling softly and jumped in. I got in and we drove out on the dirt trail that led us around the house and out to his cattle in the back. He was silent as he drove, his stare fixed on the trail ahead of us. We stopped briefly at a gate which he jumped out and opened and drove through before jumping out again and closing it. All of his cattle inside the gate were towards the front of the field near the house and away from the woods towards the back. I could see a ways off a murder of crows picking at something large. I knew that this was what Carl wanted to show me. We drove out to the carcass and the crows flew away at our arrival. Instantly, I knew why Carl had dragged me out here. What remained was the rear portion of the cow, a large cow at that. The lower portion, aside from being torn off, looked untouched, minus a few crows. The upper half had been torn off and, judged by the blood trail, taken out into the woods. I looked at Carl and saw that he was scanning the woods, holding his shotgun tight. For the first time in what I could remember, Carl was right. This was utterly bizarre. My mind began to fill with questions, one of which I asked Carl immediately. "Have you tried looking for the top half?" I said, hesitantly. Carl glanced at me briefly, his glare still grim and disbelieving. "Not yet. That's why I called you." We were near the rear of the fence. One of the posts holding the fence up had been tilted. I could see small parts of flesh still clinging on the barbed wire that the cow had been dragged over. The back portion of the fence was damaged enough that anyone could carefully step over it, but we didn't. We drove back to the gate and went out and drove back around to the woods. Carl didn't want to leave the side-by-side too far. There was no trail to the back wooded area. We had to make our own. Luckily, we had the blood trail to follow. The blood had since dried, leaving a dark brownish color. The blood trail was fairly thick, leaving me to believe that whatever had done this had done it quick enough or while the cow was still alive. The last option seemed unlikely, but the blood didn't lie. We followed the trail for a good ways before the blood died off. The view of the field and the house had long been obscured by the woods. Thankfully, we quickly saw what remained of the cow. Carl didn't leave the side-by-side. He just sat in, holding a shotgun ready for whatever was out here. At first I thought it was a person, causing me to jump, but after seeing it for a second or two longer, I then realized it was the remains of the cow. The head had been removed from the body and placed on top of a tree branch. All the soft tissue and organs from the skull had been eaten. The hide of the cow had been cleaned and almost looked stretched out. The remaining bones placed in a circle beneath it. Carl didn't speak. He would just shoot me the occasional glance, which I interpreted as, what the hell did this? The 20 minutes I promised myself that this would take had passed a while ago. The sun was still out, but the visibility would only get worse from here on out. My theories ranged from so many things, but none of them made sense. Mountain lions eat their meals in trees, but not half a cow. A bear could maybe do this, but cutting a cow in half was not their nature. They would just take the whole thing. I looked on the ground for more clues. Maybe a print was left behind, but I feared what I would see, what I saw those many weeks ago. The print of the mysterious abomination. Sure enough, I found it. A deep print left in the soft dirt, almost exactly how I remembered it. Something about this seemed off, more than usual. The way things were placed, this wasn't just a predator. Whatever this thing was, it wanted us to find this. It wanted us to see what it had done. It wanted an audience. Carl finally spoke, breaking his long silence. "James, I think we should leave." For the first time as long as I have ever known Carl, he was the voice of reason. I didn't say anything. I just got in the side-by-side and the two of us made our way back to the house. Carl floored it the entire time. He drove me out to my truck. He seemed more rattled than before. "What should I do?" he asked. Both of us seemed to silently agree that this wasn't an animal. This was something neither of us had experience with. "I'll reach out to some people and I'll swing back tomorrow. That is, if you plan on staying here," I said. Carl nodded. "I can't leave. I'm sure we'll be fine for another night." I no longer saw Carl as this annoyance anymore. This thing had knocked some sense into him, and then some. He was now a person needing help, a person I could now sympathize with. The drive home was serene, although I had trouble with what I had seen earlier. The sun was setting. Colors filled the sky with a prelude to the inevitable darkness. My mysterious problem from those many weeks ago had eventually come back to me. I called Sheriff Brady on the way back, a call I should have made weeks ago. I tried his personal cell, but it just rang. I then called his office, which his secretary picked up. She politely answered and asked if this was an emergency, which I told her it wasn't, and asked if Sheriff Brady was in. Her kindness slowly shifted, like I had unknowingly touched a sensitive subject. She relayed that not only was he not in, but he had been missing for 9 days now. This information was surprising. I was dumbfounded, unsure of how to proceed. I fumbled with my words when I tried to ask more questions on his disappearance, but the secretary seemed uninformed. She offered to patch me over to the interim sheriff, which I accepted. The phone rang and a man answered. I introduced myself and told him that I was helping Brady with one of his cases about a month or so back. He seemed to have remembered me, as he was one of the deputies at the crime scene in the cabin. I expressed my recent concern for Brady and asked for more information, but he quickly told me that he was not at liberty to discuss his absence. While on the call, I had seen that Carl's number was trying to call me. I pressed ignored and continued talking to the deputy, with full intention of calling him after this call. He called me back almost immediately. Again, I pressed ignore. The deputy asked me for the nature of the call, and I told him that I was helping him identify a print at the cabin, and that I had just seen that same print again. He was no longer standoffish, but rather oddly concerned. "Listen, James, we appreciate your help, but whatever you're investigating, you need to leave it alone. There's more behind it than what we realized. It's a deep rabbit hole. All I can say is to leave it alone, and it'll go away." "It wasn't just a print I found," I said. "It took a cow from one of the people in town and did a bunch of weird things with it." "What did it do?" "It put it on a tree and spread the rest of it out like it was on display or something, in someone's backyard." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Where are those people now?" he asked. "They're still at the house. I was gonna go back tomorrow with Sheriff Brady, but I'm not so sure what I'll do. I'll just head back tomorrow and hand it over to the police. You need to get those people out of there. Right now. Don't ask why or how I know, just get them out." I let out a sigh of frustration. I just pulled into my driveway. The sun had already set. It would be a huge headache to get Carl and his wife to stay in a motel for the night, but the seriousness in the deputy's voice had me concerned for their safety. "Alright, thanks for the advice. I'll see what I can do." I hung up the phone and called Carl back. I was ready to have a difficult conversation with him, but he never answered. I rubbed my temples, all ready to call it a night, but now I was concerned. I put the truck in reverse and pulled back out of the driveway. It was dark now. Getting a hold of Carl was now impossible, at least by phone. I sped my way across town and finally pulled into his driveway. The lights inside the house were dark, but his truck and his wife's car was still outside. I walked up to the front door, and the motion lights to the front of his house turned on. I knocked on the door, and I could hear motion inside, but no one answered. "Carl, it's me, James. Sorry I missed your call. I was trying to get a hold of the sheriff across town." I peeked my head to the side of the door and looked in one of the windows. I could see someone standing inside, but they were obscured in darkness. I wanted to shout his wife's name, but I forgot it. I shined my light in to let them know that I was outside the door, but I then saw that the back door to the house was not only open, but laying on the ground inside. I tried the handle to the front door and it opened as I turned the handle. The house was dark. I flipped on the lights to the front part of the house and announced my presence loudly. I wanted to call the police, but I left my phone inside the truck. I shined my light inside looking for the figure that I'd just seen moments before, but it wasn't here anymore. I drew my pistol, but pointed it downwards. I was expecting Carl or his wife to jump out at any moment, and I didn't want to accidentally shoot them. I slowly went around the house, turning on what lights I could find as I went, hoping to find either Carl or his wife, but I didn't see them. What I did see was a puddle of blood by the back door, with his shotgun laying next to it. I could see several spent shells on the ground as well as a mysterious dark liquid. It looked like as if Carl had shot something. My heart began to beat faster as I looked at the blood. There were footprints identical to the ones I'd seen in the past, out in the woods and inside the cabin. Except I also saw drag marks leading inside the home. Whatever had done this was most likely still here. I called out for Carl, hoping that he was just in the other room or even attending to minor injuries, when I heard screaming coming from the other part of the house. I've never been inside Carl's home before. Its layout and design was new to me. I just followed the blood trail, which led me to an open door in the middle of the home. I slowly approached the door, anticipating an office room, but to my surprise, it led to a set of stairs leading down into the basement. The lights downstairs were off. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, unsure if going down would lead to my demise or if it would make a difference in saving Carl's life. In a moment of cowardice, I slowly made my way outside and out to the truck. I called the police and let them know that an incident was occurring at Carl's home and that I needed assistance. I gave them the address and went back inside, this time aiming my pistol ahead of me. I'd seen enough to assume that whatever this thing was had severely injured anyone that was still here. I went back to the stairs, again aiming my pistol down the dark stairway. I could faintly hear disturbing noises from within. I could only imagine what was going on down there. Next to the door on top of the set of steps was a light switch. If I were to go down there, I was definitely turning on the lights. I didn't care if I was alerting whatever animal or whatever thing was down there. I needed to see. I flipped the lights on and I could see the bottom of the basement illuminate. The sounds immediately stopped. I began to question my sanity as I held my breath, waiting for something to come around the corner. I could hear my pulse beating in my ears as the home was now completely silent. I saw shadows cast on the wall near the stairs, but still nothing came into my field of view. I took a step and exhaled softly, as if that would have any effect on the sound I was about to make. To my delight, my step resulted in silence. I took another. Again, another silent step. The shadow moved away from the stairs, indicating that it went back to whatever it was doing down there, and that my plan was working. My confidence took over. I was granted 3 more steps of stealth. When I reached halfway down the stairs, my heart stopped when a subtle creak groaned under my weight. The shadow returned, and I inhaled sharply, gripping my pistol with both hands, ready to unload on whatever was about to poke its head around the corner. My heartbeat thumped loudly in my skull, my eyes darting around trying to make out my target. I widened my stance briefly to prep for the recoil, when suddenly, a loud pop was heard down below, and my only light source went out. I was cast both into darkness and confusion, standing smack in the middle of the stairs. I was so ready to shoot that the idea of running for my life took a moment for me to process. But once it did, I turned and ran as quickly as I could up the stairs. I heard screaming erupt behind me, like a roar of some kind of animal. The sounds of swift movement told me I only had moments to get to safety. On one of the last few steps, I caught one of the stairs with my foot and fell forward, launching myself out of the basement and back onto the main floor. By some miracle, I held onto my gun, but landed on my front side, using my hands to brace. Before I could stand up, I felt something wrap its hand around my foot and pull me back into the basement. All training had gone out the window. I pointed my pistol behind me and began firing, praying that any of the shots would connect. I glanced behind me in horror as I saw my attacker. The initial shock of its appearance caused me to jump, making me miss several of my shots. Its outstretched arm was connected to what I thought was a person, but soon realized that this was something far worse. Its body was pale. Its head and torso had fresh blood on it, but that wasn't what shocked me so much. It looked decayed and cold, like a skeleton but with rotting flesh still attached. It pulled me back onto the steps, but I focused on this demonic creature and placed my shots on its head. To my relief, it released the grasp and I kicked it away, allowing me to scramble up the steps. Once at the top, I slammed the door shut and ran out of the house. I got in my truck and threw it in reverse and pulled out of the driveway. Once on the street, I waited for the police, which allowed me to calm my breathing and heart rate. I was still processing what I'd just seen. Flashes of memory haunted me until I saw the lights in the distance. I wasn't sure what to say to them when they finally approached. I tried to form sentences and even words, but it all came out in jumbles of unintelligible nonsense of gibberish and panic. I wasn't so much worried about the monster as I was about Carl and what we were going to find. I'd only seen a glimpse of the carnage in the cabin those many weeks back, but those images still bothered me. The police only sent one cruiser, but it had 2 officers. The 2 officers eventually calmed me down, and I was able to relay what I had seen and what I imagined what had happened to Carl. I pulled into his driveway. The 2 officers followed behind me in their vehicle. The door to the home was still open, and the light I had left on spilled out into the night. Before I hopped out of my truck, I reloaded my pistol, and the off chance that the monster was still alive. We convened at the front of the home. The officers seemed somewhat skeptical of my outlandish story, and rightfully so. The 3 of us entered the home, and I guided them to the basement door, which was no longer closed. Black prints led from the door to the back door, which still laid on the ground inside. The 2 officers turned on their flashlights and drew their pistols as all 3 of us descended into the dark basement. Before we went down, one of them tried the light switch, but I told them that it was no use. Despite all 3 of us being armed grown men, we took our time in going down the stairs. The flashlight scanned in all directions, just in the off chance that this thing was still down here. We reached the bottom and began to search the basement. It was in complete disarray. Blood-stained portions on the concrete floor, telling a tale of violence and gore. But not just that, but there was also an element of horror I could not quite describe. Much like the cow out in the woods, there was a sense of articulation, symbols drawn in blood. If I didn't know any better, I would say that something was performed here. To our surprise, the 2 officers shined their light in the far corner, revealing a hunched Carl as he seemed to be eating something with his hands. He was wearing very little clothing and was so preoccupied with gorging himself that he didn't even notice us. I shouted his name and he stopped and slowly turned. He stood up, revealing a bloody corpse that was once his wife. Only scraps remained. I couldn't tell very well since we were in the darkness, but Carl's figure seemed oddly exaggerated. He was no longer this short older man, but rather much taller. His appearance still resembled that of Carl I knew, but his features had seemed to become more grotesque from the last time seeing him. Something had changed him. His worried look was now that of absence as white eyes filled his sunken sockets. His jaw had grown considerably, stretching his face to look more gaunt, his skin now taut over his bones. His mouth hung open, a deep red filling his gaping maw that also seemed to drip out onto his bare chest. This wasn't the same monster that I'd shot earlier, only an imitation of it. Carl's head now had tufts of hair revealing portions of his skull. Although this might have been Carl once, this was something else entirely. A primal version of a human, something predatory, something capable of eating humans, or even a loved one. His neck snapped as he looked at us. His stare wasn't at us, but through. The 2 officers didn't know how to proceed. They tried to talk to him, but his head slowly twitched as he took a step towards us. His bare foot now much longer than any person. They tried asking him questions. They asked what he was doing and what laid in a bloody pulp behind him. Their words were useless. He took another step towards us. He lowered his head. His eyes, although had no pupils, seemed to narrow in on us, looking at us like his next meal.